Section 16 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Viado. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 11, Eudocia. The struggle, which Theodora had foreseen, was not long deferred after her death, and Michael Stratioticus was compelled, after a few months of feeble imperial experiment, to retire to the private life from which he had unwisely drawn. The great territorial nobles, one might almost say the feudal nobles, concentrated upon the capital and put one of their number, Isaac Comnenus, upon the throne. Isaac had, in earlier years, married a Bulgarian princess, and her career as mistress of a large provincial domain and then as Empress of Constantinople suggests a very interesting study. Unfortunately, her husband's reign lasted only 2 years, and the events yield us only few and fleeting glimpses of the new empress. Ekaterina, as the best contemporary authority Nicephorus Brerenius calls her, the later writers often say Katerina, descended from the Bulgarian royal family which had fallen from its high estate when Basil the Bulgarian slayer had won a definitive victory over the nation. Brerenius makes her a daughter of the king Samuel, and we have in a later chronicle a picture of Samuel's daughters, which would dispose us to imagine Ekaterina as a very fiery and interesting personality. When, in the presence of Basil, they were brought face to face with the woman whose husband had killed their brother, the emperor and his officers had great difficulty in preventing a very violent and undignified scene. The dates, however, make it improbable that Ekaterina was one of the daughters of Samuel. Others more probably suggest that she was his niece or grandniece, and in character she seems rather to have been gentle and religious. She was brought from her remote provincial home and made Augusta, but she proved to be one of the quiet and retiring empresses who leave no mark in the chronicles. The only reference to her is that, in 1059, she encouraged her husband, who had met with a serious accident or illness, to resign, and she herself took the veil of the nun. One suspects that her husband's policy of curtailing the funds of the luxurious and innumerable monks alarmed her, and she was ready to believe that, as rumor maintained, the wild boar which led him into grave peril in 1059 was no ordinary animal. He resigned, and Ekaterina, changing her name to Helena, retired with her daughter Maria to a quiet mansion where they practiced monastic discipline and were esteemed so holy that Ekaterina was eventually buried in the cemetery of the monks of Studion. With the next empress, Eudocia, we return to the more familiar and more piquant type of Byzantine princess, the woman who unites with her subservience to the church a skill in casuistry which protects her human inclinations from the harsher control of the church's ascetic standards. Eudocia Macrembolitissa, or Eudocia, the daughter of the Macrembolites, a distinguished noble of Constantinople, had some beauty and no little wit, as well as good birth and breeding. In the reign of Michael IV and Zoe, she had been wooed and won by a handsome and learned, if not very warlike, commander named Constantine Ducaena, and in the subsequent 20 years of changing rulers, borne 3 sons and 3 daughters to her elderly husband. Constantine was at least 10 years older than she, and had no higher ambition than to be regarded as a prince of letters and rhetoric. It must therefore have been an agreeable surprise to Eudocia to learn in 1059 that the retiring emperor had transferred his crown to her husband, and she was henceforth to be the mistress of the sacred palace. She was then probably in her later 30s. She was entitled Augusta, and the imperial dignity was conferred also on her 6 children, of whom the youngest was born after her coronation. During the 8 years of her husband's reign, Eudocia remained a silent witness of his futility and unpopularity. He retained his pedantry and sought the laurels of learning and eloquence, while formidable enemies threatened the empire on every side. In 1067, he perceived that his inglorious reign was about to end, and summoned Eudocia, the nobles, and the patriarch to his couch. The nobles were commanded to swear to maintain the throne of Eudocia and her sons, and Eudocia was compelled to swear a portentous oath that she would not marry again. Possibly, Constantine felt that he was not imposing a very heavy sacrifice on a woman who approached her 50th year, and it was plainly to the interest of his sons that she should not marry. Eudocia signed the written oath, and it was entrusted to the patriarch Xiphilin to keep in the great church. The regency of Eudocia lasted about 7 months, during which she emulated the conduct of Zoe and Theodora. She received ambassadors, heard trials, and paid more direct and closer attention to the affairs of the empire than her late husband had done. 2 things, however, concerned her and illustrated the weakness of woman rule at Constantinople. The Turks and other hostile neighbors were raiding the provinces with greater vigor, and the nobles were making this a pretext for intrigue to replace Eudocia with an emperor. Before the year was out, Eudocia decided to marry again, and sought a means of evading the oath which the patriarch grimly guarded. The story of her outwitting the patriarch is, as we find it in the later chronicles, in the finest vein of Byzantine melodrama. She took into her confidence one of the wiliest eunuchs of her court, who assured her that it was quite easy to induce the patriarch to release her. This Xiphilin, the patriarch at the time, was himself as casuistic as he was religious. Originally a noble, he had voluntarily embraced the black robe of the monk and had been withdrawn from the monastery to rule the Eastern Church. He had in Constantinople a brother named Bardas, whose gallantries and sybaritic ways were notorious. When the eunuch proposed the subject of marriage, Xiphilin sternly maintained that the oath was binding and that Eudocia must remain a widow. But when the astute eunuch regretted that such was his view, since it was his brother Bardas whom Eudocia wished to marry, Xiphilin reconsidered the matter. It is not for us to analyze his reasoning. It is enough that in a short time he declared to the assembled senators that the oath was unjust and invalid, a mere wanton outrage on the part of a jealous man. And he handed the precious document back to Eudocia to destroy. His feelings may be imagined when, a few hours later, he heard that the empress was married, not to his brother, but to Romanus Diogenes. The contemporary writer Psellus gives a more sober version, but although Psellus was one of Eudocia's chief ministers at the time, there can be little doubt that his vanity and policy have somewhat tempered the veracity of his narrative. Eudocia, he says, came to him in tears to complain that the cares of the empire were an intolerable burden for a single woman's shoulders, and she wished to marry. The story is, perhaps, not inconsistent with the story of her outwitting the patriarch. In any case, the second marriage of Eudocia had an element of romance. In the state prison of Constantinople at the time was a handsome young noble and commander named Romanus Diogenes, who ran some risk of losing his head for high treason. Distinguished by birth and in person, and a man of great spirit, he reflected that the throne of the Eastern Empire had been reached by less able men than he, and cherished a daydream of wearing the purple. At the death of Constantine in 1067, When there was much discussion of the empty throne and the imperial widow, he imprudently confessed his ambition to those about him in the remote province of Thrace, which he governed. He was denounced in the capital, and he was brought in bonds to Constantinople and put on trial. He had then completed his 30th year. A tall, comely, broad-shouldered man, with the dark skin of a Cappadocian and very winning eyes. Constantinople looked with sympathy on the manly but impetuous young noble. He was connected by birth with the greatest families of the Asiatic provinces, and he pleaded that it was only his concern for the safety of the menaced empire that had wrung from him words of dissatisfaction. His treason was, however, apparent, and he was found guilty and restored to jail. Eudocia was probably present at the trial of Romanus, and noted the handsome form and flashing eye. She professed afterwards that the trial was unsatisfactory and must be revised, and the young commander found himself acquitted and free to return to his native province. The time was not yet ripe for the marriage project. In fact, one of the historians states that Romanus was already married and went to join his wife and family in Cappadocia. About Christmas of 1067, however, he received an order from Eudocia to return to Constantinople, and may or may not have been surprised to hear that she proposed to marry and crown him. His wife and family seem to have been deserted with great cheerfulness, unless we prefer to regard the statement in the chronicle as an error, and Eudocia secretly prepared for the marriage. Senators were bribed to support the proposal, and on 31st December, the patriarch was won by the stratagem which I have already described. That very night, Romanus was introduced, fully armed, into the palace and secretly wedded to the empress. And on the first day of the new year, the young emperor and his middle-aged empress were ceremoniously presented to the people. For a moment, it seemed as if the fierce Varangian guards were about to avenge what they regarded as a violation of the oath to the dead Constantine. But Eudocia prevailed on her elder sons to assure the guards that they had consented to the marriage, and the trouble was averted for the time. It was, however, in the face of considerable hostility that Eudocia and Romanus entered upon their task of governing the empire. The clergy were naturally hostile, since their leader had been tricked into an ignominious concession. More distinguished nobles than Romanus envied his elevation, and courtiers, who were attached to the fortunes of Eudocia's elder sons, regarded the new emperor and the possible issue of the new marriage with sullen distrust. Michael Psellus, the historian who boasts that he guided Eudocia's counsels in regard to the marriage, is transparently hostile to Romanus, and his historical work is largely responsible for the traditional prejudice against that brave and spirited but injudicious and unfortunate monarch. Psellus was not merely the chief student of philosophy in Constantinople, but an ambitious and successful courtier. His great repute in letters and philosophy gave him a commanding position in the court of Eudocia, who had herself some literary ambition, and his secret and sinuous counsels must have deeply influenced the later course of the careers of Romanus and Eudocia. A philosopher-statesman was the great ideal which Plato, whose works he revived, had urged upon the Greeks, but the fortunes of Psellus remained so, even throughout the various revolutions he outlived, that one is tempted to compare him rather with Talleyrand than with Plato's ideal. Into this atmosphere of culture, the robust Romanus was little fitted to enter, and some disdain must have been felt of his uncultivated ways. On the other hand, the brother of the late Constantine, John Ducaena, who bore the dignity of Caesar and jealously guarded the position of his nephews, was not less hostile to Romanus. The boys had received the purple before the death of their father, and the time was rapidly approaching when the assistance of their uncle Ancellus they might begin to exercise their power. To this plan Romanus was a considerable obstacle. When we further learn that Romanus was gravely conscious of his duty to restore the strength and discipline of the army, and diverted funds from the entertainment of idle citizens to the pay and equipment of his troops, we realize that the life of the palace was preparing for one more of those tragic revolutions which punctuate the history of the Byzantine Empire. From this court atmosphere of pedantry and intrigue, Romanus turned to the field of battle. He would strengthen his position by winning such laurels as his vigorous and warlike character seemed to promise him. 2 months after his coronation, a fresh invasion of the Turks was announced, and he led a large army out to meet them. After nearly a year's absence, he returned with some report of victories, but there had in the same year been heavy losses, and his success was not decisive enough to override the intrigues of his opponents. Already, we are told, he found Eudocia colder. Her attitude is attributed to his arrogance and boastfulness. We may suppose that it was just as much due to an instinctive irritation when her robust husband strode into the philosophic atmosphere of the palace with the smell of the camp clinging to him and the language of war on his lips. In 2 or 3 months, he was off once more to the field, leaving Eudocia to her master of philosophy and her brother-in-law. Into their hands she placed the more virile cares of state, while she enlarged libraries, cultivated men of letters, and fostered the higher ambition of making verses. Her eldest son, Michael, was associated with her in her cultural work. When Romanus returned in the following winter, still without decisive success, he seems to have concluded that it would be better to remain in Constantinople, and the campaign of the 3rd year was entrusted to his generals. But in the spring of 1071, he again prepared to take the field. Nothing but a crushing victory over the enemies of the empire would enable him to silence his enemies in the court and capital. Eudocia seems by this time to have wavered between admiration of her young and manly spouse and repugnance to his more robust standards of life. She was now certainly over 50 and had never been particularly sensuous, but we cannot doubt that she had married Romanus for love, and that love was not yet extinct. As he set out from port for his last crossing to Asia, a singular dark-plumaged pigeon circled his royal galley. He directed that it should be caught and sent to the empress, and it was said in later years that Eudocia nervously recognized in the rare bird an omen of the evil fortune that was about to befall her husband. And in the course of the summer, stragglers made their way hastily to Constantinople with the news that Romanus had been heavily defeated and his large army shattered. The emperor himself had been slain, some said, but at length there came men who had seen him captured and borne away a prisoner by the Turks. The hour of the malcontents had come, and a council was summoned to discuss the situation. It was at once decided that no effort would be made to save Romanus. Some of the authorities declare that it was the treachery of the Caesar's son acting on the instructions of his father which led to the reverse. But the eldest son, Michael, should be appointed ruling emperor together with his mother. That Eudocia at once surrendered her husband becomes quite clear from the subsequent course of events. The new administration had hardly settled to its work when Eudocia received a joyful letter from her husband announcing that he was free and on his way to Constantinople. How the Turk had entirely falsified his repute for barbarity, treated Romanus as a brother king in misfortune, and eventually released him on a promise of a ransom, is a familiar and attractive picture in the history of the time. Romanus was hastening to the arms of his beloved wife. Eudocia is described by the contemporary writers as distracted and eager to consult those about her as to her conduct. Of wifely feeling she did not exhibit one sincere particle, and, however we may remind ourselves of the inevitable coldness of a woman in her 6th decade of life, her conduct is somewhat repellent. Had she known that the Caesar was bent on bringing her to a common ruin with her husband, she might have at least purchased some loyalty to him in the usual Byzantine fashion. But she was either ignorant or powerless, and she accepted the counsel that Romanus should be disowned and repelled by force from his empire. John Ducaena, however, concluded that the opportunity was convenient for the removal of both emperor and empress. A decree was issued to the provinces to arrest the advance of Romanus, and the guards were marshaled. At this date, the mercenary troops in charge of the palace were the famous and formidable Varangian Guards, in whom modern authorities recognize the blue-eyed giants of the distant Scandinavia and even of Britain. Romanus had favored the native troops of the empire rather than these foreign mercenaries, and they at once accepted the command of the Caesar. One half of them went to the apartments of Michael and declared him sole emperor of the Romans. The other body went in search of Eudocia, with orders to transfer her to a monastery. Eudocia at once concluded that the end of her rule had come when she heard the jubilant clash of axe on shield, the deep guttural voices raised in song of the northern soldiers, and their heavy tread across the gardens and terraces. Fearing for her life, she hid herself in some sort of hut in the grounds of her palace, but the door was presently flung open, and she looked on the fierce, hairy faces and shining weapons of the Varangians. She was prostrate with terror when the Caesar arrived to give her the comparative consolation that her life would be spared, but her empire was over. From the palace, spoiled of all the ensigns of royalty, we follow her along the short and painful route that we have seen so many proud rulers of the sacred palace take. At the Bucolian quays, a swift galley waited to take her to the Asiatic shore, where she was lodged in a monastery which she herself had founded. A further message soon came, ordering her to take the black veil, and the frail and unfortunate woman bade farewell to all the glories of imperial life. It was only 4 years since she had been left in control of the empire by her first husband. Shortly afterwards, she was summoned to bury Romanus, and with him the last flickering hope of a return to power. He had collected an army and resolved to fight for his throne, and the troops of Ducaena at length pinned him down in a town of Cilicia. In order to end the civil war, John now sent an assurance that the life of Romanus would be spared if he would resign his claim and enter a monastery. Nay, 3 archbishops were sent to give him a solemn testimony that John had sworn and would fulfill his oath. Frail as the most formidable oaths had become in Eastern Christendom, Romanus opened the gates and yielded to the sons of the Caesar. The rest of the story is a chapter of nauseous horror and concern us, fortunately, only in outline. Romanus was conveyed across Asia Minor in the robe of a monk, with studied insult. Most of the chroniclers affirm that poison was administered to him, but that his powerful constitution prevented it from doing more than add to his misery. At length, his eyes were cut out with more than ordinary brutality. The roughest and most elementary attention to his bleeding sockets was refused, and he was borne once more on a mule, dying by inches in the most ghastly conceivable fashion, across Asia Minor. He reached the island of Prote in time to die on the soil that was already watered by so many imperial tears, and the chroniclers add that Eudocia gave a splendid funeral to the remains of the man whom she had transferred from the jail to the palace less than 4 years before, in the full pride of a magnificent manhood. I have said that with the remains of Romanus she buried her last hope of returning to power. Yet, some 7 years afterwards, a strange message reached her in her cloister, recalling the memory, if not the hope, of imperial power. Her son Michael proved an ineffective ruler. The tradition of culture, which had lingered in the palace since the days of Cellus, absorbed all his energy, and he could not be diverted from the dialogues of Plato or the iridescent dreams of Plotinus by mere conspiracies against his throne or invasions of his empire. Indeed, it was with difficulty sometimes that they could drag him to the table or persuade him to refrain from spending the night over his books. The irony of the situation was that, while the Greek writings over which he lingered urged that a profound study of philosophy was the fittest education of monarchs, Michael remained as helpless and heedless as a boy, precisely on account of his studies. Fortunately, he had the casual inspiration to call to the palace a wily eunuch named Nicephorus, who became the virtual ruler. Nicephorites, as the people, using the diminutive form of his name, called the pale and shrunken little eunuch, soon displaced the Caesar John, and, as was invariable custom of his kind, enriched himself at the expense of the impoverished and decaying provinces. Under Nicephorites, Eudocia had no chance of a return to power. He had endeavored to persuade her first husband, the Emperor Constantine, that she was unfaithful to him, and had been driven from office during her regency. But the empress's quarters in the palace were not vacant. A new type of empress was added to the long and varied galley. Shortly before his accession to the supreme throne, Michael had married a princess of one of the tribes that had settled in Asia Minor. The father of the Empress Maria is conflictingly described as a king of the Iberians and the Alans, and is said to have been a ruler of great fame and power. But he is not named, and it seems that he was not powerful enough to avert or temper the tragedy of his daughter's career. Her dowry had been her beauty. I have complained at times of the lamentable indifference of the male historians of Constantinople to the physical features of the empresses, and the lack of portraits which might bring the living figure with any fullness or accuracy before the imagination. We now, however, approach a period, the history of which has been written for us by a woman. The famous Anna Comnena in her pen happily wanders at times back to the age of Eudocia, of which her husband Nicephorus Brerenius was the chief historian. Unhappily, the art of which Anna Comnena was so patently proud did not include skill in portraiture. Maria was the most beautiful woman of her time, and although her interests become opposed to those of Anna and her family, and the learned princess was capable of malignant hatred, Anna Comnena rises to the height of superlative when her pen delineates the figure of Maria. Her grace of form and beauty of face were beyond the artist's power to convey, though one must add that Anna not infrequently uses that formula in order to enhance the artistic wonder of her own descriptions. Maria, she says, was tall and graceful as a cypress. Her body was white as snow, save for the roses that bloomed in her cheeks, and the luminous blue eyes which shone beneath the perfect and lofty arch of her auburn eyebrows. To this vague poetical description, we may add at once that the beautiful young princess was not wholly devoid of the spirit of her tribe, and was prepared for romantic adventure in support of the imperial dignity. The 7 years of Michael's reign do not interest us. The emperor lived in the remote solitude of his exalted studies. Maria enjoyed the superb luxury of her position and brought a prince into the world for the greater security of her throne. Eudocia languished in the royal monastery of the Virgin across the straits. Usurpers rose and fell, and the defrauded people spoke with bitterness of the young pedant who let his ministers rob them while he studied the divine maxims of Plato. Another princess, daughter of Robert of Lombardy, was introduced from the west, But she was, like Maria's son, to whom she was betrothed, a child of tender years, looking with strange blue eyes on the vast palaces she would one day govern, they said, and the boy who shyly shrank from her companionship. At last, in 1078, a more fortunate rebel advanced on Constantinople. The clergy and nobles were bribed to espouse his cause, and Michael fled to the Blacherny Palace in the suburbs. Maria accompanied him, and what we know of her character emboldens us to fancy her urging the distracted scholar to draw a sword on behalf of his throne. His friends, however, found it impossible to move him, and yielding to the usurper, he was conducted en ass to the monastery at Studion, where he might prosecute his studies with even greater leisure. The new emperor had so genial a disdain for him that he made him titular bishop of Ephesus and allowed him to return and live in the capital. Maria, in accordance with custom, entered the suburban monastery at Petrion. She did not, however, take the vows of the religious life, and it was not long before the interesting news came that the new emperor designed to marry her. Nicephorus Botaniates was an elderly voluptuary who had seized the throne only because so little energy was needed for the task. For the administration of public business, he had 2 slaves of his own household of Slavonian extraction, who at once put an end to the life of Nicephorites and diverted the stream of gold to their own pockets. For their master the pleasures of the table and the couch sufficed. He had brought to the throne an obscure empress named Berdina, but she died shortly afterwards, and the aged Sybarite consulted his ministers. To their cold and impartial judgment, it seemed that political considerations must rule the choice, and they were divided between the claims of Maria and those of Eudocia. It is true that Nicephorus had been twice married, that Eudocia was a nun, and that Maria was not yet a widow, but such difficulties were never beyond the casuistic resources of the Constantinopolitan clergy. The emperor must marry, since the sacred ritual of the court demanded the presence of an empress. The politicians favored the suit of Eudocia, and she was actually informed that Nicephorus wished to marry her, and expressed her cordial willingness to sacrifice her monastic estate in view of such august considerations. Nicephorus, however, was, as I said, a Sybarite, and even advanced age did not blur his experienced eye to the charms of Maria. We may therefore suppose that Nicephorus was neither surprised nor pained when a certain very holy monk appeared at the monastery of the Virgin and sternly forbade Eudocia to quit her black robe. It may be that the monk was one of the chaplains of the monastery. It is at least clear that his zeal did not take him to the monastery at Petrion, where Maria resided. The beautiful young empress was recalled from her prayers and fasts and conducted to the side of the emperor in the palace chapel. The patriarch, who seems to have had some scruples, was not summoned to perform the ceremony, and Nicephorus noticed with irritation that the priest who was called hesitated to come to the sanctuary. Nicephorus had no dispensation for a third marriage, and Maria's husband still lived. A courtier, however, had foreseen the difficulty and had a more accommodating priest at hand. The irregular knot was tied, or regarded as tied, and Maria returned to enjoy with her son the pleasures of the emperor's luxurious court. It is perhaps no alleviation of the conduct of Maria, in purchasing her crown by an invalid marriage to an elderly sensualist, to say that, the chroniclers assure us, quite a number of noble ladies at Constantinople were eager to be chosen. Eudocia, her youngest daughter Zoe, and many other ladies had been pressed upon the notice of Nicephorus. It is merely one more indication of the inferiority of character, both in men and women, in the Byzantine Empire. But Maria was not destined to enjoy long the throne which she had purchased. Contemptible as the reign of Michael had been, it was succeeded by one far more contemptible, and sullen murmurs filled the palace and the city. Men told each other how the aged emperor, who ought to be thinking of eternity, changed his splendid robes 10 times a day, anointed his jaded frame with the most costly unguents, and sat down day after day to the most superb banquets that the empire could afford, while the 2 barbaric slaves whom he had made his chief ministers ground the despairing provinces and disgusted the nobles. Within a year or 2 of Maria's return to power, the customary, inevitable revolt arose, and she was driven back to her monastery. This revolution, however, introduces us to the strong women of the Comnenian house, and must commence a fresh chapter. Of Eudocia, we hear no more. If we accept the statement of one of the chroniclers that she had married in the reign of Michael IV, 1034 to 1041, she must now have reached her 7th decade of life, and would probably not long survive her last disappointment. Her readiness in her late 60s, and after 7 years of monastic life, to accept the embraces of a roue like Nicephorus and return for the crown, is a sufficient measure of her character. Her violation of her oath to her first husband, and her desertion of her second husband, point to the same feebly vicious and unattractive type of personality. Through the favor of Nicephorus, she was permitted to leave the suburban monastery and spend her last years in considerable comfort in the city. End of section 16. Recording by Lisa Viado.
Section 17 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. May 2020. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 12, Part 1. Irene and Anna Comnena. The distinguished family of the Comneni has already made its appearance in our narrative. It may be recalled that the last chapter opened with the march of the great provincial nobles upon the capital, and the placing of one of their ablest representatives, Isaac Comnenus, upon the throne. Isaac's brave life had ended in heroic foolishness. Terrified by an apparition, he embraced monastic life, ignored the natural desire of his brother John to succeed him, and handed the crown to the Ducas family. During the reign of Eudocia, the widow of John Comnenus, Anna remained in Constantinople to guard the fortunes of her children, and eventually to help them to secure the throne. She was a woman of the old Roman build rather than Byzantine. Strong, ambitious, able, and despotic. The Caesar John Ducas looked on her with just suspicion, and accused her of treasonable correspondence with Romanus when he was struggling to regain his throne. She boldly asserted that the letters were forged and brandished an image of Christ in the eyes of her judges. But it was expedient to condemn her, and she passed to the melancholy Prince's Islands. Michael the scholar released her as soon as Diogenes was dead, and she returned to Constantinople to watch and work. She had something of the spirit of her father, who had sent so many of the enemy to the land of shades that he had won the name of Alexius Caron. Her mother had been of the great family of the Delaseni. The feebleness of Michael and the insipidity of Nicephorus gave promise of a successful revolution, and Anna and her 2 sons were shrewd enough not to force the opportunity. The youth had first to learn the mastery of legions and to marry. There were, in fact, 4 women in Constantinople, all able and ambitious, who saw the throne for their children, and a stupendous amount of intrigue must have been expended. The 4 were Anna Comnena, the Empress Eudocia and Maria, and the wife of Andronicus, son of the Caesar John Ducas. Andronicus had been fatally wounded in war and condemned to a lingering death, and his wife pressed the Caesar to find good alliances for her 3 daughters. She was one of those virile and beautiful Bulgarian princesses who had found a way to Constantinople, and her eldest daughter, Irene, was now just marriageable. The wife of Andronicus, we do not know her name, shrewdly concluded that an alliance with the Comneni would best serve her ambition, and she pressed her father-in-law to bring about a marriage between Irene and Alexis, the elder of Anna's 2 sons. Alexis was a very promising and successful commander who had recently lost his first wife, and he was not willing to wed the fair Irene. Anna Comnena the younger describes the pair for us with her usual verbosity and inexactness, premising that it is beyond the power of art to reproduce their comeliness. Alexis was, it seems, a man of medium height, with very broad shoulders and a massive chest, eyes of terrible splendor, and a look that was at once both truculent and bland. He seems, in fact, to have been a very ordinary young man, with an extraordinary capacity for ruse and intrigue. Irene, Anna's mother, was of course a paragon. Her face was like the moon, though not quite so round, and her rosy cheeks and fine blue eyes make the smile somewhat weak. Her look, like that of her husband, was at once sweet and terrible. The look of a Minerva of heavenly splendor, and calm and storm succeeded each other, as on the sea, in her expressive blue eyes. Her arms and hands were like carven ivory, and her constant gestures extremely graceful. In other words, Irene was a very pretty maiden of 13 summers at the time, with a large share of the spirit and temper of her Bulgarian mother. These fragments of Anna Comnena's art may serve to illustrate Gibbon's indulgent complaint that it is more feminine than the artist herself. The prospect of so significant a marriage released a fresh flood of intrigue. Anna, the mother of Alexis, remembered that it was John Ducas who had driven her into exile, and would not hear of a match with his daughter-in-law. The Emperor Michael regarded the marriage with distrust. His brother Constantine wanted to marry Alexis to his sister Zoe, Eudocia's youngest daughter. Through this thicket of obstacles and intrigues, the wife of Andronicus fought her way with spirit and not a little bribery, and the marriage took place. We may assume that this was in the 2nd or 3rd year of Nicephorus, when Irene, who was only 15 at her coronation, cannot have been more than 13 or 14 years old. The Empress Eudocia had now played her last card, and resigned herself to the life of the monastery. It remained to secure the favor of the lovely Empress Maria. Isaac Comnenus had married her cousin Irene, and had therefore the entree of her palace. The Slavonian ministers of Nicephorus watched him and his brother with concern, but he won the affection of Maria, and by generous distribution of money, the service of her eunuchs. It was presently announced that the Empress Maria proposed to adopt the successful young commander of the troops, Alexis Comnenus, and when this ceremony had been performed, both brothers were at liberty to make lengthy visits to the Empress. It is not difficult to accept the rumor that the relation of Alexis to his mother was not entirely filial. Alexis was no ascetic, and he notoriously strayed from his girl wife. On the other hand, Maria had not shown much delicacy in marrying the white-haired sensualist, and the privilege of intimacy with a handsome young general of 37. Her eunuchs, being bribed in his and her favor, would be appreciated by her. Her mind was not strong and penetrating enough to see through the trickery of Alexis. He posed as an unambitious general, loyally devoted to her reign and that of her son. The Emperor Nicephorus probably felt that the young man would await the natural termination of his imperial orgies before seizing the throne, and seems to have regarded them with a certain genial indifference. His ministers, however, knew that their fortunes were ruined if Alexis came to the throne, and they insisted that Nicephorus must name a successor. He chose his nephew, a handsome young noble named Synadenos. Maria was now seriously alarmed, since the accession of Synadenos would mean the monastery for her, and possibly death for her son, and she allowed the Comneni to witness her tears. They were, they said, devoted to her cause. Nay, they swore on the Holy Cross that they would acknowledge no rulers but Maria and her son, and she promised, in return, that they should be informed of any step that might be contemplated against them in the palace. I am following almost entirely the narrative of Anna Comnena, who enlarges with the most candid pleasure on the deceit of her father, and assures us that her grandmother Anna was the soul of the plot. In the palace of the Comneni, councils were held daily, and the virile mother directed the movements of her sons. It was a time of great anxiety. One night Nicephorus invited Alexis and Isaac to his banquet, and Anna depicts them nervously glancing round them during the meal for the guards or assassins who might have been summoned to dispatch them. But Alexis, a master of ruse and insinuation, won the emperor, and when a charge of treason was afterwards brought against him, he easily cleared himself. At last a message came to the mansion of the Comneni from Maria that Barylas, one of the Slav ministers, intended to seize the throne and put out the eyes of Alexis, and it was decided that the time had come for the action. Alexis hastily made a tour of the city, persuading some, bribing others, until he had a large number of officers and senators bound by secret oath to support him. Anna, meantime, made preparations for the flight of the family during the night. The chief weakness of their position was that a young relative of the emperor had recently married a young girl of their family and lived with a tutor in an outlying part of their mansion. Anna, regarding the tutor as a spy, locked them in their rooms when they were asleep, and before dawn the whole Comneni family set out on foot to cross the city. At that hour of the night there was little watch in Constantinople, and the nervous band, the mother, the two brothers with their wives, children, and sisters, and a few servants, passed safely and silently down the colonnaded main street as far as the Forum of Constantine, where horses awaited the men. They bade each other farewell in the darkness of the early spring morning, and the brothers galloped to the Blacherne palace, where they broke into the stables, chose the swiftest horses, hamstrung the rest of the horses, and fled to the army which awaited them in Thrace. The women and children made their way noiselessly back along the Messe to the cathedral. As they went along the street, the glare of a torch appeared in the distance, and they found themselves inconveniently accosted by the tutor spy. Anna kept her presence of mind, however. They had heard, she said, that they were accused of some crime, and they were going at once to St. Sophia, but as soon as the day broke, they would go to the palace to demand justice, and she begged the tutor to go on to the palace to announce their intention. As soon as he had gone, they made for the house of Bishop Nicholas, an annex of the cathedral into which fugitives were admitted during the night. Rousing the doorkeeper, they announced themselves. They were all heavily veiled, as a party of women who had just landed at the quays from the east, and who would render thanks to the Almighty before repairing to their homes. They were admitted to the church, and, when the officers of the infuriated emperor arrived, in the early morning, they found that nothing less than a violation of the sanctuary would put the women in the power of Nicephorus. Anna, in fact, clung to the gates of the sanctuary and exclaimed that the soldiers would have to cut off her hands to remove her from the church as the Slav ministers threatened. Isaac's wife, Irene, an Iberian princess like her cousin Maria, followed the example of her mother-in-law, and we must imagine the younger Irene and the children standing by, with large and tearful blue eyes, taking their first lesson in Byzantine politics. Nicephorus temporized and swore to spare their lives. Anna shrewdly stipulated that his oath should be taken on the large cross which the Sybarite emperor always wore, and when this had been brought and the oath guaranteed to them, the women passed from the church to the palace fortress monastery at Petrion on the Golden Horn. There they were soon joined by the wife and mother-in-law of George Palaeologus, a dashing young commander who had fled with the Comneni, and by sharing their delicate meats and wines liberally with their jailers, they secured a constant account of the progress of the insurgent brothers. They heard presently that Alexis and Isaac had safely reached the camp in Thrace, and that it had needed only a little further intrigue on the part of Alexis for the troops to proclaim him emperor. The next news of importance was that the brothers were encamped with their troops on the higher ground without the city walls, and Nicephorus was distracted and terrified. But we may tell in few words the success of the Comneni. The formidable walls of Constantinople were held by the Varangian guards and immortals, on whose blind fidelity a ruling and paying emperor could always rely. But the extravagance of Nicephorus had in 3 years exhausted the treasury. Its doors stood open for any man to enter the empty building. The troops were few, and uncertain mercenaries had to be enlisted in the defense. Alexis bribed the German soldiers who held the tower overlooking the Blacherne gate, and at dawn of Maundy Thursday, 1081, his troops poured into the city. It is one of the few points in favor of Alexis that he here made a very human blunder which might have cost him his life and his ambition. Instead of holding his troops to scatter the guards who had retreated upon the palace, he rode at once to Petrion to see that the women were safe, and his soldiers, a motley and savage crowd of Thracian and Macedonian mercenaries, spread with fiendish delight over the city, violating nuns in the monasteries and burdening themselves with wine and loot. Palaeologus saved them by a bold and crafty seizure of the fleet, cutting off the emperor's retreat to Asia. Nicephorus wavered between the vigorous counsels of his ministers and the command of the patriarch that he should abdicate and prevent civil war, but his hesitation enabled the troops to rally, and, with a melancholy farewell to his perfumed baths and opulent banquets, he suffered himself to be shipped to the opposite shore and shaved into a monk. The Empress Maria is described as trembling in her palace during these critical days of the Holy Week, clinging to her boy Constantine, a pretty 7-year-old lad with curly golden hair and pink and white complexion. Alexis had apparently deceived her, and the Comnenian women would have little consideration for her. For some days, however, she remained in quiet possession of her apartments, and a very keen discussion took place in Constantinople as to the intentions of Alexis. He had put Irene with her mother and sisters in the lower and older palace, while he, his mother, brother, and other relations had taken residence in the more important Bucolian palace by the water. Did he propose to put away his dull wife and wed the riper beauty? Such things had happened before, and the careful reader of Anna Comnena's discreet narrative will easily believe that that was the intention or the disposition of Alexis. He had treated Irene with coldness and disdain, other chroniclers tell us, and been unfaithful to her. But the little Irene had her party, or Maria had her enemies, and the indecision of Alexis was forced. Palaeologus drew up the fleet before Bucolion. When Alexis sent orders to him that the sailors must not acclaim Irene, he boldly replied that he had not done all this for Alexis but for Irene, and her name rolled from galley to galley. Next the Caesar John Ducas intervened and urged Maria to retire. Probably he sought favor with Anna. Alexis still hesitated, and Irene was not crowned with him. Speculation in the city was now seething, but a curious circumstance soon ended the hesitation of Alexis. His mother was devoted to monks generally, and one in particular she so esteemed that she insisted on his being appointed at once Patriarch of Constantinople. The actual Patriarch, Cosmas, swore that he would not resign in favor of the monk until he had crowned Irene, and Anna had now an additional incentive to press her son. Within a week of the coronation of Alexis, the second coronation took place, and Irene began to share the bed and the throne of her husband. The last hope of Maria had gone down before her more virile and older antagonist, and she prepared to retire. Her son, Constantine, was clothed with the imperial dignity, and an imperial rescript, written in the red or purple ink, and signed with the golden seal of the emperor, guaranteed their safety. With this precious document, Maria retired, accompanied by her son, to a somewhat remote palace in the imperial domain, and we may briefly dismiss her from the story. Some years later, a pretext was found to remove her from her semi-imperial state and lodge her in a monastery. Her last recorded act is that she bethought herself of her first and real husband, who still lived in Constantinople, as titular bishop of Ephesus, and asked and obtained forgiveness. Alexis now hastened to form about his throne a bulwark of loyal and richly rewarded friends, and the court resounded with sonorous new titles and glittered with new insignia. Another noble, Nicephorus Melissenus, had sought the throne at the same time as Alexis. He was disarmed with the dignity of Caesar and the remote governorship of Thessalonica. Isaac received the newly created dignity of Sebastocrator. Michael Taronita, who had married the sister of Alexis, rejoiced in the opulent name of Panhypersebastos, and the younger brothers were created Protosebastos and Sebastos. When we recollect that the wife of each had a corresponding title and state, we appreciate the splendor of the processions which now constantly fed the enthusiasm of Constantinople. For a time, however, life in the palace wore a humorously mournful complexion. The appalling outrages of Alexis's troops had sown bitterness in the minds of the people, and the memory of them had to be obliterated. Any other emperor would have at once provided a glorious series of chariot races, and flung golden showers from his chariot. Alexis Comnenus found a less expensive device, unless we care to attribute the scheme to his mother, whom he consulted. The new patriarch was humbly begged to impose a penance on all the royal inmates of the palace, and he decided that 40 days of fasting and prayer would efface the stain. Alexis himself generously went beyond the letter of the penance. He slept nightly on the ground and wore a hair shirt, and took care that all the citizens knew it. His brothers, his mother, and the other women of the family embraced their share of the imposition, and for 5 or 6 weeks the Bucolian palace resembled a monastery. End of section 17. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 18 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 12, Part 2. Irene and Anna Comnena. When the period of mourning came to an end, Alexis turned to face the numerous and pressing enemies of his empire, and his mother became the active ruler. Her granddaughter would have us believe that the elder Anna had no ambition to wield power. She was disposed to retire at once into a monastery, and it was only in obedience to a solemn decree of Alexis that she consented to remain in the palace and use the powers of her absent son. But Anna Comnena, the royal historian, possessed in a considerable degree the faculty for ruse and duplicity which distinguished her family, and we have little difficulty in seeing that the older Anna claimed and clung to power. Irene was of course still a negligible child. Anna at once set about the restoration of discipline in the palace, which had been so grossly neglected under Nicephorus and Maria. Hours were fixed for meals and prayers and the chanting of hymns, and her table was rarely without the blessing of some priest or monk, who would discuss with her the sacred books and theological issues in which she was interested. Sober in diet, liberal to the poor and the church, awake beyond the hours of most mortals, with her long prayers, yet up early in the morning for those imperial duties which the golden bull of her son had laid on her, Anna was at least not unworthy of the power she had intrigued to secure. We must, however, not exaggerate her political influence. A few years later we find Alexis, when he sets out for the field, entrusting the reins of government to his brother, and no doubt Isaac generally controlled the administration. Of Irene we hear little until the latter part of her husband's reign, when her services as nurse make him appreciate her value. In spite of the glowing assurances of their daughter, we perceive confidently that Irene was slighted, both by the mother and the son, and we shall ultimately find her dismissing him from the world with an assurance of her profound disdain. For 2 years the chronicles are silent about her, and the one reference to her in 20 years is that she bore children to her spouse. As Christmas approached in 1083, she began to feel the first pangs of travail. Alexis was expected home from his campaign against Robert Guiscard in 2 days, and Anna Comnena, who is not hypersensitive in her narrative, relates that the young mother signed her body with a cross and said, "Stay where you are, my boy, until your father arrives." It was not a boy, but the historian herself who saw the light 2 days later, and Anna, a fierce and murderous rebel against her brother, asks us to applaud her very early practice of the virtue of obedience. In view of this silence concerning the empresses, we will hold ourselves dispensed from following Alexis through the campaigns, plots and counterplots of the next 20 years. 5 years were spent in struggle with Robert Guiscard of Italy, 5 in repelling the wild Patinacs of Scythia, 5 more in suppressing conspiracies or alleged conspiracies against the throne. It may seem ungenerous to suspect that the hard-working Alexis invented these conspiracies in order to rid his camp and court of suspected relatives or nobles, but Byzantine historians not obscurely hint such a suspicion. One conspiracy only need be related, since Irene appears on the stage at the time. Some years after his accession to the throne, the date is uncertain, Alexis consented to the retirement of his mother into the monastery, to which her granddaughter says her heart had always turned. Very probably Irene, as she grew to womanhood, resented the older woman's restraint and piety, and insisted on her removal. She died a nun a few years afterwards. From that time Alexis drew nearer to Irene, and used to take her with him on his campaigns. In 1092 or 1093 there was trouble in Dalmatia, and Irene accompanied her husband and shared his tent in the camp. It was noticed with some alarm by the officers that Nicephorus Diogenes, son of Eudocia, who had received imperial dignity in his infancy and might aspire to regain it, pitched his tent nearer to that of the emperor than courtesy permitted. Alexis scouted their suspicions and retired to rest with Irene. But in the middle of the night the maid who was engaged in keeping the flies or other insects off the royal sleepers aroused them with the news that Nicephorus had entered the tent with a drawn sword. One hesitates to say which is the more remarkable, that there should be no guard to the imperial tent, or that Alexis should take no notice of this attempt on his life. A few days later, Anna assures us Nicephorus renewed the attempt, and was detected with drawn sword near the emperor's bath. He was now put to the torture and provided a list of nobles who were obnoxious to the emperor and were duly punished. It is interesting to find that the ex-empress Maria was included among the conspirators, and it was possibly on that occasion that she was sent to a nunnery. But the narrated details of the conspiracy are so clumsy, and the issue proved so profitable to Alexis, that historians regarded with grave suspicion. We come next to the page of Byzantine history which is least unfamiliar to English readers, the page restored to life by Sir Walter Scott in his Count Robert of Paris. But profoundly important as the passage of the First Crusaders is in the Byzantine history, and in the biography of Alexis, we have no decent pretext to enlarge on that fascinating episode in a biography of the Empresses. We need say only that Irene trembled with her husband, or more than her husband, at the formidable tide of the invasion. Thinking to secure a few thousand spears to assist him in his warfare with the Turks, Alexis had added a pathetic if not hypocritical plea to the eloquence of Peter the Hermit. The response was in 1096 a devouring and destructive army of locusts, a flood of 300,000 men, women and children, who, before they could be persuaded to cross the straits and leave their bones on the plains of Asia Minor, gravely embarrassed the Byzantine court. In their train came a more formidable menace. Godfrey of Bouillon, Robert of Flanders, the princes of Western chivalry, with their hawks and hounds and ladies and their vast hordes of hungry and blustering men-at-arms. Their suspicions, ferocious outbursts, disdain and greed of wealth called out every diplomatic resource at the command of Alexis, and few will do more than smile at his duplicity in such circumstances. At one moment, when it was rumored in their camp without the walls that Alexis had imprisoned some of their leaders, they flung themselves against the city, and a howl of terror was heard from Blackerne to the Sea of Marmara. How Alexis astutely drew them from the fascinations of his capital, and hovered in their rear, jackal-like, to recover the towns from which they expelled the Turk, and at last brought on a conflict of Latin and Greek, must be read in history. 7 further years of the reign of Alexis and Irene passed in these adventures. The next decade was full of war against Bohemond, son of his former antagonist Robert Guiscard, and other crusaders. In the course of the war, in 1105, we again catch a glimpse of Irene, who accompanied Alexis to the camp of Thessalonica. Apropos of the journey, her daughter, who was now a mature eyewitness of events, depicts Irene's character in phrases which we read with some discretion. She was, it seems, so devoted to the reading of sacred books, the conversation of holy men, and the discharge of her domestic duties, that she was reluctant to make these journeys. Indeed, she could never appear in public without a nervous blush. It is not like the Irene whom we shall know more fully anon, but her husband needed her, and she obeyed. Plotters and conspirators surrounded him, and he suffered acutely from gout in the feet. Of the constant plots Anna offers no explanation. It is not from her that we learn how Alexis so far debased the coinage that his gold pieces, almost entirely bronze, were a thing of contempt throughout Europe, how he further oppressed his subjects with monopolies, and how savagely he could at times treat malcontents and heretics. His gout, however, she is eager to explain. It was due not to any generosity of diet, but to an injury to his knee in early years, aggravated by the stupid barbarians of the West, the Crusaders, who kept the sacred emperor standing for hours to listen to their unceasing torrents of talk. So Irene had to accompany her husband to chafe his poignant limbs when the gout racked him, and to scare away conspirators. She traveled with great modesty in a litter borne by 2 mules, and so enwrapped with purple that her divine body was not visible. In the following year a conspiracy was detected at Constantinople. A wealthy senator named Solomon and 4 brothers of Saracenic origin were the chief plotters, and the treasury was enriched by their fortunes. Solomon's mansion was given to Irene, who is said to have restored it to the wife of the senator. For once Anna admits that her father could be truculent. Anna was at the window of the palace overlooking the forum, or the streets near it, when the soldiers and mob passed with the 4 brother conspirators. They were mounted on oxen and were derisively adorned with the horns and entrails of oxen by the theatrical folk to whom they had been entrusted before their eyes were put out. From another historian we learn that the hair had already been torn by means of pitch from their heads and chins. Anna called her mother, and the 2 women forced Alexis to put an end to the horrible display and spare the prisoner's eyes. A year or 2 later, Irene is said to have saved her husband's life from fresh conspirators. She had again set out with him for Thessalonica, and as they camped at Psilos on the way, a plot was formed to murder Alexis as soon as Irene should return to the city. Alexis would not part with her, and the impatient conspirators threw a parchment in his tent, deriding him for his reluctance to take the field and urging the dismissal of Irene. Shortly afterwards, a more violent diatribe was placed under their bed while they slept, but one of Irene's eunuchs was on guard and arrested the man who betrayed the plotters. Then the end of Bohemond put an end to the war in the west, and the indefatigable emperor turned to face the Turks and the Crusaders, who had settled in the east. Irene became seriously ill when she accompanied Alexis to the Chersonesus in 1112, yet we find her with him at Philippopolis in the following year. Irene was a little more than a nurse to the gouty monarch during these campaigns, yet we must, in order to understand her last fierce word to him, glance for a moment at the conduct she observed in him. She had for years seen how he conducted wars and diplomacy, chiefly by guile and deceit, and she now saw how he converted heretics. A few years before he had set out to refute the tenets of the Bogomilians, one of the many sects mingling Eastern and Western ideas, in which age after age the Protestant feeling against the superstitions and corruption of the Greek Church found expression. By the use of torture, Alexis discovered that the leader of the sect was a staid and venerable monk named Basil, invited the monk to visit him in the palace, and by a grossly hypocritical pretense that he himself leaned to the sect, induced him to talk freely of their doctrines. When he had vomited his heresy, Alexis drew aside the curtain and showed the man that a shorthand writer had secretly taken down his words. Basil was imprisoned, and Alexis spent hours in argumentation with him. And a few years later, the arch-satrap of Satan and large numbers of his followers were burned alive for refusing to see the force of the imperial logic. Similar tactics were now adopted at Philippopolis, where Alexis and Irene spent the greater part of 1113. It was an important seat of the Paulicians, a modified Manichaean sect, and Alexis spent days in disputation with their leaders. When persuasion failed, he resorted to bribery and coercion. These few instances will suffice to illustrate the relations of Irene and Alexis, and we may hasten to the final scene. The last years were occupied with a campaign against the Turks, but Alexis was now seriously ill, and the enemy advanced and reviled him for his cowardice. In their camp they bore about a bed, with an effigy of Alexis, pretending that gouty feet prevented him from taking the field. Irene was awakened one night with the news that the Turks were upon them, and Alexis was forced to let her return to the capital. There is no doubt that she accompanied Alexis on these later campaigns only because he compelled her, and one wonders whether he was not afraid to leave her in the palace. He retreated and recalled her at once to Nicodemia. Here she found that his own subjects were singing on the streets comic songs about the gout of the great emperor and his flight before the Turks. He was undoubtedly very ill, and in the spring of 1118 he was brought back to the palace to die. Then arose a fierce struggle for the throne. Anna Comnena, the princess born in 1083, had been betrothed in her tender years to the Empress Maria's pretty boy Constantine. The boy died, however, and in time she was married to the distinguished and ambitious noble Nicephorus Bryennius, who received the title of Caesar and then that of Panhypersebatos, the august above all others. Bryennius was a scholar, Anna a prodigy of female learning, a cyclopedia of arts and philosophy, a most imposing writer, and, strange to say, a spirited and ambitious princess. The brilliance of this imperial pair dazzled the court and the capital, and it was very naturally suggested that the crowns could not be placed on wiser and more fitting heads than theirs. Such was the opinion of Irene. But Alexis and Irene had 3 sons, John, Andronicus, and Isaac, and 3 daughters, Maria, Eudocia, and Theodora, besides the gifted Anna, and the crown belonged by such right as was recognized in Byzantium to the eldest son. John was a plain, quiet youth, of, as events proved, sterling character and no ostentation. His father appreciated him, though few others knew him. He observed with sullen eyes the efforts of his mother to displace him, and secretly engaged officers and nobles to support him against her, and Irene retorted by forbidding them to have any intercourse with John. This struggle was now to reach the height of passion round the deathbed of the emperor. The last 10 pages of Anna's narrative give a vivid account of the progress of her father's illness. She was appointed to a kind of presidency over the skilled medical men who were summoned from all parts of the empire to check the mysterious illness of a gouty old man of 70. I will quote only that when relics failed to improve his condition, they applied a red-hot iron to his stomach, to counterpoise the pain at the extremities, perhaps, and when this brought about no relief, removed him to the Mangana Palace, near what is now known as the Seraglio Point. Irene watched her husband night and day, carefully excluding John, and although the monks assured her that he would live to visit the Holy Sepulchre, she shed more tears than the waters of the Nile, Anna says. In the afternoon of 15th August 1118, Alexis lay dying on his purple couch. The description of the scene which closes Anna's narrative has reached us only in a torn and fragmentary condition, but the chronicle of the monk Zonaras, who lived about this date, is full and authoritative, and it is supported by the chronicle of Nicetas. Their account of that last scene in the life of Alexis shows that Anna Comnena crowns her work with a masterpiece of deliberate lying. She depicts her mother overwhelmed with sorrow at the impending loss of her husband, crying that thrones and crowns are vanity, and calling for the black robe of a nun, if not actually shearing her golden tresses before the last breath has left her husband's body. Of the real features of the scene, there is merely a faint and vague report that John is hurrying to the main palace and the city is disturbed. The truth is less touching, more dramatic. Availing himself of a temporary absence of his mother, probably bribing the guards, John entered the room and approached the bed of the dying and speechless monarch. Alexis was still conscious, but whether he gave his ring to John or the son detached it from his finger, the chroniclers are not agreed. No doubt Alexis was too feeble to detach and give it, and merely looked assent when John detached it. Alexis had always favored John. By the time Irene returned, John was galloping across the imperial domain to the chief palace, either Daphne or, more probably, Bucolion, and the Empress was furious. She angrily observed to Alexis that his son was seizing the throne while he yet lived. Alexis, feebly and equivocally, though some writers say that he smiled, lifted his hands and eyes toward heaven, as if to intimate that there was the only throne about which he was now concerned. Nicephorus Bryennius was summoned, and Irene urged him to unite with her in claiming the throne. He refused, and she returned to her husband. The last words, loudly and sharply spoken, which she gave the dying man were, "Husband, while you lived, you were full of guile, saying one thing and thinking another. You are no better now that you are dying." We may assume that Alexis had deceived her about the succession. He died that evening so completely deserted that there were no ministers to perform the ceremonial services over his remains. The interest had passed to the main palace. John had found before the door a regiment of the Varangians, who, even when he showed his father's ring, refused to allow him to enter. But they grounded their formidable two-edged axes and stood aside when he swore, a false oath, that his father was already dead and had appointed him successor. He at once secured the palace and the crown, and the reign of Irene Comnena was over. The hope of Anna Comnena shattered. John would not even issue to attend the funeral of Alexis, so determined he was to hold the palace. The women were bitten by the quiet, ugly little youth they had despised, and a few words of the chroniclers dismissed them from the stage of history. Irene, changing her name to that of Xeni, retired to a monastery which she had built in the city. Curiously enough, a manuscript copy of the rules of this monastery has survived and been published, so that we have an interesting glimpse of Irene's later years and of the monastic life of the time. The inmates were to number between 30 and 40, were to sleep in a common dormitory, and were to elect a prefect. Besides the steward, who was to be a eunuch, and the two chaplains who must be monks and eunuchs, no man was ever to enter the monastery, and the reception of visitors was strictly controlled. There was midnight office to be chanted, and the remaining offices and meals and other details were planned much as in a modern convent, a Latin word unknown in the East. Each nun was permitted to have a bath once a month. Irene little dreamed when she sanctioned this ascetic scheme, that she would one day be forced to adopt it. But the last glimpse we catch of her in the chronicles suggests that she did not embrace it in all its rigor. 15 years later, when another Irene came from the west to wed the Emperor Manuel, she noticed among the crowd of notabilities who welcomed her in the city an aged lady whose dark monastic robe was relieved by strips of purple and edges of gold. When she asked the name of this royal nun, she learned that it was the widow of the great Alexis. Probably Irene tempered the diet and prayers, as well as the robe of the monastery. She was then 77 years old, and cannot have lived much longer. Anna Comnena seems to have retained her liberty and rank at the accession of her brother. He soon proved his worthiness of the crown, and the corrupt nobles and ministers, shrinking from his inflexible justice, gathered darkly about Anna and Bryennius. Anna was the most active spirit in the plot, and it would have succeeded but for the irresolution or humanity of Bryennius. The doorkeeper of the palace was bribed, and John might have been murdered in his bed. When Bryennius failed to use the advantage, Anna turned upon him with fury. Nicetas tells us that she complained in somewhat obscene language that nature had made her a woman and him a man. John was content to confiscate their property, though when he gave Anna's luxurious palace and all it contained to his Turkish minister, that strange type of Byzantine official begged his master to lay aside his anger and permit him to restore the palace to Anna. Some years later she entered her mother's monastery, probably when her husband died in 1128, and lived there at least 20 years, writing her famous work, the Alexiad, a chronicle of her father's deeds. That work, affected, insincere and ambitious, reflects the character of its author, nor can its lavish use of the art of suppressing some facts and enlarging others efface from our memory the ignoble attitude of Irene and Anna by the bedside of the dying Alexis and toward his legitimate heir. End of section 18. Recording by Mike Botes.
Section 19 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Marabe. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 13, Part 1. A Breath of Chivalry. Our last chapter introduced the chivalry of the West into the East, and, as numbers of the princes of the West remained and set up principalities in the East, and mingled with it in matrimonial alliance, the hope may be entertained that at last we shall witness some signal alteration of the Greek character. The more informed reader, who knows how the severe historians of recent times have washed much of the color from the days of chivalry, whose acquaintance with that epoch extends beyond the idols of the king, will, perhaps, not expect any transformation of the character of the East. I will not anticipate the verdict. We have reached a time when the ideas and sentiments of the Western knights make a marked impression on the minds and ways of the East, and it will be interesting to see what types of women now arise. I shall therefore not confine myself rigidly, in this chapter, to those women who are fortunate enough to attain the supreme title, but include in the survey a number of princesses who, in various ways, approach the throne. John the Handsome, as the citizens of Constantinople came to call the dark and by no means handsome young emperor they had now obtained, does not provide us with an empress of distinct or interesting character. His wife Irene, a daughter of Vratislav, king of Hungary, was too virtuous to leave a mark in the Byzantine chronicles. while her able and upright husband flung back the invaders from his territory, and essayed such improvement in its condition as his poor political faculty enabled him to achieve, she spent her days in prayer and the rearing of her family. Pearls and diamonds had no dangerous fascination for her. She maintained a modest demeanor in the pomp of the palace and gave the superfluous wealth to the poor and the monks. After bringing 5 children into the world, she died about 6 years after her coronation, and John remained a widower for the 20 further years of his arduous and exemplary reign. In the winter of 1142 to 1143, as he spent the truce from campaigning and hunting in Asia Minor, he accidentally poisoned himself with an arrow, nominated his youngest son Manuel for the succession, and died a few days afterwards. Of his 4 sons, 2, Alexis and Andronicus, had died before their father. 2, Isaac and Manuel, survived. Manuel was in the field with his father, and he at once sent to Constantinople his father's able Turkish minister to secure the throne for him, while he remained to care for and convey the royal remains. The Turk was vigorous and not unfamiliar with Byzantine history. Before a soul in Constantinople had heard of the emperor's death, he lodged the elder son, Isaac, in a safe monastery, promised an enormous sum of money to the clergy, and had the path to the throne lined with subservient courtiers when Manuel arrived. A shower of gold upon the city completed the preparation, and Manuel I, a tall, handsome, vigorous, and fairly cultivated youth, took in hand the reins of the empire. The spirit of Western chivalry had found an apt pupil in Manuel, and his robust frame, reckless daring, and fiery passions made him at once a brother of the Crusaders and their Eastern descendants. For generations, men told of his feats of strength and boldness. His first empress was the daughter of the Count of Sulzbach, an important Bavarian noble, and sister to the wife of Conrad, the ruling emperor of Germany. Bertha had been betrothed to Manuel before the death of his father, and some time after his coronation she was conducted from the humble castle of her father to the world-famed splendor of Constantinople. Her name was to be changed to Irene, and she must have had a momentary shudder when an aged lady, whose dark nun's robe was faintly edged with royal purple and gold, was introduced to her, among the welcoming crowd, as the great Irene who had once occupied the throne. But the impression was effaced by the brilliance of the marriage ceremonies and the manly beauty of her imperial husband. He returned at once to the field and spent a considerable time in expelling the Persian invaders. After that, he remained a few years in his capital, attempting to reform the court and the administration, and the royal spouses came to know, and probably dislike, each other. Manuel had the vices as well as the virtues of a Western knight. Irene had no vices, and her virtues were old-fashioned. The emergence of these modest and tender young women, such as the last 2 Irenes, from the courts of Central Europe, warns us to refrain from thinking that chivalry everywhere meant gaiety and license of conduct. Irene had no love of luxury or of the breaking of lances. Such comeliness as she had, she declined to adorn with perfumes and fine silks, placing her ideal in the practice of church virtues and the quiet performance of a mother's duties. But Manuel had the eye and the blood of unrestrained youth, and he soon wandered from his cold and passive spouse to other women of the court. His elder brother, Andronicus, had left 3 fascinating daughters, and 2 of these were of a temper to welcome the freer and livelier spirit which Manuel encouraged. The eldest of the 3, Maria, confined herself to a sober marriage, but Theodora became the acknowledged lover of the emperor, her uncle, and the youngest, Eudocia, was even more flagrantly connected with the emperor's cousin, Andronicus, one of the most handsome, most daring, and most unscrupulous nobles of the time. Andronicus, who in time ascended the throne, will engage us with his lady-loves presently. For the moment, we have only to note that the Comneni princesses lived at court without pretense of restraint. Manuel frowned when he heard that his cousin met what little expostulation was made with the cheerful assurance that he felt it his duty to imitate the example and copy the taste of his sovereign, but Manuel had himself too little self-control to dismiss Theodora. The clergy were, at the time, too corrupt and subservient to interfere, and the courtiers are contemptuously dismissed by the historian Finlay as a herd of knaves. The chief minister, a keen financier and most successful extortioner, was known to sell in the market, even 2 or 3 times over, the choice fish or game which suitors presented to him. The favorite minister, John Camateros, was a handsome man of gigantic stature, who enjoyed the repute of drinking more wine and retaining a clearer head than any man of his time. He won a bet off the emperor by emptying at 2 draughts an immense porphyry vase full of water. Such were the character and pursuits of the court into which the virtuous Irene had entered, and in which she remained a silent and despised figure for 14 years. The Second Crusade, led by her brother-in-law Conrad, passed through Constantinople on its way to destruction without altering her condition. Manuel was not less unwilling than his people to cheat the despised Westerners, and further seeds of bitterness were sown in the soil of the time. Irene lingered on for some years, while Manuel waged his endless campaigns against Sicilians, Servians, Scythians, and Turks, or flung himself into hunts and tournaments for the entertainment of his mistress and her friends. Then, about the year 1158, Irene died, leaving a young daughter, a second daughter having died in infancy, to the care of her boisterous spouse. For his second wife, Manuel turned to the Latin nobility who had settled in Syria. During a recent campaign in the east, he had joined with the Latins in a tournament at Antioch, and made a deep impression on them by his personal bravery, the golden trappings of his charger, and the embroidered silk tunics and mantles of his suite. He begged Baldwin III, King of Jerusalem, to choose for him a bride among the Latin nobility, and professed that he would abide by Baldwin's choice. Baldwin selected Melisende, sister of Raymond, Count of Tripoli, on the Phoenician coast, and legates were sent to obtain the ready consent of her father and inquire carefully into the lady's morals and physical condition. The sad story of Melisende's disappointment is very differently told by the Greek and the Latin historians. According to the Eastern writers, Melisende passed the tests of Manuel's legates, and for some months the city of Tripoli was enlivened by the preparations for exalted marriage. The most splendid clothing, plate, and jewels that the family and principality of Raymond could provide were contributed to her trousseau, and no less than 12 large galleys, laden with her treasures, lay beside the imperial trireme at the quays. The day of departure came, and the princess bade farewell to her proud relatives, but the ships had not advanced far from port when Melisende became so ill that they were forced to return. She recovered, and they set sail again, but the mysterious illness returned, and as often as they attempted to convey her across the seas, she became livid with sickness or burning with fever. The legates then made a closer inquiry of a local soothsayer, found that there was a grave flaw in the genealogical tree of the princess, and departed without her. There is no doubt that this story is a malignant untruth, published by the Greeks in order to cover the heartless vacillation of their emperor. The Latin historian of the time in the East, William of Tyre, tells a simpler story. Manuel's legates lingered at Tripoli, month after month, until Raymond angrily asked them to either to convey his daughter or refund the cost of the preparations. They then fled secretly, offering no reason whatever for the desertion, and the only consolation afforded to the wounded Melisende was that her father handed over her 12 bridal galleys to a band of pirates and sent them to spread their terrible ravages along the Greek coasts and islands. We know little of Melisende. She may have been a woman of mature years, and one of the most lamentable signs of the abandonment of the times was the eagerness of monarchs and nobles for child brides. Manuel had discovered a child of ravishing beauty in the court of Antioch. Maria, daughter of Raymond of Poitou, the Prince of Antioch, must have been in her early teens when Manuel's legates reported her beauty to him. Her mother, Constance, and stepfather, Reginald of Châtillon, a French adventurer, eagerly welcomed the alliance of the powerful Manuel, and the young girl was conveyed on a gilded galley to Constantinople and married to Manuel in or about 1161, with the utmost splendor. She received the imperial title, but she naturally escapes the notice of chroniclers during the next 10 years, and we may assume that Manuel continued to entertain his more mature niece, who bore him a son and was rewarded with one of the most luxurious palaces in the city. Craft as Constantinople was, an illegitimate son could not hope to wear the purple, and Manuel was concerned about the succession. He betrothed his daughter Maria, daughter of Irene, to the younger brother of the King of Hungary, but 6 years later Maria retired to the Porphyra Palace, and Manuel, a keen student of astrology, consulted the heavens with feverish anxiety. The conjunction of the planets was auspicious at the hour of delivery. The child proved to be a son and heir, and the wildest rejoicing filled the court and city. From that time, Maria became mistress in reality as well as name, and Theodora passes from the chronicles. The Hungarian prince, who awaited his marriage and elevation in the court, was wedded to Philippa of Antioch, and the nobles were summoned to swear allegiance to Maria and the infant Alexis. The Princess Maria, Manuel's daughter, was now thrust aside as of no political importance, and was suffered to continue celibate and sad at the court until the leisure of old age permitted her father to reflect on his neglect of her. 10 further years of warfare occupy the chronicles, and leave no room for the mention of princesses and empresses. Then the tireless and restless monarch begins to show signs of age, and we prepare for the crisis which so frequently brings the imperial woman more prominently before us. Manuel's last campaign had been overcast by grave disasters. He had lost the vigor of youth, and had never possessed any large and orderly power of controlling events. Weary and saddened, he concluded an indecisive peace with the Turk, and returned to ensure the succession to the throne. His legitimate son Alexis was now, in the year 1180, turned 12 years old, and therefore, in view of the political circumstances and the lax feeling of the time, fit for marriage. Some years before, Manuel had learned from one of the crusaders that Louis of France had a beautiful young daughter, and legates were sent to ask her hand for Alexis. One reads with strange feelings that the child was only 7 years old when, in the spring of 1180, she was wedded to Alexis in the ancient palace of Daphne. We shall see to what assorted fate this premature marriage to a helpless boy exposed her. From the Latin writers, we learn that her name was Agnes, but it seems to have been changed to Anna, as the Greeks always call her, at her marriage. She at once received the imperial title, and must have seemed a strange young figure in the stiff gold cloth garments and rich root jewels of a Byzantine empress. It is interesting to notice that the thought of matrimony reminded Manuel of his celibate and sad daughter Maria. She was now in her 31st year. A spouse was found for her in a handsome 17-year-old Western youth, Rainer, son of the Marquis of Montferrat, and they were married with pomp at the Blachernae Palace. But the character of Maria will presently become clearer to us, and we shall see that it does not call for sympathy. Weary and ill as Manuel was, he had by no means the idea that he was preparing for death in making these arrangements. The astrologers, in whom he put supreme confidence, assured him that he would yet live 14 years, and he looked forward to rising from his bed, and once more dashing with lance and sword against the Turks or Persians. A few months spent in his capital must have shaken his confidence. 35 years of strenuous war had added no material security to his empire and had alienated his subjects. Vast sums had been wrung from them, but they had passed into the purses of soldiers, foreigners, monks, and astrologers, and the civil framework of the vast empire was in a state of decay. Men spoke with bitterness of the superb palaces, their ceilings plated with gold, their walls lined with mosaic representations of the emperor's victories, which Manuel had added to the imperial town. He grew somber, his illness increased, and one day in September he felt his own pulse and concluded that he was sinking. Impetuous to the last, he slapped his thigh and called for the robe of a monk. He at once exchanged his purple for the rough cloth, gave his signature to a condemnation of astrology, and bade farewell to the world. He died a few days later, and the shadow of tragedy began to creep over the gold-roofed halls in which his young widow and the child bride of his son played with the imperial toys, while men looked on with dark and selfish designs. The character of the Empress Maria is obscured for us by the somewhat conflicting reports or suggestions of the authorities. Finlay says that she at once retired to a monastery, and, although I can find no direct authority for this, she is so frequently named seen in later passages that one may conclude that she took the veil and changed her name. The next statement about her, however, is little in accord with this. The central and most powerful person at the court after the death of Manuel was Alexis, brother of the sisters Theodora and Eudocia, whose amours had enlivened the court. Now advanced in years, but ambitious, covetous, and luxurious, he became the virtual ruler of the empire. A somewhat repulsive picture is drawn of his efforts to maintain himself in sufficient health to enjoy the sensual rewards of his position, and it is added that he contracted a liaison with Manuel's young widow. we are quite free to reject this sordid suggestion as a calumny of those who sought to displace her or of those who afterwards murdered her, but it must be recollected that we have arrived at a period of grosser immorality than ever. It is essential only to observe that she was closely allied to Alexis, the minister, and was accused of intimacy with him. The Emperor Alexis, who was only 13 years old at his coronation, was a flippant and heedless boy. The base and astute intriguers about him encouraged him to spend his time in hunting, or drinking, or dressing in imperial finery. On the other hand, his sister Maria, the daughter of Manuel, now began to display a dangerous ambition and an unscrupulous character. The supposed intimacy of the Empress and Alexis alarmed her. She feared, or affected to fear, that Alexis would marry Maria and seize the throne. She therefore conspired with her relatives and sent assassins to make an end of Alexis as he hunted in the country. Presently, however, a messenger returned, not with the head of the minister, but with the news that he had discovered the plot and was returning to wreak his vengeance. Maria and her young husband fled to St. Sophia, and as the crowd gathered in the church at the news, she loudly and bitterly harangued them on the scandalous vices of the empress and the licentious dotage of her uncle. A judicious distribution of money opened the ears of the clergy and the mob to her charges, and she grew bolder. When the emperor, or his minister, threatened to drag her from the church, she enlisted a troop of Italian gladiators and Iberian soldiers and, before the clergy could follow her furious proceedings, turned the cathedral into a fortified citadel and egged on the mob to loot the mansions of Alexis and his friends. On 7th May, the troops issued from the palace, and a bloody battle was fought at the entrance to St. Sophia, but the horrified clergy now intervened, and Maria and her husband were allowed to return in safety to the palace. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Marabe. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 13, Part 2. A Breath of Chivalry. On this squabble of hawks there now descended a veritable eagle of intrigue, and a brief account of his story will greatly add to our knowledge of the noble women of the time. I have previously mentioned that, while Manuel made love to his niece Theodora, her sister Eudocia was the mistress of Manuel's cousin, Andronicus, one of the most romantic figures in history. Andronicus Comnenus, in whom the great line of the Comneni comes to an appalling end, was one of the most handsome, most robust, most fascinating, and most unscrupulous men of his age. Tall and massive of build, tender and engaging in countenance, endowed with a voice of singular strength and sweetness, and an easy flow of language, he could enslave any woman on whom his heart was set, and it was set on many. Sober in diet and drink, he would avoid the revels and carouses of his brother officers and spend hours of delight in reading the rugged epistles of St. Paul. But in the enjoyment of love or the pursuit of ambition he recognized no moral principle whatever, and few men ever crowded more adventure into a single career. His father was the elder brother of the Emperor John, Manuel's father, and on the accession of Manuel he was called to court. He was married, but he admitted with equal freedom the devotion of his pretty cousin Eudocia and that of other ladies of less distinction. His wife seems to have cheerfully recognized that large need of his nature, and the lips of Manuel were sealed by his own love affair. But there were men and women of the family who cherished the older ideas, and Andronicus nearly lost his life at an early date. After failing in Armenia, for he was a lax and unskillful general, he was appointed governor of some of the chief towns on the Hungarian frontier. Hither the devoted Eudocia accompanied him, and she lay in his arms one night in the tent when it was announced that her brother and brother-in-law were approaching with drawn swords. She pressed him to disguise himself in some of her garments, but he buckled on his immense sword, slit the canvas of the tent, and was deep in the neighboring forest when the young men arrived. He was next detected in treasonable correspondence with the Hungarians. Manuel overlooked his crime, but Andronicus went on to make 2 attempts on the life of his cousin, and wore so brazen a face when he was charged that he was sent in chains to Constantinople and lodged in a strong tower connected with the palace. Here he one day discovered an old and forgotten passage, almost filled with rubbish, which branched from his prison. He scooped out a hiding place in it with his hands, entered it, and concealed the entrance. When the furious search of the guards had ended and messengers had been dispatched over the empire with orders to arrest the fugitive, the emperor, unsuspecting that his cousin's wife had aided him to escape, ordered her to be lodged in the tower. No sooner had the jailers left her than the poor woman was terrified and then delighted to see the burly form of her missing husband emerge from a heap of rubbish, and they fell into each other's arms. For a long time, husband and wife lived together in the prison, but at length Andronicus escaped. His splendid frame betrayed him, and he was recaptured and enclosed in a more formidable prison. Once more he escaped and was caught, and for 9 years he remained in prison. At length he induced the boy who brought his meals to take an impression in wax of the key of his prison, while the jailers enjoyed their midday siesta. The impression was sent to his faithful wife and son, the fruit of his earlier confinement in the tower, and a key and a rope were stealthily conveyed to him. He escaped at sundown, lay in the long grass in the garden for 2 days until the search was abandoned, and took a boat at the quay by night, and reached his wife's house, where his fetters were struck off. He returned to his boat, rode to a district beyond the walls where a horse awaited him, and set out in the direction of Russia. Once again he was captured, but, as the soldiers conducted him through a forest during the night, he feigned illness and retired a few yards. After repeating the trick a few times, so that they watched him less closely, he put his mantle and hat on his stick, so that the soldiers seemed to perceive his figure crouching in the dark, and plunged into the forest. He reached Scythia in safety, and was after a time recalled by Manuel, pardoned, and after striking a few heavy blows in the wars, was made governor of Cilicia. Here a fresh chapter of his love stories opened. Eudocia had married after the vigorous intervention of her brother, and his wife seems to have entered a monastery. Endowed by Manuel with the rich revenues of the island of Cyprus, as well as the poorer proceeds of his province, he entered with alacrity the gay circle of the Latin nobles at Antioch, clothed himself in the finest embroidered silks, and kept about him a handsome suite of young courtiers. It was not long before his fascinating manner and brilliant appearance won the heart of the Princess Philippa of Antioch, a sister of the Empress Maria, and she proved to be no more scrupulous than the Greek ladies had been. William of Tyre says that he married her, but the Greek writers speak of the relation as a scandal, and the sequel favors their view. Manuel was enraged at this outrage, and because Andronicus dallied in Antioch instead of taking the field against the Armenians, and he sent a noble to replace Andronicus in his office and in the affections of Philippa. The young princess scorned the meaner figure of the new governor, but Andronicus was alarmed, and, quitting his new love with a light heart and taking with him all the imperial funds he could secure, he fled to Palestine. In the town of Acre, to which he soon repaired, he found a pretty and wealthy widow with whom he could claim a cousinship, and we are introduced to another branch of the Comneni family. Eudocia and Theodora, the frail ladies who have previously engaged our attention, were the daughters of Manuel's brother Andronicus. A third brother, Isaac, had left 6 daughters, of whom the eldest, Theodora, had been married in her 14th year to Baldwin III, king of Jerusalem. Baldwin had died 4 years afterwards, and the young widow had received the town of Acre as her estate. She was still in her early 20s, in the ripest development of her charms and her passions, when the handsome Andronicus came to tell the story of his misfortunes. From mutual consolation they quickly passed to love, and Manuel was once more infuriated to hear that his scapegrace cousin was openly fouling the honor of the family in the friendly kingdom of the Latins. He sent to Acre a secret and pressing request that the beaux yeux of his cousin should be cut out, and his dangerous person forwarded to Constantinople. But the letter fell into the hands of Theodora. She showed it to her lover, and the devoted pair packed their treasures and fled to Damascus and on to Mesopotamia. A few years, in which several children were born, were spent in this extraordinary exile by the rivers of Babylon, where the passionate love of the young ex-queen endured without regret the rude accommodation of a camp in what was almost a desert. Andronicus turned brigand when their money and jewels failed, and at the head of his little band of Arabs, raided the territory of his imperial cousin and even carried off the Christian inhabitants to be sold as slaves. His queen and he laughed at the anathema which the Greek church laid on them. At last, the governor of Trebizond, at the request of Manuel, enticed Theodora from the camp and captured her, and Andronicus sought pardon once more. We may honor the reluctance of Manuel to shed the blood of his subjects, but in the case of Andronicus it was an almost criminal weakness. That astute adventurer put a heavy iron chain round his neck, covered it with his mantle, and sank on his knees at a respectful distance from his cousin's throne. When he was pressed to come forward to receive a cousinly embrace, he opened his cloak and protested that he must be dragged by the chain to the feet of the emperor. The comedy ended in his receiving a wealthy appointment, but he was separated from Theodora and sent into a comfortable exile on the southern shores of the Black Sea. Such was the man who, after the death of Manuel, came forward as the champion of the moral principle in Byzantine honor. Manuel's daughter Maria, the virago, as Nicetas called her, appealed to him to end the scandalous rule of the Empress Maria and her reputed lover. Age had made him cautious, however, and he allowed the conflicting parties to exhaust themselves, and the young emperor fully to reveal his incapacity and unworthiness. Then he began to write indignant letters on the state of the court to the patriarch and to the provincial authorities. In his great anxiety for the welfare of the empire, he left his exile and moved nearer to Constantinople, winning many to his side by his tears and his venerable appearance. He was now a white-haired old man, approaching his 70th year, his still robust and magnificent frame made more attractive by the apparent sobering of his character. At length he reached Chalcedon, and the citizens of Constantinople went across the straits in crowds to hail the deliverer of the empire, or of the emperor, as he was careful to say. The sins of Andronicus had faded in the memories of their fathers, and they returned to the city to praise his loyalty and his demeanor. Before long they arrested the minister Alexis and put out his eyes. It remained to disarm the clergy, who had been forced to excommunicate him for enslaving Christians. When the patriarch came over to visit him, the wily hypocrite fell at his feet and kissed them, protesting that the archbishop had saved the emperor, to whose cause he was devoted. In brief, Andronicus was presently installed in the palace, and a ruthless suppression of his opponents began. Eyes were cut from their sockets, the jails were filled with nobles, and confiscated property swelled his treasury. The Princess Maria, who had appealed to him, and must now have seen her error, perished with her vigorous husband. One of the eunuchs was bribed by Andronicus to poison the food. The clergy next discovered his hypocrisy. He ordered the patriarch to marry his illegitimate daughter Irene to Manuel's illegitimate son Alexis, the natural children of two sisters, and when he refused, deposed him and found some other bishop complaisant enough to perform the ceremony. The nobles hastily plotted to displace him, but it was too late. Another batch of condemnations routed his opponents and enriched his purse. The people, it is lamentable to find, supported his deed with enthusiasm, and were not slow to take up the cry of Andronicus Emperor, which his creatures soon whispered in their ears. It was the late summer of 1183, only 3 years after the death of Manuel. The foolish young Alexis still caroused and hunted in frivolous unconcern, but his mother now saw that the end of her reign approached, and might come in dreadful form. She was transferred to a suburban palace, and her life was embittered by calumny and petty persecution. It is in view of these circumstances that we must hesitate to accept the charge of misconduct with the minister Alexis. She seems to have been one of the best of the princesses of the time, though her personality never comes clearly before us. Presently, Andronicus charged her with treachery. Her sister, Philippa, was, after being detached from Andronicus, married to the king of Hungary, and it is not impossible that some letters were exchanged between them in regard to the monster who now aimed at the throne. Philippa would retain little tenderness for him, since he had fled straight from her arms to those of Theodora. Maria was, of course, found guilty, and lodged in a dungeon. Her son, little dreaming how soon he would follow her, signed the death warrant, and in the month of August 1183 her sufferings came to an end. A high commander of the army and a eunuch of the court strangled her with a bowstring. Alexis lightheartedly pursued his pleasures for a few weeks, until he heard about him the cry of Andronicus Emperor. He nervously applauded it and offered a share of his throne, and, with feigned reluctance, Andronicus yielded to the general demand and was crowned by the clergy in St. Sophia. When, in the course of the coronation mass, the chalice was brought to him containing the consecrated wine, he took it in his hands and swore on the living body of Christ that he accepted the crown only in order to assist Alexis. A few days later, the youth was strangled by his orders, and when the lifeless body was placed at his feet, he kicked it and observed that it was the child of a perjurer and a whore. One further detail will complete the picture of the degradation of the Eastern Empire. 2 high officials of the court took the body out in a boat, flung it in the sea, and sang gay songs as they returned to the Bucolion Quay. One of them became Archbishop of Bulgaria. The 2 years' reign of the Emperor Andronicus was an orgy of bloodshed, spoliation, and vice. Perhaps the most abominable detail of it is that he at once married the child widow of Alexis, Anna, the beautiful daughter of Louis VII. She had not yet completed her 12th year, yet she now became the daily, and one fears nightly, companion of a neurotic old man of 70, whose devices to maintain his virility are hardly less repulsive than his murders. It is in one sense a relief to know that little Anna was only one member of a veritable harem of singing and dancing girls, and some nobler woman who filled the palaces, especially the pleasure palaces on the Asiatic coast of the repulsive monarch. Powerful in frame and fresh in countenance to the end, Andronicus maintained even in the palace his sobriety and moderation at table in order to preserve his youthful vigor. He was, if ever a man was, an erotomaniac, one of the strangest personalities in the whole of Byzantine history. He brought about several excellent reforms in the administration of the failing empire, and had, almost to the end, an enthusiastic attachment of his people, but whose brutality in the punishment of rebels, who were numerous, was too appalling to be described, and his conduct in many ways approached insanity. He raised a statue in the city to his first wife. She was represented as a nun accompanied by a handsome youth. We hasten through this welter of brutality and license to the natural termination. Deliverers of the empire arose in various places, and were either savagely crushed or showed a savagery equal to that of Andronicus. The natural son of Manuel, whom he had married to his daughter Irene, rebelled. His secretary was burned alive in the hippodrome, his eyes were removed, and Irene was banished for shedding tears over his fate. A nephew of his mistress Theodora, of Acre, rebelled and captured the island of Cyprus, and Andronicus impotently ordered the two innocent nobles, who were Isaac's sureties, to be stoned to death by their fellow nobles in the palace. But Isaac proved as savage and licentious as Andronicus. Then another Alexis Comnenus, a grandnephew of Manuel, fled to the west for assistance, and the Sicilian army set sail for Constantinople, but the soldiers merely fell like a fresh flood of savagery on the miserable Greeks. At last a deliverer arose, almost by accident, in the city. Sorcery and astrology were at that time as rife in the Eastern Empire as they had been in the worst days of ancient Rome. The clergy were deeply corrupted and were almost idle, and wealthy, spectators of the vices and superstitions of court and people. One of the more astute of these diviners was consulted as to the successor of Andronicus, and, by a device which was 1,000 years old in the Roman world, he caused the letters I.S. to appear in answer to the inquiry. When Andronicus heard the result of the consultation, he concluded that Isaac of Cyprus, his rival in power and licentiousness, was the fated individual, and felt confident as long as that tyrant was unable to leave his island. But the prediction also assigned a very near date for the succession, and the chief minister of Andronicus was concerned. There was in the city a timid and unambitious noble of a provincial family named Isaac Angelus, and the minister insisted that this was the man designated by the diviner. Andronicus cheerfully ridiculed the idea, placed his little wife upon the royal galley, and went with her to join his gay ladies in one of the palaces across the water. It was the early autumn of the second year of his reign, 1185. Within a few days, a messenger from the palace broke into their pleasant dalliance with the news that Constantinople was aflame with revolt, and Andronicus, taking with him his wife and a favorite courtesan, made with all speed for Bucolion. It appeared that, after his departure, his minister had gone in person to arrest Isaac Angelus, and, in a surprising fit of boldness, the noble had drawn his sword and buried it in the body of the minister. He fled at once to St. Sophia, and the people, flocking to see the man who had slain the hated minister, made him a hero in spite of himself, and burst open the prisons that all the victims of Andronicus might come and support him. He still shrank, even when they offered him the crown, and his elderly uncle, John Ducas, cheerfully presented his own bald head to receive it. "No more bald heads, especially with forked beards," cried the people, as those were features of Andronicus, and the trembling Isaac was crowned. At this point, Andronicus and his companions reached the palace, only to discover that there were no royal troops to defend the throne. In impotent rage, Andronicus snatched a bow, and, from one of the towers or balconies of the palace, which overlooked the square, sent a few arrows into the crowd, but they burst into the palace, and he returned in haste to his galley. With his 12-year-old wife and his favorite Meraptica, he made with all speed for the Black Sea, but his popularity had turned to hatred throughout the empire, and he was dragged from the ship at the first port and sent in chains to Isaac. His right hand and eye were removed, and he was delivered to the vengeance of the mob, whose savage torture and execution of the adventurous prince must be read in the dead language in which they are described. The young daughter of Louis of France will come again upon the imperial stage at a later date. Already, in her 13th year, the widow of 2 murdered emperors, she was destined to wed and lose an ambitious soldier, Branas, and for the third time, almost before she reached womanhood, weep over the bloody corpse of a husband. Nor were her sufferings to end here. We shall see that she remained in Constantinople, and it was reserved for her to witness the final tragedy which the chivalry of the West was to bring upon her adopted country. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Huskin. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 14, Part 1. Euphrosyne Ducaena. The new emperor, whom so extraordinary a chance had raised to the throne, was a worthless and entirely incompetent man of 30 summers, with the courage of a mouse, the vanity of a peacock, and the small cunning of a Byzantine mediocrity. Finlay contemptuously observes that he was, quote, a fair specimen of the Byzantine nobility of his age, end quote. He had accepted the control of an empire which only a Hercules could save from ruin, and he proceeded to extort money from its distracted citizens for the building of palaces and decoration of churches, to surround himself with a hedge of actors and actresses which shut out the misery of his provinces, to cast the cares of government upon a crowd of praying and feasting monks, and to place his ideal of monarchy in the possession of endless wardrobes and the enjoyment of stupendous banquets. He was an upstart in Epicureanism, and it is therefore not strange that he followed the recent and abominable practice of taking a child to wife. An earlier wife, of whom he had a son named Alexis and 2 daughters, had died, and when he came to the throne, there was the customary scanning of the lists of royal families in order to secure an empress. His choice fell on the 9-year-old daughter of Bela, king of Hungary, and the wondering maiden was brought to Constantinople by his resplendent officers and eunuchs, and prepared for the impressive ceremonies of an imperial marriage. The tender little Margaret became Empress Maria, and was entrusted to the care of the troop of strange beings whom she would learn to call her eunuchs. She would not be old enough to know that Isaac provoked a dangerous revolt at once by imposing the cost of his marriage on the overburdened provinces, or to perceive that the vast aggregation of palaces had, for the first time in Byzantine history, been looted by the mob. Isaac had ignobly lingered in the Blachernae Palace, while the people of Constantinople, after dispatching Andronicus, had wandered through the imperial apartments and stolen all the money and portable treasures they contained. One pious looter had even carried off the autograph letter of Christ to King Agbar. But Isaac, as soon as his throne was secure, repented of his liberality, and by means of extortion and spoliation and adulteration of the coinage, contrived even to surpass the luxury and parade of his predecessor. Maria will not interest us until, in her womanhood, she begins to encounter the adventures of a fallen empress, and 1 or 2 anecdotes will serve to describe the kind of life she endured during the 10 years' reign, 1185 to 1195, of her husband. Isaac was a florid-faced, red-haired young man with imperial appetites. His banquets consisted, Nicetas says, of, quote, a mountain of bread, a forest of game, a sea of fishes, and an ocean of wine, end quote, at which he sat, richly perfumed and clothed with the conscious gorgeousness of a peacock, amidst a crowd of female relatives, and other females who were not relatives. When the dishes were removed, the choicest mimes and conjurers and musicians of the empire were summoned to entertain him and his guests. It is narrated that one famous comedian, when he was for the first time admitted into the presence of this cohort of wine-flushed ladies, bowed to the emperor and said, quote, "Let us make the acquaintance of these first, and then you may bring the rest." End quote. Nearly his whole reign was filled by a great revolt of the Wallachians and Bulgarians, and in 1195 he set out to take the field in person against them. One day he rode out from the camp to hunt, and had not proceeded far when he heard an alarming tumult in his rear. He found that his brother Alexis, who had astutely awaited his opportunity, was being acclaimed emperor, and without a struggle he galloped across the country. He was captured, blinded, and imprisoned, and his young wife now gives place to a more interesting type of empress. Maria remained in Constantinople and will re-enter the story presently. Euphrosyne Ducaena, that is to say, Euphrosyne of the famous Ducas family, into which some ancestor of hers had married, was an energetic and ambitious woman of middle age at the time of her accession. Her father, Gregory Comaterus, had been an imperial secretary and had taken advantage of his favored position to marry into the nobility. Euphrosyne must have been born some time before 1150, in the reign of Manuel, and have witnessed the later series of revolutions and assassinations. In time, she married the elder brother of Isaac Angelus, a provincial noble of no distinction or wealth, and during the bloody reign of Andronicus, Alexis had taken refuge among the Turks. Even whole populations gladly put themselves under the Turks or Saracens to escape the vices of their Christian rulers. We cannot, however, say if Euphrosyne accompanied her husband or remained in Constantinople. At last, Alexis heard the strange news that his brother was on the throne, and he hastened to Constantinople. He was arrested on the way by the Prince of Antioch, ransomed by Isaac, and promoted to high office and wealth. He was a more energetic, more handsome, and superficially more attractive man than his younger brother, but his slender list of virtues did not include gratitude. He had communicated to Euphrosyne, if not received from her, his design of seizing the crown, and she threw herself ardently into the work of preparing the city. She was a woman of great ability, of persuasive tongue, and still not without beauty. It was not difficult to persuade senators and priests that Isaac was a disgrace to the purple. Her own husband was little, if at all, better, but he had the advantage of an imposing exterior and of concealing his real character. When a messenger reached her with the news that Alexis was declared, she bribed a priest to proclaim him from the pulpit of the cathedral, and promised heavy rewards to the nobles who would support him. Alexis himself was following the same line of lavishing offices, even if they had to be created, and money on his supporters. As a result, Euphrosyne was able to occupy the palace almost without opposition, and the senators hastened to kiss her slippers and lie at her feet, while she, quote, stroked the bellies of the pigs, unquote, in the scornful language of Nicetas, who was a court official at the time, on the wrong side. She announced that the new emperor would adopt the name of Comnenus instead of Angelus. It was an indiscretion, as the artisans of the city said that they had had enough of the Comneni, and met in the forum to place a crown on the head of a popular astrologer of the hour. But Euphrosyne sent a troop of her obedient nobles to scatter the rabble, and their king, and in a few days welcomed Alexis to his golden throne. People shook their heads, however, when, as Alexis came out of St. Sophia wearing the crown, his fiery Arab at first refused to let him mount, and then plunged so violently that the crown fell off and was broken. The people of Constantinople soon discovered that they had exchanged brother for brother. Alexis emptied the war chest, which Isaac had at length filled, into the pockets of his supporters, leaving the Bulgarians and other foes to raid the provinces. He hastened to don the gorgeous golden robes, and to restore the opulent banquets and merry parties of his predecessor, and soon, quote, knew no more about the cares of his empire than the inhabitants of Thule. End quote. Euphrosyne is said to have equaled him in luxury and display, but she had some idea of statesmanship. She promptly undertook to rule the empire, and we can well believe that even when she incurs the censure of Nicetas for going about in a golden litter borne on the shoulders of distinguished nobles, she was acting from policy. She ignored her husband, overruled his decrees, placed her own relatives in office, and had her own lovers. When important ambassadors were to be received, she had her throne placed beside that of the emperor, and senators had to visit and pay homage at her palace as well as that of Alexis. Her husband was happy in his imperial lake of luxury, and for a time took no notice. If a noble offered him a sum of money for the office of plowing the sand, he accepted it cheerfully. Euphrosyne, however, forbade the selling of offices, and made a sincere effort to arrest that diversion of funds from public purposes, which had been wasting the blood of the empire for centuries. Her integrity as a ruler soon excited the hostility of the vicious nobles, and a struggle began which makes it difficult for us to judge certain aspects of the character of Euphrosyne. The rule at Constantinople was to impeach the morals of an empress when her public virtue was beyond question. And this the angry nobles proceeded to do. She had ventured to appoint a first minister on the mere ground of ability, and her brother Basil, her son-in-law, and other nobles plotted to restrict her power. They approached Alexis and whispered that Euphrosyne was criminally intimate with a handsome young officer named Vatatzes, and that he might, before long, find his throne occupied by her paramour. Nicetas, who was at the court, has clearly no doubt about the liaison, and we must admit that Euphrosyne's family is not distinguished for asceticism. Her youngest daughter, Eudocia, had been married in 1185 to the king of Servia, and had, after a few years, been driven from the court naked for her misconduct and brought back in shame to Constantinople. Euphrosyne's brother Basil, who owed his office to her, was her chief accuser. Alexis, at all events, was convinced. He sent for the head of Vatatzes, who was in Bithynia at the time, and when it was brought, addressed it, says Nicetas, quote, in words which cannot be included in this history, end quote. Euphrosyne trembled and appealed to her courtiers to intercede. Alexis had gone to Thrace for a time, and he returned to find the court divided into two parties over the affair. Some said that she was guilty. Some were for punishing the libelers. He went with Euphrosyne to the Blacherny Palace, and his dark demeanor and refusal to sleep with her made her fear that her head would be the next to fall. She therefore demanded a trial of the charge, but Alexis merely handed her maids and eunuchs to the official torturer, and they could only obtain release from their horrible sufferings by declaring her guilty. Alexis was not normally a cruel man, very little blood was shed in his reign. But the suggestion that Euphrosyne meditated taking him from the throne and his splendid pleasures alarmed him. He stripped her of her gold and purple, dressed her in the rough tunic of a common prostitute, and handed her to 2 barbaric slaves to be conveyed to the Nematoria monastery, near the entrance to the Black Sea. There, guarded by 2 uncivilized slaves who could hardly speak Greek, she looked back with bitterness on the 2 or 3 years of power and the ingratitude of her brother and son-in-law. But Constantinople pitied her, or, at least, despised her opponents. Basil and Andronicus were assailed in the street with jeers and popular songs, and began to repent. They had not, they pleaded, imagined that the luxurious emperor had energy enough to take such a step. They had wished only to restrict the power of Euphrosyne. They, and others, now pleaded with the emperor to reconsider his decision. And, after a solitary confinement of 6 months, Euphrosyne returned in triumph to the palace and wielded more power than ever. It is pleasant to read that Alexis found himself incapable of ruling without her judicious aid, and that she took no vengeance whatever on her accusers. In the following year, Alexis fell seriously ill, and the question of successor was opened. He suffered much from gout and despised physicians. Unfortunately, his own ideas of medical treatment were much more crude than those of the doctors of the time. He ordered his servants to cauterize his gouty limbs with red-hot irons, and passed into a dangerous condition. As he had no sons, a wide field was opened for competitors, owing to the abominable Byzantine system, which knew neither the hereditary principle nor serious election, and the palace was enlivened by the intrigues of a score of aspirants. None of them seemed to have the faintest suspicion that the Byzantine Empire was within 5 years of its first destruction. However, to Euphrosyne's relief, Alexis recovered, and, as the earlier husbands of his elder daughters died, Eudocia was still in Servia, they were wedded to distinguished nobles, and the year ended with prolonged gaieties at the Blachernae Palace. A long absence of the emperor in Thrace left the supreme power in the hands of Euphrosyne, and, as so many Byzantine women had done, she held the reins with a firmer and more skillful hand than her husband. The only defect, noted by the censorious Nicetas, is that she was lenient to members of her own family. Fraudulent officials she punished with a severity that was rarely witnessed in the East. But the admiral Michael Striftnus, who had married her sister, was permitted to indulge criminal malpractices, for which the empire would soon pay a heavy price. He sold even the stores and equipment of the existing galleys, and they rotted in the harbors, while pirates spread terror throughout the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. These were not crimes at which the short-sighted emperor could cavil. Not only did he cheat his people by creating and selling sinecures, but he resorted to practices which amounted to piracy. He once sent 6 galleys of the fleet into the Black Sea for the ostensible purpose of salving a wreck, but with secret orders to board and loot every vessel they met. Large numbers of mercantile galleys were returning with cargoes from the Black Sea ports, often in charge of the merchants themselves, some of whom were flung overboard for resisting. The others returned to Constantinople in great anger, and although they stood at the door of St. Sophia, candle in hand, when the emperor came to pray, he merely laughed at their complaints. From the clergy, such sufferers received little sympathy. The patriarch was a brother of Euphrosyne, The city was full of violence and knavery. The seas were scoured by pirates. The remoter provinces were ground between the imperial tax gatherers and the foreign raiders. Yet, in this melancholy putrescence of the once mighty empire, Alexis and Euphrosyne maintained all the glamour of the imperial court. Euphrosyne is the only empress whom we find engaging in the chase as emperors did. Nicetas describes her setting out amid large companies of nobles, a falcon resting on her gold-embroidered glove, or a kennel of dogs rushing at her virile call. It is even said that she believed in and practiced the incantations and divinations which had become generally popular among the decaying people. Her magic seems to have taken some unfamiliar form, since she had the snout cut off a famous bronze boar in the hippodrome, had a beautiful marble statue of Hercules flogged, and ordered mutilations of other works of art that reminded Constantinople of better days. She seems to have been an able and well-disposed woman tainted by the perversity of her age. The empire was sinking rapidly, living on its capital, yet suffering the roads and bridges and forts to fall to ruin, the helpless provinces to writhe under the heel of every invader, and the funds that should have been spent on defense to be wasted in courtly luxury and the maintenance of a crowd of ignoble parasites. An anecdote of the time, about the year 1200, shows to what an extraordinary degree the funds had been diverted from the army. There was, in Constantinople, a descendant of the Comneni, who, from his barrel-like shape, went by the name of John the Fat. This paltry and contemptible conspirator won a few followers among the nobility, went with them into the cathedral, and put upon his own head one of the imperial crowns that hung over the altar. The report ran through the city, and a great crowd assembled and conducted the waddling and perspiring John to the palace. Alexis and Euphrosyne seem to have been at Blackerney, or in one of the Asiatic palaces. But the strange thing is that there seem to have been no guards whatever, where former emperors had kept whole regiments of scholarians and exhibitors, or, at the later date, Varangians. We know that there were still Varangians in the imperial service, but they seem to have been too few to defend the numerous palaces. However, John the Fat had not wit or grit enough to secure the palace when he had entered, and as darkness came on, a few imperial soldiers penetrated into his apartments and killed him. At length, in the year 1202, the empire passed into the penumbra of its great tragedy. Isaac II, the younger brother whom Alexis had displaced and blinded, had lived in Constantinople, in a humble mansion near the shore, during the 7 years that followed his deposition, and was regarded with so little concern that no watch was kept upon his movements. It was not noticed that the Latin soldiers who lived in, or constantly passed through, Constantinople were frequent visitors at his house. And it was not known that the letters he wrote to his daughter Irene, who had married Philip of Germany, were treasonable in their import. But the blind and neglected brother was dreaming of a return to his imperial debauches. It is probable that Maria, who would now be a comely young woman of 16, lived with him, but of that we are not assured. She was somewhere in Constantinople. At length, the time seemed ripe for his effort, and he sent his son Alexis, a youth as ardently and unscrupulously bent on returning to power as he, to the court of Philip and Irene in Sicily. End of section 21. Recording by Meg Huskin. Section 22 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Huskin. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 14, Part 2. Euphrosyne Ducaena. It was the eve of the Fourth Crusade, and the Knights of the West were gathering for a fresh effort to break the power of the Turk, and to gather loot by the way. To these noble buccaneers, the Emperor Philip introduced the young Alexis, and proposed that they should restore him and his father to their throne. Neither East nor West attracts our sympathy for a moment. The Angeli brothers were squabbling for the right to indulge their sordid tastes on an imperial scale, and the younger Alexis had no more serious ideal. The Venetians, who had an important voice in the matter, sought their own profit and a discharge of their debts, and there can be little doubt that the Western Knights, as a body, were allured by the vague hope of plundering, in one way or another, the richest and most splendid city in Europe. An infamous bargain was struck. The princes of Western chivalry did not hesitate to accept, from the frivolous and irresponsible youth, a promise of the payment of 200,000 silver marks, a year's supply of provisions to their troops, and other preposterous rewards for dethroning Alexis. Even the papacy had its share in the sordid bargain. The Greek Church was to be forced to submit to the Vatican. In the month of April, 1203, the Fourth Crusade set sail in 170 large vessels and some smaller ships for Constantinople. Alexis awoke from his dreams to find that a score of worn triremes was all the navy he possessed, and he must resign himself to meet a siege of his capital. The vivid story of the fall of Constantinople cannot be told here. Toward the end of June, the Crusaders landed near Chalcedon and gazed with covetous eyes, most of them for the first time, at the innumerable spires of churches, schismatical churches and therefore prey, that rose above the clustered houses, the princely villas that shone between the cypresses in the wealthier suburbs, and the bronze roofs and marble walls of the superb palaces which glittered in the sun among the vast imperial gardens on either side of the Sea of Marmora. When the news of their sailing had reached Alexis, he had made it a table joke. Now, he and his trembled within the walls of their capital. By the middle of July, the Crusaders were encamped outside the land walls. The Venetians lay beneath the walls which girt the shores, and the great assault began. Alexis, from a tower of the Blacherny Palace, saw the double-edged axes of the brave English Varangians scatter the Germans and Italians. But he learned that the Venetians had broken in. Packing his treasures and his money, he took ship at dawn of the following day with his daughter Irene, and fled to Thrace, where a retreat had been prudently prepared for such an emergency. George Acropolites, whose chronicle now opens, says he took Euphrosyne, but Nicetas, an eyewitness, more correctly observes that the imperial egoist deserted his wife, his city, and his empire. In their anger at the flight of Alexis, the people now swept aside Euphrosyne and her relatives and turned to Isaac, for whom the eunuch treasurer secured the Varangians. He was brought to the palace and proclaimed, and Euphrosyne, her discredited daughter Eudocia, and other relatives were put in confinement. The Latins were informed that the object of their expedition had been attained, and when Isaac had ratified the preposterous contract signed by his son, the young Alexis rode proudly into the city between Baldwin of Flanders, almost the one noble of the crusading party, and the blind but astute and formidable Doge of Venice. One of the Latin knights, Villehardouin, has left us a vivid narrative of the conquest, and enlightened us as to the fate of some of the imperial women we have encountered. When the Latins entered the Blachernae Palace, they found the eyeless monarch sitting on his golden throne in robes, quote, like of which you would see in vain throughout the world, end quote. By his side sat the, quote, most fair lady, end quote, Maria, who, we may therefore conclude, had faithfully clung to her husband in his blindness and humiliation. And amongst the crowd of fine ladies, superbly dressed and glittering with jewels, who stood about the throne, was Agnes, or Anna, the beautiful and pathetic widow of the Emperor Alexis, the Emperor Andronicus, and the would-be Emperor Branas. She was still only 30 years old. Her presence in the palace suggests that she had accepted some office in it under Isaac and Maria. But the joy and confidence of the returning throng were doomed to be speedily overcast. The end was merely postponed for a month or two. The empire had, in its most solemn crisis, received a worthless and despicable pair of rulers, and the Latins pressed for their pound of flesh. Isaac, blind, gouty, and weak-minded, spent his days among the monks and astrologers, who, while they devoured the choicest dishes that the palace could afford, assured him that he had entered upon a long and glorious reign, that his gout would quickly disappear, and that his eyes would be miraculously restored to their arid sockets. The younger Alexis drank and gambled with the experienced knights of the Fourth Crusade. When the leaders of the crusade pressed for the payment of their reward, all the wealth of Euphrosyne and her relatives was confiscated. Alexis had little left to seize. The jewels and plate of the palaces were pledged. Even the precious reliquaries of the churches and monasteries and the great silver lamps of St. Sophia were appropriated. Yet the jaws of the West still stood wide open, and the Latin troops lingered and demanded food and drink. The fugitive Alexis had, in the meantime, raised an army in Thrace, and the citizens of Constantinople were embittered and disaffected. In August, a quarrel with some of Baldwin's supporters had led to a conflagration which, it being the height of summer, had burned for 2 days and destroyed nearly half the city. The clergy and people met in the cathedral to appoint a new emperor, but, though some undistinguished officer afterwards accepted the title from the mob, no serious aspirant dare take the crown in face of the hostile Latins. Isaac died in the midst of the turmoil, and the young Empress Maria lost her crown almost as soon as she had received it. We shall see presently that she found consolation among the Crusaders, but it is necessary first to follow the adventurous fortune of Euphrosyne and her daughter. The young Alexis, distracted and feeble as ever, proposed to leave the city and join the Westerners in their camp without the walls. As he prepared for flight, there came to him a fiery and ambitious young officer, who felt that the time was opportune for laying his own hand on the sacred crown. Alexis Ducasse Murtzouphlis. His last name, or nickname, was due to the fact that he had a peculiar connection of the bushy eyebrows, which stood out over his crafty eyes, was one of the party in the city who, to the applause of the crowd, urged direct war upon the Latins, and his popularity emboldened him to remove Alexis and ally himself with Euphrosyne. By a liberal outlay of money, he secured the Varangian guards, and then he approached Alexis and whispered to him that his leaning to the Latins had exasperated the citizens. When Alexis trembled, the adventurer offered to lodge him in a secure retreat until the rage of the people should have calmed. It is hardly necessary to add that the young emperor was conducted to one of the dungeons of the palace, where his egregious folly was presently ended with a bowstring. Euphrosyne and her daughter were now delivered from their confinement and restored to the palace, and, as Murtzuphlus had the characteristic looseness of his age in regard to conjugal matters, he had already discarded 2 wives, he soon sought and obtained the affection of Eudocia. The contemporary courtier and writer Nicetas says that Eudocia was merely his mistress, but others say that he married Eudocia, and it is difficult, as the sequel will show, to determine the point. Probably he did, after a time, marry Euphrosyne's daughter, and he then set to work to defend the city against the Crusaders. The issue is one of the great pages of history, but its details do not concern us. On the 9th of April, the Latins moved their formidable rams and catapults and towers against the walls, and the Venetians drew up their vessels along the Golden Horn. 3 days later, after a furious assault amid showers of mighty stones and the blaze of burning houses, the heroes of the cross burst into the city and began that historic ravage which puts them for all time far below the moral level of the Turks they had set out to combat. Murtzuphlus, finding his troops discouraged, had retired to the Bucolian palace, where Euphrosyne and Eudocia awaited the issue. He had lost, he said, and from the palace quay, where the stone lion and bull, which gave the place its name, had witnessed so many flights, they took ship and sped in the direction of Thrace. The ex-emperor Alexis would surely welcome his wife and daughter, and he would feel little tenderness in regard to the murder of his perfidious nephew. Murtzuphlus arrived in confidence at the ex-emperor's new home, and was received in apparent friendliness. For some reason, however, which is not very clear, Alexis concealed under his friendly appearance a deadly and murderous hatred of the adventurer. It seems to me that, if a marriage had really taken place between Eudocia and Murtzuphlus, Alexis regarded it as invalid. He ordered a bath to be prepared for his daughter and Murtzuphlus, and when the young officer had entered it, sent his servants to put out his eyes. Eudocia, we are told, stood at the door, angrily upbraiding her father, and he turned upon her with language which leaves little doubt as to her character. I may add that the blind adventurer was captured by the Latins, as he wandered miserably about the provinces. He was taken to Constantinople and flung from the top of one of the loftiest columns in one of the public squares of the city. In order to follow the further fortunes of our ex-empresses, we must turn back for a moment to Constantinople. After they had allowed their soldiers to loot and rape with impunity, to perpetrate, with the aid of their camp followers and prostitutes, a veritable orgy of desecration in the most sacred shrine of the Greeks, for several days, the leaders of the crusade met to divide the spoil. 12 electors, chosen from amongst themselves, were in future to appoint the Latin emperor of Constantinople, and its territories were to be distributed among his feudal supporters and the Venetians. Baldwin of Flanders was chosen to be the first emperor of the new series. His most serious competitor was the commander of the army, Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat, who had occupied the Bucolian palace. But the shrewd Doge of Venice had preferred to set on the throne a prince whose native seat was at a safer distance from Venice and Greece. Boniface had to be content with the title of King of Saloniki, and such territory in Macedonia and Greece as he could wrest from and hold against the Greeks. Among the noble dames whom Boniface found in the Bucolian palace were Agnes, the widow of Andronicus, and daughter of Louis of France, and Maria, the widow of Isaac. It is the last appearance in the chronicles of the unfortunate daughter of King Louis. We must assume that she spent the rest of her life in quiet attachment to the Latin court. The Hungarian Princess Maria was destined to enter once more the field of royal ambitions. She had not yet reached her 30th year, and her beauty won the heart, possibly an alliance with her supported the policy, of the ambitious Marquis. He married Maria in Constantinople and started with his queen for Thessalonica, the seat of the new kingdom. How at the outset he nearly forfeited it by a civil war with Baldwin must be read elsewhere. The quarrel was adjusted, and they settled in Thessalonica. And at their court in that city there presently appeared the ex-emperor Alexis, with his wife and daughter, soliciting peace and friendship. Alexis had now concluded that the recovery of the Byzantine Empire was impossible, and he was prepared to submit. He was compelled to lay aside such ensigns of royalty as he still wore, and a pleasant residence was afforded him and his family in Thessalonica. Nicetas makes the singular statement, followed at a later date by Ephraim, that Boniface sent Alexis and Euphrosyne, quote, across the sea to the Prince of Germany, end quote. It is clear that this is incorrect. They lived for some months at Thessalonica, and it is one of the few traits we have of Maria's character that she received with kindly hospitality the man who had deposed and blinded her husband. But the tranquil life of a retired monarch did not suit Alexis, and we have already seen that his base character was devoid of gratitude. He was detected in an intrigue with the citizens of Thessalonica, and Euphrosyne and Eudocia had to accompany him once more in his wandering. The next page in their career is singularly adventurous, but scantily preserved. As they wandered over the Greek province, they met Leo Scourus, a Peloponnesian noble who had been governor, under the Byzantine Empire, of a part of Greece. He clung to his little power in the chaos which followed the fall of Constantinople, and Alexis decided to join him. The troops of Boniface were steadily restricting his range, and, shortly after the alliance with him of the imperial family, his life was little better than that of a brigand. He lived in the decaying old citadel of Corinth, and marched out periodically at the head of his men to forage and to harass the Latin troops. In this quaint home, the imperial family found shelter for a few further months, and Eudocia married Scourus. It was the fourth romantic marriage of that adventurous princess, and was destined to be as unfortunate as its predecessors. In her early girlhood, she had been sent, while still immature, to wed the king of Servia. He had adopted the robe of the monks soon afterwards, and his son and successor, a fiery, brutal youth, had claimed the pretty young bride of his father and married her. After some years, she had, on a charge of misconduct, been thrust out of the Servian capital, her sole garment a narrow strip of cloth around her loins, and had to await, in the castle of a sympathetic noble, the arrival of clothes and a litter from her father. Then, as we saw, she married the already married Murtzuphlus, and shared his adventures for a few months. Now she found herself the wife of an outlaw, living in the rude and dilapidated chambers of the old Acropolis. But Scourus was shortly afterwards captured by the troops of Boniface, and we lose sight of the unfortunate Eudocia. She was probably still in her early 20s, yet the widow of two kings, an emperor and an adventurer. Such was life in medieval Byzantium. Alexis and Euphrosyne took to ship when Scourus was defeated, and sailed for Aetolia and Epirus on the eastern coast of the Adriatic, where a certain Michael, a natural son of the emperor's uncle Constantine, had set up a sovereignty over the rude mountaineers and few towns of that isolated region. On the voyage, the ship was captured by Lombard pirates, but Alexis and Euphrosyne were ransomed by their nephew, and at length reached Arta, the chief town of his dominion. The Byzantine world was at the time full of small rulers and would-be rulers. The leading crusaders had received their various slices of the dismembered empire, and here and there some fugitive Byzantine noble, especially if he were connected with the imperial house, had set up a small throne and defended it against the Latins. In this way, Michael, the illegitimate son of Constantine Angelus, had fled from the captured city to Epirus, married a native lady of wealth, and constituted himself despot of the whole region. In his chief town, Arta, Euphrosyne tranquilly passed her last year or two of life. Her restless husband still thirsted for power, and when he found his nephew was not at all disposed to put on his head once more the crown which he demanded, he took to ship again and sailed for the lands of the Turk in Asia Minor. Euphrosyne did not accompany him. She died at Arta, either just before or soon after his departure. 10 years' experience of imperial life had sated her ambition. The ex-Empress Maria, now Queen of Saloniki, continued for many years to enjoy the restricted power and state which she had won by her marriage. But they were years of anxiety and care. 2 years after her settlement in Thessalonica, the Greeks rebelled and, in an alliance with the Bulgarians, spread fire and sword over the province, and pinned Maria in the citadel of her capital. In that rebellion, the Latin Emperor Baldwin was captured, and his brother and successor, Henry of Flanders, occupied the throne. Some years later, Boniface was killed in his struggle against the Bulgarians, and Maria became regent for her infant son Demetrius. It is the last glance we have in the chronicles of the beautiful Margaret of Hungary, who, as the Empress Maria, had come to spend so extraordinary a youth in the Byzantine capital. There remained one other imperial daughter of Euphrosyne, Anna, who had married the able and ambitious noble Theodore Lascaris. When Murtzuphlus had abandoned Constantinople, Theodore had a momentary ambition to collect the scattered troops and make a struggle for the throne. He found that the attempt would be futile, and, with his wife and 3 daughters, joined the throng of noble families at the quays who were flying from the doomed city and the barbarous troops of the West. They reached Nicaea, but the city, concerned about its future, refused to admit him. He persuaded the citizens, however, to receive his wife and daughters, and departed to seek allies among the Persians. In a short time, he had an army powerful enough to take Nicaea, and he established himself as governor in the name of Alexis. When, in the year 1206, the Latins were diverted for a moment by the trouble in Greece, Theodore was crowned by the citizens, and Euphrosyne's second daughter, Anna, attained the dignity of empress. Disappointed in Epirus, her father, Alexis had now, as we saw, deserted the little kingdom of his nephew and sailed for Asia Minor. In earlier years, he had befriended the Turkish Sultan of Iconium, and he now proposed to ask the hospitality of the Sultan and intrigue for the crown of his son-in-law. The Turk received him with great cordiality, and wrote to inform the Emperor Theodore that his father-in-law, in whose name he was presumed to hold power, had arrived in Asia. We must not too hastily admire the gratitude of the Turk. He had regarded with some concern the establishment of Theodore's empire at Nicaea, and welcomed a pretext to dispute it. But in the war which followed, the Sultan was defeated, and the active career of Alexis came to a close. He was treated with respect, but his son-in-law prudently confined him in a monastery under his own eyes at Nicaea, and the arch-intriguer ended his days in the monotonous chant of psalms and prayers. His daughter Anna died soon afterwards, the last of the group of imperial women who had struggled for power and wealth while the great empire tottered to its fall. We shall find that terrible catastrophe made no deep impression on the men and women who filled the less opulent court at Nicaea, or on those who, half a century later, returned to the lamentable ruin from which they at length dislodged the Western Knights. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 15, Part 1. The New Constantinople. For 57 years, the metropolis of the East remained in the power of the Western Knights, but our empresses have already come so frequently from the West that we shall not be tempted to expect a new or higher type of woman on the throne at Constantinople during the Latin occupation. That half-century may, indeed, be dismissed in a few lines as far as the purpose of this work is concerned. We saw that Baldwin, Count of Flanders, was selected by the Venetians and Crusaders to fill the throne. The Blachernay and Bucoleon palaces were placed at his disposal, and 1/4 of the old empire was assigned for his immediate rule. But Baldwin's wife, Mary, daughter of the Count of Champagne, did not live to adorn herself with such remnants of the imperial finery as were still to be found in the palaces. Baldwin had left her in Flanders, and when she at length attempted to join her high-minded husband in his new dignity, she died at Acre on the journey. Baldwin himself was captured a few years later by the Bulgarians and died in prison. His brother Henry, who succeeded him, married the daughter of Boniface, the king of Saloniki, whose adventures we have described. Agnes was, of course, not the daughter of the ex-empress Maria, but of an earlier wife. She was summoned from Lombardy, married to Henry on 4th February 1207 in St. Sophia, and the marriage day ended with a great banquet in the Bucoleon Palace, in the older Byzantine fashion. But that is all we know of the Empress Agnes. Henry died in 1216. And his sister Yolande became empress. Even of Yolande, however, the very scanty chronicles furnish a very poor portrait. Her husband, Peter of Courtenay, was, after being crowned at Rome by the Pope, arrested in Epirus, through which he had foolishly endeavored to cut his way, and died in prison. As regent for her children, Yolande remains almost imperceptible, and an anecdote of the reign of her son Robert is all that need be given to illustrate the character of the new dynasty. Robert, who had a light idea of chivalry, brought into his palace as mistress the daughter of one of the Crusaders and her mother. She had been betrothed to a Burgundian knight, and the embittered lover, supported by a few friends, forced his way into the palace, cut off the nose and lips of the faithless lady, and bore off her mother to be drowned in the Sea of Marmora. As Robert's brother was a mere boy, the king of Jerusalem, a worthy old man of 80, was summoned to fill the throne for 9 years, and then Baldwin II entered upon his long and inglorious reign, of which we need only say that, in spite of his extreme liberality in selling, especially to Saint Louis of France, the valuable relics, the crown of thorns, the rod of Moses, etc., which had accumulated in Constantinople, And, in spite of all the efforts of the Pope to maintain the worthless monarch on his throne, and that throne subservient to the Vatican, the feeble and incompetent rule of the Latins sank lower and lower until in 1261 a regiment of Greeks put an end to it. This slight account of the Latin rule at Constantinople will suffice to enable us to follow intelligently the fortunes of the descendants of the Byzantine monarchs who had set up a throne at Nicaea. Theodore Lascaris had married Alexis's daughter Anna, who died early in the reign of her husband, and her two successors in his affection are even less known to us than she. The first was Philippa, daughter of the king of Armenia, but after giving birth to a boy, Philippa was, for some unstated but imaginable reason, sent back to the ruder court of her father, and Maria, daughter of Yolande of Constantinople, occupied her place. Maria died childless after a few years, and when Theodore himself departed in 1222, his only son, the child of Philippa, was a boy of 8 years. The empire was, therefore, wisely entrusted to a powerful and distinguished noble, John Ducas Vatatzes, and we at length reach an empress of distinct and admirable personality. The Empress Irene, who in the year 1222 ascended the throne with Vatatzes, was the eldest of the 3 daughters of Theodore Lascaris and Anna, and therefore a granddaughter of the Emperor Alexis and Euphrosyne. While the Princess Eudocia had inherited the character, or lack of character, of Alexis, her elder sister Anna had, as far as we can judge, shared the comparative sobriety of Euphrosyne, and Irene united in her person all the best features of the family without its ancestral defects. She was prudent, equable, pious, and virtuous. Her first husband, Andronicus Palaeologus, died prematurely, and her father then united her to the able commander to whom he designed to confide the empire. When Irene received her share of the imperial responsibility, she proved to be, says Ephraim, a new Deborah, and the few anecdotes preserved in regard to her suggest a sober and high-minded woman, associated in perfect harmony with, as long as she lived, a sober and high-minded and valiant husband. Unfortunately, Irene led so well-regulated a life during the 20 years in which she shared the rule of Vatatzes that there is little to record of her, and however much we may resent it, we are dragged onward by the misguided chroniclers until we reach John's later and less virtuous companions. But the contrast of this later period will be the more piquant, and the more honorable to Irene, if we dwell for a moment on the exemplary years that preceded it. The greater part of John's days were spent in warfare, but in the intervals of his wars he was attentive to the development of his little empire, and in this he was finely supported by Irene. It is true that they adulterated the coinage, but that device had become a Byzantine tradition, and we must set against it a large number of reforms. John was a just and simple-minded monarch. He developed his estates so industriously in the periods of peace that he at length relieved his subjects of the financial burden of royalty and enabled them to prosper. The character of the court is perhaps best seen and attracts a lively admiration in the following anecdote. One day, John presented his consort with a modest jeweled coronet, and informed her, with pride, that it had been purchased by the profit on the eggs alone, which his poultry farms yielded. He forbade his courtiers to wear Persian or Syrian or Italian silks, though they might wear the product of the silkworms of his own dominions, and he one day severely rebuked his son for going out to hunt in a tunic of cloth of gold. Irene admired and encouraged this care for their subjects. Acropolites, our chief authority for the period, was a student attached to the court at the time, and he gives high praise to the empress. One day there was an eclipse of the sun, and Irene turned to the learned young man for an explanation. The work of the earlier Greeks was not yet entirely forgotten, and Acropolites was able to tell the empress with due modesty that the body of the moon had passed before the face of the sun and momentarily cut off its light. But superstition was spreading its unhappy growth over the ruins of Greek culture, and other courtiers, especially the empress's physician, ridiculed the youth's explanation. Irene laughingly told Acropolites that he was a young fool, but she regretted afterwards, in telling the matter to John, that she had used so arrogant an expression. Acropolites almost spoils the story by going on to tell us that, in his own conviction, the eclipse foreboded the death of the empress, which occurred soon afterwards. One other story confirms this excellent impression of the life of the court in the palace at Nicaea, or in the country palaces at Nymphaeum and Smyrna. Irene had one child, her son Theodore. An accident, as she rode to hunt, and was thrown from her horse, prevented her from enlarging her family. When Theodore reached his 12th year, the emperor, who was himself over 50, decided to marry him, and as he was allied with the Bulgarians against the Latins, he sought the hand of a Bulgarian princess. The only available daughter of John Asan, the Bulgarian king, was a girl of tender years named Helen, and though the marriage ceremony was performed, the two children lived together only as children under the watchful eye of Irene. The Bulgarian king at length repented of his alliance, and begged that the little Helen, now 10 years old, might return for a visit to her parents. Vatatzes and Irene concluded at once that this was only a preliminary to breaking the alliance, but they scorned to detain the child. We read that she wept bitterly at being separated from Irene. During the journey to her father's capital she was so inconsolable, even when Asan took her on his own saddle, that the monarch lost his temper and slapped her face. Helen did in time return to her spouse, but she will have little interest for us. After 19 years of this placid and useful cooperation with the emperor, Irene passed away, and after a decent interval of mourning, John Vatatzes, though now advanced in years, sought another empress. He succeeded, in spite of the opposition of the papacy, in obtaining the hand of Anna, daughter of Frederick II and sister of Manfred of Sicily. Anna was a pretty maiden of tender years, a mere symbol of alliance with the two powerful and independent monarchs I have named. John may have reflected that, as he had now entered his 6th decade of life, the immaturity of his bride would matter little. In the train of the young empress, however, was an Italian marchioness, whose eyes were, the chronicler says, unescapable nets, and John soon fell into them. Nicephorus says that the lady employed philters and her fine Italian eyes in the conquest of the emperor's heart. We will be content to think that the eyes sufficed. For the remaining decade of John's reign, the favored marchioness was the most prominent figure at the court. She did not apparently desire to interfere in politics. It was enough that she was permitted to wear purple slippers and other ensigns of royalty, and that courtiers should gather about her rather than attend the young empress. It is related that she on one occasion went, decked in her imperial robes and accompanied by her glittering suite, to visit the famous chapel attached to one of the chief monasteries of Nicaea. The abbot of this monastery, Nicephorus Blemidas, was tutor to Irene's son Theodore, and though we shall find his royal pupil affording little proof of the excellence of his education, the abbot Nicephorus was a rare type among the degenerate clergy of the time. He shut the doors of the chapel and refused to admit the Marchioness. Infuriated at the humiliation, and stimulated by her followers, she begged John to punish the abbot. John refused, and tearfully admitted that his own weakness was the proper occasion of the trouble. In 1254, the valiant Vatatzes bequeathed the crown to his son, and Anna and the Marchioness made way for the Bulgarian princess Helen. Anna seems to have remained attached to the court, or in some mansion at Nicaea, and we shall meet her again. But Helen died in a year or two. Her husband followed after a short and licentious reign of 4 years, and the relinquishment of the throne to a boy of tender years, their son John, opened the gates of the palace to a shrewd and unscrupulous adventurer and his wife. One of the commanders of the troops under Vatatzes and Theodore was Michael Palaeologus, a grandson of the Emperor Alexis's daughter Irene. Bold and crafty, passionate yet ever ready to stoop to lies and oaths to cover his ambition, sensible that he was one of the most capable men to undertake the government, and that his grandfather had at one time been destined for the throne, Michael directed his steps toward the palace from early youth. In later years, his favorite sister, Eudocia, who reared him, used to tell how, when nothing else would soothe the restless infant, she used to put him to sleep with the strange lullaby, "Hush, Emperor of the city, you will go in at the Golden Gate and do such and such things." She may have mentioned to him this almost miraculous inspiration when he came to years of discretion. By sobriety of life, apart from love affairs, and liberality to his friends and dependents, he won great popularity and early incurred suspicion. John Vatatzes, in his later years, summoned him to reply to a charge of treason, and said that he must purge himself by the ordeal, one of the enlightened practices which the Crusaders had introduced into the East. Michael glanced at the iron balls glowing in the fire, and protested that, although he was innocent of treason, he feared that so sinful a man as he could hardly hope to carry the red-hot globes with impunity. When a bishop, who stood by, rebuked his lack of faith in Providence, he shrewdly suggested that the bishop, being innocent, might take the balls from the fire with his hands and deliver them to him. His wit and boldness disturbed the solemn court, and instead of losing his head or his eyes, he won the favor of John, and married the empress's great niece Theodora. She was a daughter of John Ducas, a nephew of the emperor, and had been left to his guardianship. Michael was then 27 years old, and we cannot say if the young Theodora accompanied him in his new command of the troops. However that may be, he was again denounced to the new Emperor Theodore, and compelled to take a particularly sonorous oath of fidelity to Theodore and his infant son. In 2 or 3 years, he was recalled to court to repeat his oath. His eldest sister, Martha, sometimes also called Maria, had a charming daughter, whom the emperor ordered to marry one of his servants. The young people had just succeeded in falling in love with each other, when Theodore, who was now diseased and capricious, changed his mind, and ordered the girl to marry a noble of her own rank. It was reported to the emperor after a time that this marriage was not consummated, and could not be, because Martha had vindictively laid on it a form of incantation known as Venus's knot. Martha was put naked in a sack with a number of cats. The cats were pricked with pins in order to make them lacerate her, and the abominable emperor sat by to interrogate her about her incantations. After this it was thought prudent to compel Michael to repeat his oath, which he did fluently, and the impenetrable geniality of his manner quite disarmed Theodore. Theodore died soon afterwards, and his boy, variously described as 6, 8, and 9 years old, was left to rule the empire under the tutorship of the first minister, George Mouzalon, and the patriarch. Not only Michael, but all the other commanders and nobles had sworn heavily to respect this arrangement. But the body of Theodore had scarcely been interred before Michael began secretly to agitate and to bribe his colleagues. Mouzalon was an upstart, not a noble by birth, and it was not difficult to cast on him the blame of the brutalities of Theodore's later years. 3 days after the burial of the emperor, Mouzalon and his brothers and a large company of nobles and noble ladies gathered in the royal monastery at Sosandar, without the city, for a memorial service, when in the midst of the chanting the heavy and regular tread of soldiers was heard. A band of officers and men burst into the chapel, and before the eyes of the shrieking dames and the horrified priests, cut Mouzalon and his friends to pieces beside the altars. National catastrophe, it will be seen, had not chastened the Byzantine character. From constable of the empire, Michael was now raised to the dignity of despot, and became tutor of the young emperor. Then a convenient coalition of Western powers against the empire gave Michael's friends the opportunity to suggest that the strong man ought to be associated with the boy in the supreme power. On New Year's Day, 1259, he was openly proclaimed emperor. The patriarch, almost alone, professed some concern about the terrible oath they had all taken only 4 months before. Michael met his concern by giving him a written affidavit, sealed with ponderous oaths, that he would restore the full sovereignty to John VI when he came of age, and would recognize no claim of his own heirs to power. It was therefore agreed that Michael and John should be crowned together. When, however, the hour of coronation arrived, John was not present to respond to the call of the patriarch, and Michael and Theodora alone received crowns. Michael had made a little arrangement with the bishops beforehand, and only one of the lords spiritual protested. The crowd may have murmured when, after the ceremony, they saw the boy, crownless, walking after the new emperor and empress, but a liberal shower of gold coin put an end to their scruples. Such was the initiation to power and dignity of the Empress Theodora. 2 other women, who will engage our attention, shared the elevation. These were Michael's 2 sisters, Martha and Eulogia, who began to have an even more important voice than Theodora in the administration. Both of them were widows, and had, after the death of their husbands, assumed the monastic habit. Probably Martha took the name of Maria when she adopted the black robe, and Eulogia was the monastic name of the younger sister, Irene. Finlay remarks that, at least in this decaying period of the empire, the women showed no less ability than the men, and assuredly there was not in the Greek world of that time the least effort to confine women within the gymnasium. During the remaining 2 centuries, the chronicles are full of references to active and ambitious women, and we shall see that Maria and Eulogia were not prevented by their religious vows from taking their share in the political life. End of section 23. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 24 of The Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 15, Part 2. The New Constantinople. From the first year of his reign, Michael gave his thoughts to the recapture of Constantinople, and in 1260 he led his troops against the city, but he had not the rams and catapults necessary to shake its stout walls. He retired to the palace at Nymphaeum to arrange for the strengthening of his forces, and one of his generals, hearing that the bulk of the Latin defenders had sailed on an expedition to the Black Sea, and that the Greeks in the city were prepared to aid him, boldly entered Constantinople during the night, burned out the Venetians from their quarters, and, when the Latin galleys hastily returned, laughed at them from the impregnable ramparts. Their monarch had fled at the first shock, and the whole of the Latins now, in the summer of 1261, returned to the west. On the day following the entry of the city, Michael was awakened by his sister Eudocia. The chronicler praises the prudence with which she broke the good news to her brother. One of her servants had heard it in the early morning, and she entered the bedroom of Michael to tell him. She thoughtfully tickled his feet to awaken him in a natural manner, and stood smiling by the bed until he had full possession of his faculties and she could tell him without risk. Michael at once moved his forces and his family to the Asiatic suburbs in view of Constantinople, where the crown and the royal boots were brought to him. Not until a becoming ceremony could be arranged, however, would Michael enter his capital, and then only with the most conspicuous piety. After spending the night of 14th August in a monastery outside the walls, near the Blachernae Palace, he entered in the dress of a plain citizen, preceded by the picture of the Virgin, which was believed to have come from the brush of St. Luke. The brilliant August sun lit up for them a melancholy spectacle, as the emperor, John had been left to amuse himself in Asia, and his wife and sisters rode or drove down the Maze to the cathedral. The Blachernae Palace itself was uninhabitable. Its mosaic walls were blackened with the smoke of the fires by which Latin soldiers had roasted their game, and its tessellated floors were in a sordid condition. Filthy, too, were the colonnaded streets and squares that had once been the pride of Constantinople. I will presume that the reader knows something of the indescribable ways of our Latin and Teutonic fathers at that time and for centuries afterwards. Not a statue or ornament of value remained in the public squares. The vast piles of stone still lay where once had been the graceful mansions of the Byzantine nobility, and great areas of the city were now but scorched skeletons of once gay and populous districts. The Bucoleon Palace alone had been preserved with any care, and to it, cleansed for their reception, the royal party proceeded, after a thanksgiving service in St. Sophia. Before long, the court stealthily discussed the fate of the young emperor who had been left at Nymphaeum. Michael was said to have reflected that he had now obtained an empire of his own, and that the obligation of his oath did not extend to this new dominion. Eudocia, a fanatically religious woman, as we shall see, supported her brother. Indeed, it is said that the two nun sisters, whom Michael consulted daily, urged him to depose John and bury him in a monastery. Sinister rumors circulated in Constantinople, especially when Michael proceeded to marry John's sisters to obscure Western nobles who happened to be in the city, and gave them money enough to take their brides away to their distant countries. But this topic was presently displaced for a time by one of greater interest. It was said that Michael proposed to divorce the plain and quiet Theodora and marry the Italian widow of John Vatatzes. Anna had remained in the East after the death of her husband in 1254, and would be about 20 years old, or in the ripest development of her beauty, at the time we have reached. She came to Constantinople with the court, and from his slender resources the emperor supplied her with a revenue which enabled her to live and dress luxuriously. It was, no doubt, politic for Michael to invite the favor of the Italian monarch by this generous treatment of his sister, but Anna soon learned that the policy was strongly supported by inclination. Directly, or by means of his servants, Michael made violent love to her, and begged a fitting return for his liberality. Anna refused to be his mistress. It is characteristic that the chroniclers do not represent her as spurning his advances on the ground of virtue. She was, they say, too conscious of her superior origin to enter into such a relation with Michael, and instead of rejecting his gifts and returning to her father's court, she let Michael know that, though she disdained the position of mistress, she would not refuse that of wife. The kindly and patriotic chronicler would have us believe that this was merely a ruse to protect her dignity, and we may or may not believe this. The immediate effect was that Michael began openly to speak of divorcing Theodora. She was, he gracefully acknowledged, a faithful wife and excellent woman, but considerations of state made it advisable for him to marry Anna. There was a fear that the Latins would make an effort to retake the city, and it was prudent to form an alliance with some of their strongest princes. Theodora, who had given birth to her fourth son since they had reached Constantinople, vehemently protested against the proposal and enlisted the interest of the patriarch, so that Michael was forced to send back Anna, with a splendid escort and equipment, to plead his cause in Italy. Michael now returned to the problem of John, and when he remarked to his courtiers that it was absurd to have two heads under one hat, they knew that the youth was doomed. We have no reason to doubt the statement of the chronicler that Eulogia supported him in this design, but we may at least assume that the manner of executing it was due to Michael alone. He ordered that the harmless and helpless young man should be blinded. A long experience had made the Greeks ingenious in this operation, and instead of removing the eyes with knives or using hot irons, they now sometimes blinded a man by an elaborate concentration of intense light on the retina, or by the use of boiling vinegar. The more humane method of blinding by an intense light was used in the case of John, and the unfortunate youth was then incarcerated for life in a fortress on the coast of Bithynia. This ghastly operation was performed on the day on which the churches and monasteries of the Byzantine Empire offered their clouds of incense in honor of the birth of Christ. It is at least gratifying to find that it did not pass without protest. A warm-hearted youth attached to the court lost his nose and lips for speaking too freely about it, and many others had to be punished. Theodora seems to have been a silent, perhaps disgusted, witness of her husband's course, and there is some faint evidence that Michael's elder sister dissented from it. In fact, the patriarch Arsenius himself openly resented this flagrant violation of a thrice-repeated oath, and thus led to a long and fierce ecclesiastical struggle in which the two royal nuns were actively engaged. The patriarch's procedure was not as emphatic and thorough as it ought to have been, but he at least distinguished himself among the crowd of corrupt and servile bishops and abbots by more or less excommunicating Michael. A council of bishops then obliged the emperor by deposing Arsenius and putting a more courtly prelate in his place, but the hostility and derision of the people soon induced Germanus to retire, and a clerical diplomatist named Joseph occupied the see. As the furious schism of the Arsenians and the Josephites which followed will cross the lines of our story for some time to come, It is necessary to introduce this fragment of ecclesiastical history. For the moment, it is enough to say that in 1268 the Patriarch Joseph absolved from his sin the ostentatiously penitent emperor before a crowd of weeping senators and priests. The 20 years that followed the return to Constantinople were absorbed in the work of restoring the empire and adjusting the quarrels of the partisans of the rival patriarchs. Of the restoration, it is enough to say that, as in all similar efforts during the last 3 centuries of the empire, it consisted in recovering the revenue of the court and enriching the emperor's supporters, not in any serious attempt to revive the industries and commerce of the empire. Nor were Michael's attempts to make foreign alliances much more successful. Foiled in his efforts to secure the interest of Latin rulers, he turned to the Servians and Bulgarians. In 1272, he decided that his second daughter, Anna, should marry the king of Servia. Theodora had some misgiving that the barbaric Servians were unfit to receive her daughter, and she directed the ministers who took Anna to the frontier to send on in advance a party to explore the Servian court and to linger sufficiently on the journey to receive their report. It proved a wise precaution. The Servians had gathered round the advance party like, as described in the Byzantine chronicles, a group of savages. Anna's eunuchs excited their intense curiosity, though not their admiration, and the superb equipment of the princess was heatedly criticized. They brought out Anna's prospective mother-in-law, a dirty and coarsely dressed woman, to show the Greeks a model queen. They also stole the imperial horses. So the advance party hastily sent a report to the ministers, who lingered on the way with Anna, and she was conducted back to her mother. In the same year, Eulogeia's daughter Maria was married to the king of Bulgaria, but the marriage brought little profit to the emperor. Eulogia had now quarreled with Michael. She took the part of the ex-patriarch Germanus, and she and her daughters and her favorite monks threw themselves so ardently into the religious quarrel, which the emperor vainly endeavored to settle, that Michael was very angry with them. Monks now traveled constantly between the young queen of Bulgaria and the empress nun, her mother, and gravely disturbed Michael's work. After a time, Maria sent some of the monks to Palestine to induce the sultan to harass her uncle's territory, and she even persuaded her husband to declare war on him. Michael hated the monks as heartily as Eulogia loved them, and he at length expelled his sister from the capital. When he went on to propose a union of the Latin and Greek churches, and induced a synod at Constantinople to acknowledge the supremacy of the Pope, Eulogia's love was turned into violent hatred of the emperor. Martha seems to have died during the struggle, and Theodora was too weak or too indifferent to clerical matters to take any part in it. She must have watched with disdain the last vain efforts of her unscrupulous husband to escape the dangers which threatened him. In the early winter of that year, 1282, he set out to crush a rebellious noble of the Ducas family. Theodora tried in vain to dissuade him from leading an expedition to Thrace in such a bad season, and a month later she received the news of his death. Her son Andronikos now took the purple, and, as Andronikos was orthodox and his royal aunt Eulogia at once returned to the scene, Theodora had a more dreary time than ever. Her brother was damned, Eulogia insisted, and his remains and memory were not to be honored by the pompous ceremonies of the Greek Church. The young monarch, he was in his 25th year, bent to her commands, and the body of Michael was buried almost without a prayer in the military camp where he had died. Theodora feebly protested, and was assured by the fanatical Eulogia that her own soul was in danger, and her name could not be included in the list of those who were commended to the prayers of the faithful in St. Sophia until she had purged herself of her guilt. She was compelled to sign a repudiation of the authority of the Pope, which would cost her little, and to promise that she would not ask the prayers of the Church for her husband. Into the appalling struggle of the Church factions which followed we need not enter. One of the best historians of the time, who saw the empire slowly perishing while its whole soul was absorbed in this quarrel, bitterly observes that, quote, "For the sake of a single coin, both sides were prepared to take oaths so horrible that the pen cannot describe them." End quote. One day they appealed to miracle. Each side wrote out a statement of its case, and a vast crowd gathered to see the two rolls of parchment cast into the flames and howl for the intervention of God in favor of the just cause. But both documents were burned to ashes, and the ferocious struggle continued for decades, while the Turks spread over the Asiatic provinces, pirates swarmed in all the seas, and the Venetians and Genoese captured all the trade of the empire. Eulogia disappears in the midst of this struggle, fighting to the last in the cause of the monks, a pathetic example of the way in which the age perverted its ablest and most spirited women. Theodora lived on for 22 years and saw 2 new empresses enter the palace, but the chroniclers of the time are too much occupied with the ecclesiastical controversy to tell us much of the personal life of the court. George Pacamers has left us a large volume on the history of his times, but fully 1/2 of it is taken up with the patriarchal struggle. I will therefore be content to tell the later sufferings of Theodora and then return to the empresses whom her son Andronicus put on the throne. The family of the Emperor Michael had consisted of 4 sons, 3 daughters, and 2 illegitimate daughters. The daughters were bestowed upon various nobles or petty monarchs, and of the 4 sons, 3 survived to intrigue or suspect each other of intriguing for the throne. Andronicus was the eldest, and he succeeded his father without opposition. The second son, Constantine, had, however, been the favorite of his parents. He had received great wealth from Michael, and it was known that Michael intended, when death closed his career, to set up Constantine as an independent emperor in Greek territory. From the first, therefore, Andronicus regarded his younger brother with a jealous eye. Constantine was a good-looking and very popular youth, very liberal with his money, and surrounded by friends. Unfortunately, he had, like most of the Greeks of the time, little or no self-control, and in 1291 he gave his brother an opportunity to destroy him. Some short time before 1291, Constantine had married the daughter of Raoul, one of the chief officials of the court. She was a beautiful and somewhat vain young woman, very conscious of her new dignity. On the Feast of the Apostles, one of the many days on which the ladies of Constantinople were wont to pay ceremonious visits to the ruling empress, Constantine's wife, we do not know her name, repaired in great splendor to the palace of Irene. In the hall sat an aged and noble dame named Strategopulina, in other words, a lady of the distinguished Strategopoulos family, and herself a niece of a former emperor. She had arrived too early for the reception, and sat on a couch without the empress's chamber. On account of her age and rank, Strategopulina did not rise, as she ought to have done, when Constantine's wife passed, and the offended princess returned to her husband in such rage that she fell ill. Most probably the old lady knew that Andronicus and his wife would not be very displeased with her action. But Constantine, egged on by his wife, took the matter in his own hands. Acquainted as we are with the morals of Constantinople, we are hardly surprised to learn that Strategopulina was believed, in spite of her age, to be intimate with one of her servants. Constantine sent some of his servants to flog this man in public and drag him naked round the forum. The scandal, the storm of chatter, and the gross injury to one of his wife's friends angered Andronicus, and for some time he looked darkly on his brother. Constantine was alarmed and took pains to conciliate him, but he was displaced from his position at court and sent on some mission to Nymphaeum. With his 60,000 gold pieces a year and his pretty wife, Constantine would still find life desirable in Asia Minor. Presently, however, Andronicus came to Nymphaeum and took up his residence in the old palace of the Nicene emperors. To this palace Constantine was summoned one morning in March, 1291. He found it full of soldiers, learned that his brother had found him guilty of treason, and was given into custody. His luxurious belongings and his great income were confiscated by Andronicus, and he was destined to spend the remaining 15 years of his life in a new and particularly ignominious prison. Andronicus was afraid to lodge him in a fixed jail, lest his supporters should free him and start a revolt, and he therefore had a portable prison, a litter converted into a strong-barred cage made for him. In this plight, Theodora found her handsome son when, a month or two later, Andronicus brought him to Constantinople. The emperor had now taken a decisive step, and he disregarded his mother's prayers and tears. When she pleaded that her son had been convicted without trial on the secret denunciation of a monk, Andronicus merely summoned a council in the palace and compelled his obsequious courtiers to ratify his sentence. Theodora continued to assail him, but she had never had much influence in the administration, and under Andronicus she was completely powerless. Andronicus gave her no opportunity to thwart his policy by intrigue or violence. When he was compelled to go into the provinces, he took Constantine with him in his portable prison, and the miserable young prince, dressed and shaven as a monk, dragged out year after year without the least prospect of escape. The third and youngest brother, Theodore, took warning by Constantine's fate, put off all signs of royal estate, and living as a private citizen, endeavored to disarm the jealousy of the emperor. These misfortunes, and the thick gathering of clouds about the empire, saddened the last years of Theodora's long life. The regaining of Constantinople had put no new spirit, no healthier blood into either people or court. The Byzantine power was doomed, and the last sad glances of the aged empress fell on a capital fiercely rent with ecclesiastical quarrels, a shrunken empire trodden under the feet of the Turk, and a sea swept by innumerable pirates. She died in 1304, respected and superbly lamented by the citizens of Constantinople. Without strength of character to make her mark on the life of the empire during nearly 50 years of imperial authority, she had at least kept her slender record unstained by crime or vice in a criminal and vicious world. At the most, we can regret only that she clung so faithfully to Michael Palaeologus through all the crimes and deceits of his tortuous career. End of section 24. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 25 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 26. Irene of Montferrat. The story of the unfortunate Theodora has led us to make a somewhat premature excursion into the 14th century. We have now to return a few decades in order to begin the story of the Empress Irene, who succeeds in her gallery of prominent empresses. Andronicus had in his 16th year married Anna of Hungary, a daughter of Stephen V. One of the daughters of Theodore Lascaris, the first Nicene emperor, had married a king of Hungary, so that the daughter of Stephen V had Byzantine blood, the blood of the Angeli family, in her veins. Her mother, however, was not of royal or even noble birth. Stephen had fallen in love with a pretty German captive and married her, and the beautiful young girl whose hand Michael had asked for a son was the issue of their marriage. At her baptism, according to the Greek rite, her name was changed to Anna, and she, with her husband, received the crown of a junior empress. Unfortunately, she died the year before Andronicus attained supreme power, and we have merely to record that she left 2 sons, Michael and Constantine, to maintain the valuable dynasty of the Paleogi. As Andronicus intended that one or other of these sons should inherit the purple, he did not seek his second wife among the more powerful courts of Europe. 2 or 3 years after his accession to the throne, he married Irene, daughter of the ruling Marquis of Montferrat. At the time, she was a very pretty little maiden of 11 summers, and Andronicus may be excused for overlooking the possibility that, even if there were no powerful court to espouse or create her interests, there might be a character in the lady herself which would interfere with his designs. For some years, nothing occurred to make him regret his choice. In the Blachany and Bucolian palaces, or in the old Nicene mansions, Irene slowly grew up to womanhood and added 3 sons and a daughter to the imperial family. The daughter, Simonides, will interest us no less than the sons, and an interesting light may be thrown on the character of the time by the telling of the origin of a very unusual name. Andronicus desired to have a daughter, and was in despair when Irene had, in succession, 3 stillborn female children. A daughter at Constantinople meant a useful foreign alliance, though Constantinople never seemed to have given any aid to the courts from which it drew its own empresses. In the year 1292, Irene again approached childbirth, and the anxious emperor consulted a venerable and experienced matron in regards to his hope. Acting on the advice, he set up, in a room of the palace, statues of the 12 apostles, with candles of exactly equal weight and size before each. A group of monks were then introduced to pray energetically for the issue. The candles were lighted, and careful watch was made to see which of the candles burned the longest. The apostle Simon won the contest, and it was resolved that the forthcoming little daughter should be put under his protection, and named Simonides. The superstition must have gained enormous prestige when a daughter was born, and lived to experience a number of highly interesting, though not very apostolic, adventures. Another incident of the same year illustrates a different aspect of high life in the eastern metropolis. Theodore, the younger brother of Andronicus, had now reached a marriable age, and was, as I said, observing a very discreet behavior in view of the recent fate of his brother Constantine. He bore the lower dignity of despot, and was careful not to aspire to anything more than a slender circle of gold, with few jewels that marked that dignity. Theodora had earnestly pressed her son to grant Theodore the title of Augustus, as it was customary to do, but he gravely replied that he had made some mysterious vow in earlier years, which had prevented him from doing so. He now decided to marry Theodore to the daughter of Musallo, one of his chief ministers. They were betrothed, but before the day of the marriage arrived, Musallo's daughter was found to be in a painful condition, as a result of too great a liking for a cousin of hers. Betrothal was a very solemn ceremony in the eyes of the Greek Church, and it took a special synod of the bishops to determine that in this case the bond was invalid. The affections of Theodore were transferred to the daughter of another official, and to reward the faithful services of her father, the soiled hand of Musallo's daughter was bestowed on Constantine, the second son of Andronicus and Anna. Experience had taught Andronicus that, if his eldest son, Michael, was to succeed him, all others must be kept away from the throne. A third curious incident of the time may be recorded to illustrate the kind of world in which Irene grew to womanhood. The fierce struggle of the Arsenians and the Josephites still enlivened the environs of St. Sophia. But the controversy entered upon the new phase after the imprisonment of Constantine. The young prince had been denounced by his brother, by a monk who was a favorite of the patriarch, and, as this became known, the opponents of the patriarch assailed him with a furious tempest of invective. Nearly the whole of his clergy turned against him, and the charges they made against his personal character, charges which were loudly echoed in the public streets, were of the most sordid nature. He was compelled to resign, but he planned an elaborate revenge. He wrote a letter in which he invoked eternal punishment on the emperor and all who had joined in his humiliation, and, in the characteristic Byzantine vein of ruse and intrigue, concealed the letter in one of the holes on the roof of St. Sophia, where the pigeons nested. He then retired to a monastery and contemplated with malicious joy the spectacle of the priests and citizens going about their work with all this dire and authentic sentence of excommunication suspended over their heads. A year later, the vase containing the letter was found by some youths who sought pigeons' eggs, and a panic seized the court and the city. For 12 months they had all lived unconscious of their danger, on the very brink of hell. Athanasius was quickly summoned from his monastery and was forced to withdraw his censure. In this atmosphere of intrigue, ambition, and hypocritical selfishness, Irene of Montferrat developed her character. The empire was tumbling into ruins, yet though one thought of the vast majority of its citizens, of all orders, was to obtain as much money as possible out of its shrinking treasury and close their eyes to its future. Even the emperor, who looked as far ahead as the next generation, consulted only the future of his family. His eldest son was, apart from any question of merit and competency, to succeed him in the tarnished splendor of the Bacolian palace. To ensure this, Irene saw him stoop to the crime of barbarously imprisoning his brother, and the spectacle of the young prince travelling everywhere among the emperor's luggage like a caged bear would impress deeply on a young mind the first duty of man, as it was conceived in Constantinople. For her own part, she would take care to secure her position and that of her children. Irene was now a mature and very spirited young woman in her 20s. She had a great force of character, a keen and strong intelligence, and an unchallenged virtue. It was an age of general laxity of morals, as we shall realize, yet Irene is not assailed on that ground. But ambition for her children became her dominant quality, and as it grew stronger and more imperious in the face of obstacles, it warped her character, saddened her life, and made her career inglorious and futile. Had she been the first wife of Andronicus, she might have rendered a very valuable service to the empire. As it was, she became recklessly absorbed in her ambition, and only added to its formidable burdens. When, in 1296, Andronicus married his eldest son to Maria of Armenia, she began that somber brooding on the inferior position of her own children, which was to embitter that latter part of her life. The policy of Andronicus would be to make poor matches for her children. Her policy was to prevent it. We shall be glad to think that Irene had no voice in the first matrimonial settlement of one of her children, the marriage of Simonides to the king of Servia, for it was a sordid and abominable transaction. But she seems to at least have played her part in the ceremony without resentment. We had, in the last chapter, a glimpse of the condition of Servia in the 13th century. In the year 1298, which we have reached, there was on the throne a particularly objectionable type of kral, as the Servians called their ruler. He had first married the daughter of a neighboring king, but had led astray his brother's wife, who was a sister of Anna of Hungary, and when a third sister came on a visit to his court, he conceived so violent a passion for her that he sent his wife home to her father. This lady was a nun, yet the kral persuaded her to discard her black robe and go through a form of marriage with him. He then tired of the royal nun and in turn married the daughter of King Terter of Bulgaria. By the year 1298 he was ready for a third change. None of his 3 queens had given him an heir to the throne, and he was therefore disposed to listen to the expostulations of his clergy and the advances of Andronicus. At this time the emperor's sister, Eudocia, returned, a young and attractive widow, to the court at Constantinople. She had married and recently lost the Emperor of Trebizond, and had come home to enjoy her fortune in her native city. Andronicus pressed her to marry the kral of Servia, whose army would be useful to him. When Eudocia indignantly refused, there was no lady of the imperial house to offer to the kral, except the little Simonides, who had not yet reached her 7th birthday. The only serious obstacle which Andronicus saw to the alliance was the fact that the kral's first wife still lived, and both the Servian and the Byzantine clergy would regard the marriage as invalid. But this obstacle was opportunely, perhaps artificially, removed by the death of that lady, and the child of 6 summers was taken by Andronicus and Irene to the Servian capital. We notice the caged Constantine still among the emperor's luggage, and married the middle-aged and hot-blooded barbarian. Since we shall find Irene in the following year making a most violent and effective protest against the marriage of her eldest son, and do not find her making any protest at all in the regard of marriage of Simonides, we must conclude that she consented to this abominable procedure. The Patriarch of Constantinople, who had been deceived by them, felt so strong a repugnance to the marriage that he followed the emperor to Servia and vainly endeavored to secure an audience. Irene seems to have given him no assistance. The husband proposed for her child was a king. The wife proposed for her son in the following year was not of royal birth. We see her ambition already corrupting her nature. She was content to stipulate that Simonides should be treated as a sister until she reached the condition of puberty, and entrusted her to the honor of the fiercely sensual and unscrupulous kral. Though we shall find in the course of time that Irene herself became largely responsible for the kral's breach of his engagement to respect the age of her daughter, Irene and Andronicus returned to Constantinople, bringing with them the Bulgarian princess whom Simonides had replaced. This lady, it is interesting to note, was married soon afterwards to the emperor's brother-in-law, Michael Kutrulis, who had wedded and recently lost Andronicus's younger sister. But her career ended in prison before many years, as Michael was convicted of treason and placed for life with his wife in one of the palace dungeons. In the following year, 1299, Andronicus proposed to marry Irene's eldest son John, and the struggle of her life began. The wife chosen for him was a daughter of one of the chief ministers, Nikephoros Chumnus, and Irene now fought her husband with such vigor he was compelled to desist. Andronicus wished to remove her children from any possible rivalry with his son Michael, Irene was determined that they should make royal matches and wear diadems. She had probably by this time conceived the ambitious idea which wrecked her life, and trusted to induce Andronicus to detach fragments of his empire, in which her sons might set up independent courts. In this she was, no doubt, mainly inspired by ambition for her children, but the latter course of the quarrel will show that she had secret personal grievances against her husband, and she may have contemplated retiring to the court of one of her sons. For 5 years Irene resisted the designs of her husband, and with tears at one time and threats at another, urged her own scheme upon him. Andronicus became weary and irritated. The ecclesiastical quarrel still distracted his capital. The Turk ravaged his provinces. The pirates swept his seas, and a new burden was added to his cares. An army of Spaniards, who had been set free by the termination of the 20 Years' War in Italy, came eastward in search of adventure, and, being employed by Andronicus to fight the Turk, soon proved a very fertile source of anxiety and trouble. In the midst of these harassing cares, Andronicus impatiently resented the importunity of his wife, and their life became one of incessant quarrel. Irene threatened that she would not share his bed unless he either associated her sons in power with Michael, or secured them independent kingdoms at his death. Andronicus retorted by locking his door against her, and Irene was further embittered. In 1304, her son John married Irene, the daughter of Chymnus, and the empress went at once to live at Thessalonica. The chroniclers relate that Andronicus had at length persuaded his wife to consent to this marriage, but that seems to be a half-truth put forward by the emperor. He gave John the government of Thessaly, and Irene accompanied him and younger Irene to Thessalonica, where, as we saw, there had been a palace since the days of Boniface. In the capital of the Greek province, Irene now entered upon an activity that gave her husband more anxiety than ever. He presently learned that she was openly telling to the monks and matrons of her court certain indelicate details of their conjugal life, which the most brazen courtesan would blush to tell, says the chronicler. Through her daughter, these details were forwarded to the Kral of Serbia, but such matters were not of a nature to induce that monarch to declare war on his erring father-in-law. The Duke of Athens was then assailed by the ambitious empress. He was urged to marry his daughter to her second son, Theodore, and then wrest the province of Thessaly from Andronicus. Irene's plan was now clear. The most westerly part of the empire was to be detached and converted into a kingdom for her and her children. The Duke of Athens declined to pit his small force against the Byzantine mercenaries, and Theodore was sent to Lombardy to wed the daughter of the Marquis Spinola, who held a small territory in the north of Italy. The marriage was spiteful, as Andronicus was not consulted, but it did not bring to Irene an alliance of any material value, and as John died, childless, about the same time, 1307, she turned again to the Kral of Serbia. Andronicus was alarmed. He was at the height of his trouble with the Catalans and at war with Bulgaria. So that fresh trouble with Serbia would be a serious complication. He made every effort, short of granting her extreme demand, to conciliate Irene. But the passionate woman determined to profit by the empire's difficulties and carried on the war with a spirit and ability that deserved a better cause. She had taken with her to Thessaly a vast quantity of money and treasure, and she now employed this more persuasive argument on the Kral of Serbia. She sent him a superb crown from the Byzantine treasury and some of the richly embroidered robes of the Byzantine court for himself and her daughter. And she forwarded to him, the chronicler says, money enough to equip and maintain 100 triremes forever. It is unfortunate that we do not know more particulars about her departure from Constantinople, and the way in which she became possessed of all this treasure. It looks as if she had been collecting resources for some years, and had left with quite a definite intention of fighting her husband. Her present policy was to induce Kral to make war on Andronicus and take Constantinople. Her ambition had degenerated into a disease and a crime. There is grave reason to blame Irene for another issue of her ambition, which, no doubt, she did not intend. Next to the taking of Constantinople, Irene most desired to see her daughter have a son to inherit the new empire. And it is plain that she impressed this on the Servian monarch. Simonides was now 14 or 15 years old, and would be regarded in the East as a possible mother. But whatever the details may be, the fact is recorded by the chroniclers that her womb was injured in some way, and Irene was told that her daughter would never have children. Her next plan was that the Kral should adopt one of her sons as his heir, and, as her treasury was ample, the Kral consented. Demetrius, her youngest son, was sent with a splendid escort and luxurious outfit to the Servian court, but its rough ways disgusted the spoilt youth, and he returned to his mother. As a last resort, Irene recalled Theodore from Lombardy and sent him to Servia. When Theodore also found the ways of the Servians unbearable and returned to Lombardy, Irene's fiery spirit was quenched. Her 4-year struggle for a kingdom had entirely failed, and her health was affected. She confessed her defeat and requested Andronicus to allow her to return to Constantinople. We are scarcely surprised that Andronicus refused permission, politely assuring her that, as the Turks now swarmed in the neighborhood of Constantinople, she was safer at Thessalonica. Even when in the following year the Catalan troops returned to the west and relieved him of one of his burdens, the emperor gave her no invitation to return. She lived on for 8 years in complete obscurity in Thessalonica and died of fever and drama in Thessaly, where she had a country palace, in 1317, leaving, in spite of her great expenditure, a considerable fortune. The dead body of his fiery spouse was not feared by Andronicus. He permitted Simonides to bring it to the metropolis and inter it with imperial ceremonies among the royal graves. The further career of Simonides herself is not without interest. Though we have no very definite portrait of the daughter of Irene and protégée of Apostle Simon, once in Constantinople she declared that she would not return to the less luxurious court and the rough manners of her husband. Andronicus did not interfere until, after a time, the Kral sent word that he would attack Constantinople if his wife did not return. She was forced by the emperor to join the Servian envoys and set out with them for Belgrade. But Simonides had not a little of the spirit of a mother. When they had proceeded some 2 or 3 days' journey towards Servia, she cut her hair and donned the black robe of a nun. The Kral's servants were stupefied, and thinking it better to anticipate the order of her monarch, drew their swords. With Simonides, however, was her half-brother Constantine, who saw a more reasonable solution of the difficulty. He stripped her of her monastic robe with his own hands, compelled her to put on her royal garments, and sent her to her court. The Kral died a few years afterwards, and Simonides returned to live in Constantinople and find more congenial lovers, as we shall see, amongst its more refined nobility. But the adventures of Irene's daughter continue into the next reign, and it is time to turn back and consider the new empress who had been crowned in Constantinople in 1296. Once more we shall find a story of a woman of excellent character, though less gifted than Irene, tainted by the Byzantine atmosphere, and driven to assist in rending the dying empire. Nothing but a strong infusion of virile moral feeling could have arrested the decay of the empire. Unhappily, moral sentiment sinks lower and lower at Constantinople, after the death of Irene, while the energetic Turk slowly advances to its destruction. End of section 25. Recording by Everett. Section 26 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 17. Maria of Armenia. In the year 1295, Michael, the eldest son of Andronicus II and Anna, received the imperial title, and there ensued a remarkable competition of monarchs, great and little, for the honor of wedding a daughter to him. Charles of Sicily had made an early offer of the hand of his daughter, but the legates returned disappointed to their master, and the smaller kings of the East sent in descriptions of the charms of their marriageable daughters. Amongst them was the king of Armenia, and the patriarch Alexis was deputed to go and examine the candidate. Alexis was captured by pirates as he crossed the sea, and although the prelate made a skillful and vigorous escape, it was thought that Armenia was too remote and inaccessible. Legates were therefore sent to learn the terms of the king of Cyprus and to observe the merits of his daughter. When these were also unsuccessful, a stronger embassy was sent to Armenia, and the troop presently returned with 2 blushing candidates for the position of empress. The king of Armenia had, it seems, 2 marriageable daughters, and they were so equal in grace and beauty that no courtier could decide which was the more eligible. The Armenians insisted both Ricta and Theophano should be conveyed to Constantinople, where noble husbands were still plentiful, and a message was sent to the capital to notify their coming. Andronicus gave them a princely welcome at the palace quay, and decided that the elder of the 2 should marry Michael. Their names were changed to Maria and Theodora, and when the elder was united to the young emperor and received herself the imperial title, the younger was consoled by an alliance with the Sebastocrator John and a share of his sonorous title and more slender diadem. We do not know the age of Maria and are, as usual, without a description of her person. In fact, the quiet, unassuming ways of her very mediocre husband leave her in considerable obscurity for the first half of her life. We find her in 1306 setting out with him for the Bulgarian War and showing a fine spirit of patriotism. Andronicus had no money to pay the troops, and Maria, who remained in Adrianople, sold the jewels and melted the plate which had formed part of her dowry, in order to win success for her husband. They then returned to Constantinople to await, in exemplary patience, the natural transfer to them of the supreme power. In 1318, their eldest son Andronicus was married to Irene, daughter of the Duke of Brunswick, and Maria and Michael went to Thessaly and engaged in the peaceful administration of that province. 2 years later came a terrible message from Constantinople, which put an end to the life of Michael and changed and saddened the whole course of Maria's career. They had had 2 sons and 2 daughters. One daughter, Theodora, married the king of Bulgaria. The elder, Anna, married the prince of Epirus, and, when he was assassinated, married his murderer. Tragedy seemed to dog the footsteps of the descendants of Michael Palaeologus and Theodora, and a far more terrible experience was reserved for the sons Andronicus and Manuel. Their father had consented to leave them at court under the eye of the old emperor, and that monarch's idea of training them was unhappily consistent with a great deal of spoiling and pampering. Manuel, the younger brother, seems to have a more sober and industrious character. The elder, Andronicus, was a vain, handsome, and unscrupulous youth, whose light head was soon turned by the flattery of courtiers. His days were spent in hunting, his nights in the pleasures of the table, the dice board, or the enervating chambers of courtesans. He was the natural heir to the throne, after his father, and already enjoyed the imperial title, so that parasites gained thick about his person. He outran his ample income, and was forced to borrow large sums of money from the Genoese bankers of the suburb of Galata, in order to maintain his luxuries and mistresses. The old emperor did not fail to perceive the debasement of character of his favorite grandson, and sharply to reprove him, but the young man sank more deeply into debt, and began at length to feel impatient of the long delay that must ensue before the keys of the imperial treasury would come into his hands. He contemplated a series of wild intrigues for the purpose of securing an immediate independence and control of at least a small dominion. At one moment he meditated seizing the throne of Armenia, on the pretext that it was his mother's appanage. At other times he aspired to rule the island of Lesbos, the Peloponnesus, or any other fragment of the empire from which he could wring the price of his pleasures. The older Andronicus watched him vigilantly, and his intemperance soon led to a tragedy which definitely turned his grandfather against him. He was informed that a rival secretly visited the house of one of his mistresses, a lady of the Byzantine nobility, and of very Byzantine laxness of morals, and he posted a band of archers and swordsmen near the house, with orders to fall upon any man who approached. It happened that on the same evening, about midnight, Manuel had occasion to see his elder brother at once, and expected to find him in the house of his mistress. He was not recognized by the assassin, and was murdered. This was the news that came to Michael and Maria in the autumn of 1320. Michael was in poor health at the time, and the shock ended his life. Maria seemed to have taken the veil, as we generally find her name Zine in the chronicles after this date. But we shall find that she neither repudiated her elder son, nor retired wholly from the world. The elder Andronicus now made it clear that his grandson should not inherit the purple. But he unfortunately committed a fresh blunder, which strengthened the hands of the young emperor. The proper and most worthy, or at least unworthy, heir to the throne was now the younger son of Anna of Hungary, Constantine, who had for some years been content with the lower title of despot and the government of Thessaly in Macedonia. He had, as we saw, married the daughter of the minister Musalo. Finding a pretty maid amongst the common servants of his wife's household, he made her his mistress, and, as Musala's daughter soon died, Cathara was raised to the rank of companion. They had a remarkably beautiful boy, who went by the name of Michael Cathara. After a time, the roving eye of Constantine was arrested by the charm of the wife of one of his secretaries, and he proposed to bestow part of his affection on her. She pleaded the claims of her husband and the prescriptions of virtue. Her husband promptly disappeared, as so many inconvenient husbands did in the Byzantine Empire, and the new Hypatia, as the chronicler calls her, shared the crown and the couch of the despot of Thessaly. Her beauty, wit, and culture are said to have placed her before all other women of her age, though there is a taint of sacrilege in the comparison with the virtuous, philosophical, and venerable Hypatia of Alexandria. Cathara was dismissed, and Michael Cathara became a page at the court of the elder Andronicus. The emperor, now a gouty and feeble old man of 64, was again seduced by the superficial charm of a handsome boy, and treated Michael with a favor which clearly marked him for the ultimate procession of the throne. He gave the boy the imperial title and kept him by his side when he received ambassadors. When the elder Michael died, and it was necessary, according to custom, to frame a new oath of allegiance to the emperors, the name of the younger Andronicus was expressly excluded, and the officers swore only to obey the old emperor and whomsoever he might associate with himself. This imprudent choice gave some of the discontented nobles a pretext to disregard their oaths and they entered into a secret alliance with the younger Andronicus. In order, however, to follow intelligibly the future fortunes of the imperial women, it will be necessary to give a brief account of this conspiracy and its leaders. The most prominent figure amongst the discontented nobles was John Cantacuzenus, a very distinguished and cultivated noble, a later emperor, and one of the chief historians of the period. The tortuousness of his career and the cloak of hypocrisy in which he foolishly imagines that he has concealed his ambition warn us to read his account of his times with discretion. His history opens with a deliberate concealment of the murder of Manuel and of the flagrant vices of his associate Andronicus, and it remains mendacious and hypocritical to the last page. Such was the chief character who will mingle in the story of the empresses for the next 20 years. He frowned on the low birth of Michael Cathara, was indifferent to the vices of Andronicus, and secretly cherished an ambition to occupy the throne. With him were Theodore Synaidenus, a noble of equal distinction and more substantial character; Sir Janny, probably Sir John, an unscrupulous Choman adventurer; and Apocalcus, a successful financier of low birth who begged to be allowed to share the risk and profits of the speculation. Secret vows of fidelity were exchanged, and the more wealthy members of the group purchased the administration of distant provinces, in which they might raise and arm troops. The old emperor detected the conspiracy and made an effort to check it. In the spring of 1321, on the morning of Passion Sunday, Andronicus was summoned to the palace of his grandfather and was forbidden to communicate with any person until he had seen the emperor. The message was alarming, but the messenger was probably open to bribery, and the other conspirators were hastily warned. They decided to bring a troop of armed men into the hall of the palace, and, if the old emperor were heard to speak angrily to his grandson in the inner chamber, rush in and dispatch him. It will be noticed that the Byzantine court was now but the shadow of its former greatness. The thousands of watchful scholarians and excubitors had long disappeared, and even the stalwart and faithful English and Scandinavian Varangians could be hired no longer in any number, and a group of venal, Cretan, or Italian guards alone protected the approach to the throne. But the elder Andronicus, who had gathered the bishops in his chamber to hear him charge and convict his grandson, learnt that a troop waited in the hall without, and the conference ended in hypocritical embraces and vows of mutual fidelity. The nobles, however, resented this solution. In their respective provinces to which they were ordered, they raised their troops and concentrated at Adrianople. When Andronicus saw that they had a serious army, he fled to join them, and they soon began to march over the provinces towards the capital. Andronicus the Elder was at first content to send regiments of priests and monks into the streets of Constantinople with Bibles, making every citizen swear not to desert their lawful monarch. The oath was taken with the customary fluency and the customary reserve. But the insurgents came nearer and nearer over the walls of Thrace, and a fresh peace had to be arranged. The grandson was now to have Thrace for his personal dominion, with Adrianople for capital, and the right of succession to the whole empire. The young Empress Irene, who seems to have been a little more than a spectator of the stormy seas into which her marriage had thrown her, joined her husband at Adrianople, presented him with a baby, and lived for a few months longer to witness his debauchery and infidelity. Before very long, her reckless husband attempted to seduce the wife of one of his chief supporters, Sir Janny, and that commander, already jealous of the greater favor shown to Cantacuzenus, deserted to Constantinople and persuaded the elder Andronicus to try the fortune of war once more. The Empress Maria, or the nun Zine, as she seems to have become, took the part of her son in the quarrel with the older emperor. There is no evidence that she was a sincerely religious woman. In fact, the fact she sided with her worthless son prevents us from supposing this. She probably trusted to return to court in his train. She had remained in Thessalonica since the death of her husband, and she endeavored to secure interest for her son in the province. The older emperor, however, sent his son Constantine to Thessalonica, and Zine was arrested and shipped, in a very unceremonious fashion, to Constantinople. Constantine was now in a fair way to attain the empire, and his new Hypatia must have enjoyed visions of a very speedy accession to power. But soon afterwards, Constantine was captured by his nephew's troops and committed to prison, from which he would never emerge. The unknown lady, of such remarkable beauty and accomplishments, Constantine's wife, now disappeared into the obscurity from which she had come, and Zine returned to hope. The old emperor was checked by the disaster of his son and sued for peace. He sent Zine to negotiate with him, and Andronicus and his friends were soon enjoying themselves once more in the capital. Irene had set out with him from Adrianople, but she had died on the journey. Her life must have been unhappy, but the widower found consolation, and we find the earlier Irene's daughter, Simonides, included in the list of noble dames who consoled him. Simonides had entered the world encircled by a halo of miracle, but she was not destined to issue from it in a corresponding odor of sanctity. Few did, in medieval Byzantium. She had, as I said, returned from Servia after the death of the Kral, and was living in the city, a comfortable widow of 33, when her handsome and profligate nephew came back to court, more wealthy and luxurious than ever. There is no room for doubt that she entered into a liaison with Andronicus, since the old emperor himself publicly referred to it as a notorious fact. Zine had remained in Thrace, where, after a second marriage, which we will describe in the next chapter, Andronicus joined her. The town of Didymoticus, now Demotica, about 20 miles to the south of Adrianople, became at this point the seat of a royal residence and the most important center of intrigue in Byzantine history. From that town, Zine and her son presently sent a most affectionate message to Zine's daughter Theodora, who had married the king of Bulgaria, or 2 kings of Bulgaria, in succession. The ladies of the Paleogi family were almost all remarkable for their adaptability to changes of domestic circumstances. It was 23 years since Zine had sent her daughter to Bulgaria, and she had not seen her since. Andronicus had never seen his sister. They now felt a sudden and most pressing desire to meet her, and she and King Michael came to spend a week at Didymoticus. The real object was, of course, to arrange an alliance with Bulgaria, to counterbalance the older emperor's alliance, through Simonides, with Servia. Michael, a man of loose life and coarse and repulsive manners, was flattered by the liberal attentions of the imperial nun, and when Andronicus gave him a more substantial proof of their esteem, in the shape of a large promise of money and territory, he went home to mobilize his troops. In a short time, the news reached Constantinople that the banners of civil war were to be raised once more. No one was surprised, as the year had opened with unmistakable portents. A muddy pig had scattered the procession of bishops, which had accurately foreshadowed the trouble in the church, and there had been 2 eclipses of the moon in 3 months, than which there could be no surer foreboding of trouble in the state. The senior emperor had recourse at once to his futile diplomacy and his synods of bishops. He drew up a formidable indictment of his grandson, and submitted to the empire that a man who had seduced his aunt, appropriated imperial funds, and committed many other grave crimes was unfit to wear the purple. In his history of the time, Cantacuzenus laboriously meets this indictment, but his answers are feeble and invasive, and, since he prudently overlooks the charge of a liaison with Simonides, we have little hope of relieving her character of that imputation. It does not seem to have made any difference to Zine's loyalty to her son, and we must conclude that she was bent on returning with him to the court. However, after some months of mutual incrimination, the troops were set in motion. Constantinople was taken, 23rd of May, 1328, and the long, lively reign of Andronicus II came to a close. Few tears were shed, or ever will be shed, over the fall of that selfish and incompetent ruler. He was granted a generous income, and he continued to live in complete privacy for 4 years. Zine remained at Didiomoticus, which had now become an important center of the shrunken empire. The success of her son brought her to realize that he was surrounded by men and women who were bitterly hostile to her, and she no doubt felt it more prudent or agreeable to enjoy the tranquility of the provincial palace. This tranquility was rudely disturbed 2 years later, when Andronicus fell seriously ill at Didiomoticus, and the members of the Cantacuzenus family and faction betrayed their ambition. The picture of the scene, which we have in the pages of Cantacuzenus himself, is just as affecting, and just as mendacious, as Anna Comnena's picture of the scene at her father's death. The dying Andronicus, it was, at all events, believed by all that he was dying, summoned his wife and friends to his couch, and putting the right hand of the empress in the right hand of his faithful Cantacuzenus, entrusts to him her safety and that of the empire. When the mother of Cantacuzenus, a quaint type of nun, whose acquaintance we shall make presently, asks him his wishes in regard to his mother, he feebly murmurs that there cannot be 2 rulers. Cantacuzenus weeps so copiously that he must retire to wash his face, in order to hide his grief from his beloved friend. Courtiers press him to seize the purple, and he refuses. They urge him to put to death or put out the eyes of the despot Constantine, Andronicus' uncle, who still lingers in his prison. Again, Cantacuzenus shrinks from the suggestion, and, in order to protect Constantine from their murderous design, he hides him in an underground chamber. One feels that the whole story is a masterpiece of lying, and it is not difficult to learn the truth. Round the bed of the unconscious Andronicus, Cantacuzenus and his mother and friends pursued a desperate intrigue for power. Anna was young and helpless, and might be used for furthering their plan. Zine, however, watched their intrigue with furious anger and fear, and pitted her hatred against that of the mother of Cantacuzenus. Constantine was thrust into a loathsome and secret dungeon by Cantacuzenus, lest any faction should remember that he was the real heir to the throne. Even the old ex-emperor Constantinople was approached, and was offered the alternative of death, exile, or the monk's tonsure. With many tears, he embraced the least painful of the 3 proposals, and adopted the name of Anthony. The triumph of Cantacuzenus seemed to be assured, when, to their astonishment and mortification, Andronicus emerged from his stupor and returned to health. Zine at once appealed to her son to punish the intriguers, but he was either deceived by the hypocritical professions of Cantacuzenus, or not strong enough to face his hostility. Zine now felt she had incurred their mortal vindictiveness, and retired to Thessalonica. There she induced the citizens to swear that they would protect her, and she even adopted as her son the wily and accommodating Sejanni, who governed the province. Sejanni had not long to wait for his reward, the fortune of his mother. She died 4 years later, 1334, and was buried at Thessalonica, having run a strange course since she had nervously quitted her Armenian home 38 years before. The older Andronicus had died 2 years before, at the age of 72. Nicephorus Gregoras, our best authority for the time, tells us how he spent a night in pleasant conversation with the old man in February 1332. Andronicus, or Anthony, died the next day, and was buried in his monkish robe. The same passage of Gregoras gives us the penultimate reference to the interesting Simonides. She was present at the conversation, and we seem to be justified in inferring that she kept house for her father. The last glimpse we have of her is a fitting crown to a strange career. We faintly discern her some years later as a royal nun in the court of her nephew and former lover. End of section 26. Recording by Everett.
Section 27 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Lee. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 18, Part 1. Anna of Savoy. The first wife of Andronicus III, Irene of Brunswick, had died prematurely 5 years after her marriage. Andronicus had quickly recovered from his grief and plunged again into his customary pleasures, but his grandfather insisted that the throne of the empress must not remain vacant. Whatever substitute for an Almach de Gotha the times afforded was scanned once more, and it was discovered that the young Count of Savoy had an eligible sister named Jeanne. The little principality, which was destined to have so important an influence on the fortunes of Europe, had only been recently carved out of the German Empire, and the name of the ruling house was in high esteem. It was still, however, a mere patch of the hills and valleys of Switzerland, and when legates came from the Byzantine court for the hand of Jeanne, she was readily yielded to them. Whether Anna, as the Greeks promptly christened her, would find Constantinople equal to the reputation of its splendor that still lingered in Europe may be doubted. The majority of the gorgeous palaces in which our earlier empresses had moved were now heaps of ruins. From the roofs of the public and imperial buildings, the copper had been torn to make coin, and the marble from their facades and halls had gone to deck the palaces of Venice and Genoa. Great stretches of desolate, ruin-encumbered spaces existed within the crumbling walls, and the streets no longer glittered with the proud display of domestic treasure on the balconies as a royal cavalcade passed along. Some gold and silver may still have lingered in the reduced palaces before the disastrous civil war, but the display now made in the imperial households and processions was largely a display of imitation diamonds and gilded furniture. For the first time, in fact, we find Constantinople itself impressed by its visitors, even from the small court in Savoy. The Count had sent with his sister a large escort of knights, and as the marriage was deferred for 8 months, they had ample time to exhibit their skill in tournaments. Why the marriage was postponed from February 1326 to October must be left more or less to the imagination. Cantacuzenus observes that Anna was indisposed after her journey, but one may find more enlightenment in his casual remark that Andronicus was ill, and after receiving his betrothed, went for some months into Thrace. It would probably be indelicate and impertinent to attempt a diagnosis. He returned in the autumn, married and crowned Anna, and permitted her train of knights to return to Savoy. Since Byzantine history is too full of large and tragic matters to recount the small details of domestic life, and since the empresses would, in their early years, if they were fortunate, be confined to these small domestic interests, we pass lightly over the youth of Anna of Savoy. In the spring, after their marriage, she accompanied Andronicus to Didymoticus, and would be faintly interested in the conferences of Andronicus and his mother with the king of Bulgaria. In the following year, Andronicus dethroned his grandfather, and Anna found herself mistress of the empire. The scene at Didymoticus during the illness of her husband 2 years afterwards would complete her introduction to Byzantine politics, and make her realize the importance of Cantacuzenus and his friends. Andronicus was, however, still a comparatively young man, and it was probable that he would outlive the older intriguers about him. He was only 34 years old at the time of his dangerous illness, and he returned to his boisterous sports and gaieties. In 1332, Anna, who was at Didymoticus, gave birth to a son, and Andronicus came on the scene in a mood of wild rejoicing. His Olympic games and Western jousts alarmed and scandalized elderly ministers who shuddered to see the sacred breast of an emperor expanded boldly to meet a lance. But he laughed at etiquette, told his courtiers to put away the kind of silk-covered mitres that they have had hitherto been compelled to wear at court, and allowed them to have any dress or headgear they pleased. Fun and good fellowship were his ideals. He kept, to the despair of the imperial treasurer, a vast number of hounds, horses, and hawks, and there was no better way to secure a favor than to present him with a good dog or horse. It is just to add that Andronicus made a sincere attempt to improve the administration of justice in the empire, but apart from this one sincere and fruitless effort at reconstruction, he danced down the road of death like all his frivolous subjects. A little war, the suppression of a rebellion or two, and mighty hunting and jousting filled the 13 years of his single reign. The Turk drew nearer and nearer and received no very serious check. The city of Nicaea had now fallen into the hands of the Turk, and the crescent flashed on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. Andronicus could do little more than trust the old Byzantine weapon: intrigue, ruse, diplomacy. His sister Anna, who had married the Prince of Epirus, assassinated her husband and invited her brother to annex the territory. His daughter Irene, who had married the Emperor of Trebizond and found him unfaithful, assassinated her husband and sent to Andronicus for a ruler. He was endeavoring to profit by these assassinations when death overtook him. Earlier in his reign, the veteran Sergii had rebelled. Andronicus, knowing the mettle of his opponent, had fortified and victualled the palace, where he left Anna and her boy and gone out to the field. But he removed the danger in the end by deception and assassination. At length, in the early summer of 1341, Andronicus became alarmingly ill. He shrewdly put off his stained purple and retired to a monastery in preparation for death, and he passed away on the 15th June, leaving Anna with 2 boys of 9 and 4 years. Then began the romance of Anna of Savoy. The chief person of the romance, apart from the empress, are the ambitious intriguers we have previously seen about the sickbed of Andronicus. The courtly and cultivated Cantacuzenus, the meaner, though less hypocritical financier, Apocaucus, and the mother of Cantacuzenus. Theodora Palogina was, as her name implies, herself a member of the Palogii family. She was a descendant of Martha, the sister and counselor of Michael Pelagius, the virile lady who had been put in a sack with cats by Theodore Lacarsus. A strong and able and ambitious woman, although, since her husband's death, she had worn the robe of a nun. There was a complete understanding between her and her less resolute son. Apocaucus, on the other hand, an active, restless, unscrupulous little man, who slept little at nights, was prepared to ally himself with either Anna or the Cantacuzeni, as seemed most profitable. We have no reason to doubt the statement of Cantacuzenus that when Andronicus lay dying, Apocaucus urged him, directly and through his mother, to seize the crown, and that he refused. He was not in the habit of acting so promptly. He went to the palace in which Anna wept with her boys, assured her that he would protect them, and placed 500 guards about the palace. It may have occurred to Anna that there was no one except himself from whom they needed to be protected. Andronicus died on the following day, and she went, as Cantacuzenus would have foreseen, to spend the customary 9 days in mourning by the remains of her husband. What Cantacuzenus might have done while she kept her dreary vigil in the monastery, we cannot say, for his plans were interrupted. On the 4th day, Anna surprised him by breaking the sacred custom and returning to the palace. It argues some strength of character in her that she should take this step, though it was not an original inspiration. Apocaucus had changed sides, and had gone to warn Anna that his rival aimed at the throne and she must return to watch him. But Cantacuzenus was even more surprised and baffled when the patriarch now came forward with the will of the late emperor and read from it that he, the patriarch, was to be the guardian of the young princes and their empire. The maze of intrigue that followed can be very well imagined, and is fairly described in the chronicles. In fact, Gregorius and Cantacuzenus profess to give verbatim reports of the very lengthy speeches which, it seems, took the place of conversation in those days. The three aspirants to power besieged the chamber of Anna in turns, and each spent many hours in assuring her of his loyalty, and of the disloyalty of all the others. Though the strain made the empress ill, she seemed to have acted almost throughout with good judgment. The patriarch was her safest supporter, since each of the other two really aimed at the throne, and to the patriarch she clung, only tempering his advice by a fear of angering the two nobles and driving them to a coalition which would be fatal to her. The patriarch urged her to crown her elder boy John at once. It would be an effective step, but when Cantacuzenus and Apocaucus protested that it could not be done at a time of mourning, she thought it best to refrain. At last, some kind of settlement was reached. Cantacuzenus was to be the magnus domesticus, or major domo, on an imperial scale, and to lead out the troops to check the advancing Bulgarians and Turks in Thrace. Apocaucus was dissatisfied, and as soon as his rival had departed, he made a bold attempt to seize power. He had on the fringe of the city, by the seashore, a strongly fortified house, or castle, in which he could withstand an attack, even of troops. It was impregnable, except to a large force on the land side, and a galley waited always at its private wharf on the other side to convey him by sea in case of need. His plan was to carry off John to this castle, and then dictate his terms to the empress. Anna, however, was warned in time. The young prince was actually in the hands of his schemer, when her young servants were sent to the rescue, and Apocaucus fled to his fortress and barred the doors. Cantacuzenus returned in haste to the city, and set a troop of soldiers to watch the castle, but the empress, on the advice of the patriarch, refused to take extreme measures. As long as the two deadly rivals were poised against each other, her position was more secure. We must not, of course, attribute this prudent policy entirely, or mainly, to the inexperienced young empress. The patriarch was its chief author, and through the patriarch was by no means disinterested. He could not aspire to the throne. There can be no doubt that, ill and weary as she was, Anna acted with good judgment. Thwarted and exasperated, Cantacuzenus, in his turn, now meditated a coup, and it was only the singular irresolution or hypocrisy of his nature and the boldness of the patriarch that prevented it from being successful. One day, while he was discussing the situation with Anna, they heard a tumultuous rush and angry voices in the hall without. Anna asked the cause, and Cantacuzenus, professing that he did not know, and going to learn, lightly reported that a crowd of soldiers and young nobles had penetrated the palace and were hectoring the patriarch. They insisted, he said, that Cantacuzenus should be allowed to enter the palace on horseback, an imperial prerogative, when he called, and the patriarch opposed them. He told the empress, scolded the patriarch for even listening to the young fools, and had driven them from the palace, and he had advised the empress to admonish or punish them. It seems quite clear that in this case a rather weak but deliberate plot on the part of Cantacuzenus had been foiled by the patriarch. The magnus domesticus then returned to the field, leaving his mother to watch the empress, and threatening that he would punish any man who gave her anxiety in his absence. Gregorius says that he took with him an enormous sum of money, and we may conclude that he went with a fairly clear intention to raise the provinces. As soon as he removed his troops to Thrace, his rivals set to work in deadly earnest. Apocaucus was pardoned at the instance of the patriarch, and promoted to the dignity of Grand Duke and Prefect of Constantinople. So far, the policy was sound enough, but it was, no doubt, impossible for the ailing young empress to maintain the equilibrium any longer in face of their passion and perfidy of their opponent, and they plunged into civil war. Cantacuzenus was declared to be deposed, and it was even understood in the city that the patriarch promised the open gate of heaven to any man who would assassinate him. His friends and relatives were alarmed, and fled to the deserted meadows beyond the walls, where they had passed the night, and as they learned in the morning that their property had been confiscated, they hurried to the camp at Didymotechus with loud cries of "Cantacuzenus, Emperor!" After a becoming parade of real or feigned reluctance, the commander of the troops consented to accept the purple and prepared for civil war. An imperial outfit was hastily made at Didymoticus. So hastily that, as the vain Cantacuzenus complains, the tunic was far too short, while the mantle hung about him like a sack, and the coronation took place. The ceremony gives us another empress, of an not uninteresting character. Cantacuzenus was married to Irene, daughter of a court official of the former royal family of Bulgaria. Her mother had been Irene Palaeogena, daughter of Michael Palaeologus and Theodora. She remained tearful and anxious at Didymoticus, while her husband led out his troops, but she would afterwards take a vigorous part in the struggle. Irene's mother-in-law was the first victim of her own and her son's ambition and of the hatred of his enemies. Cantacuzenus, who always speaks with respect, if not generosity, of Anna, tells us the empress was not responsible for the barbarous treatment and death of his mother. She was imprisoned in one of the palace cells as soon as the trouble began, and from her dreary room she could hear the rabble of Constantinople shouting their customary obscene abuse of her and her son, and acclaiming Anna and John V. The young prince had been crowned at once by the patriarch. It was the early winter, and the aged Theodora was treated with studied insult and severity by her jailers. Her health soon broke, and she died in the palace dungeon. Cantacuzenus relates that a royal nun who had assisted and consoled his mother went to reprove Anna for the brutality to which she had been exposed. But he adds that Anna was ignorant of it and blameless. The close of the career of Theodora Palaeogena is one of the many reminders that to the end of the Byzantine Empire did not lack strong men and women. What it lacked was sound moral and patriotic feeling. The stock was not outworn and enfeebled, as historical writers are apt to say of decaying civilizations. Its strength was tainted and misdirected. The royal nun, I may add, who had visited Theodora in her cell was Theodora, daughter of Andronicus the elder, and widow of Michael of Bulgaria, who here is seen for the last time. The course of the long civil war need not to be followed here. It opened disastrously for Cantacuzenus. Anna, Cantacuzenus tells us, longed for peace and proposed that he should not hold the chief power in the empire, though not wear the purple, and that his daughter, Helena, should marry her son, the Emperor John. It would have been the best settlement, but it did not suit the ambition of Apocaucus and the Patriarch. Apocaucus urged the Patriarch to live in the palace and bribed Anna's servants to watch her day and night in order to prevent her from communicating with Cantacuzenus. Later, Cantacuzenus visited the famous monks of Mount Athos and induced them to send a few of their community to plead with Anna to arrest the shedding of Christian blood. But the monks were intercepted by the Patriarch and converted to his view of the situation before they reached the Empress. End of section 27. Recorded by Michelle Lee.
Section 28 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph Maccabee. Chapter 18, Part 2. Anna of Savoy. After 3 years of indecisive warfare, Apocaucus was assassinated. He had, at the beginning of the war, filled the palace dungeons with prisoners, and he augmented their number continually with nobles or officials who ventured to dissent from his plans. In the summer of 1345, he was building a new and formidable prison in the palace grounds, and the prisoners looked with concern on the frowning edifice, and readily believed that he was going to inflict all kinds of atrocities on them. One afternoon he went, without his usual company of guards, to see how the work progressed, and imprudently entered the yard where the prisoners were. One of them snatched a heavy piece of wood and felled him, and the others, seizing the axes and tools that lay about, ended his life and exhibited his head to the guards on the other side of the wall. Anna was alarmed and perplexed, and allowed the wife of the dead minister to take a fearful vengeance. The rowers of the fleet were armed and discharged upon the prisoners, and it is said about 200 of them were butchered. Cantacuzenus now sent fresh proposals of peace, which were approved by the Patriarch, and Anna made the grave and somewhat obscure blunder of rejecting them. Gregorus says that she was jealous of Irene, but Gregorus, for theological reasons which will appear presently, is not generous to the empress. It is possible that Cantacuzenus insisted on retaining his crown. However that may be, the war continued for another year, and began to turn in favor of Cantacuzenus, who now detached a large body of Turks from the service of the empress. Anna's conduct, in fact, now becomes weak and blundering. She quarreled with the Patriarch, and allowed herself to be influenced by the meaner monks and bishops who opposed him. Abacaucus had so completely relieved her of the work of administration that she paid little attention to it after his death. And as a new heresy now entered Constantinople and won her favor, she became absorbed in the theological quarrel, while her enemy crept closer to Constantinople. On the 2nd of February 1347, Anna convoked a large gathering of bishops and monks at the Blachany Palace. They met to judge and depose the Patriarch John, who opposed the new heresy. Its tenets do not concern us, but, as it will complicate the story of the empresses throughout the chapter, we may say that Palamism, as it was called, had discovered a plurality of divinities, in the sense of divine energies, in God, and its opponents retorted that this was a return to polytheism. The discovery is said to have been made originally by some of the contemplative monks on Mount Athos, whose quaint device for raising themselves to a state of trance cannot with delicacy be described here. On this 2nd day of February, therefore, Anna listened with delight, in her Blachany Palace, to the heated discussion of the light which was seen on Mount Thabor and other phases of the controversy. None of the gifted seers were able to tell her that Cantacuzenus and his troops were only a few miles away, and that he had already bribed some of her soldiers to open the Golden Gate to him that very night. The Patriarch was deposed, and Anna and her bishop sat down to a festive banquet, and the making of not very modest jokes, says Gregorus, about their late archbishop. They were alarmed for a moment by a messenger who rushed in to say that Cantacuzenus and his army were approaching. But Anna concluded that this was a ruse of the Patriarch, and the banquet continued merrily. She was awakened in the grey dawn the next morning to hear that Cantacuzenus was master of the city. He had marched with 1,000 picked men by an unaccustomed route, had been admitted by the Golden Gate at midnight, and was making for the palace. It was at once closed and fortified, and as such guards as there were took up a position in its lower approaches. Anna had returned from the light on Mount Thabor to a very rigorous concern about earthly things. Cantacuzenus sent to her a proposal that she should share the imperial title with him. Her name would come first in announcements and acclamations, but the real administration should be entrusted to him. She drove out his messengers angrily and abusively, and sent her servants to raise the citizens against him and bring over the Italian troops from Galata. There was still a good deal of loyalty to her, though her conduct during the last year had alienated many, but the troops routed her supporters, and even began to storm the palace. They were recalled by Cantacuzenus, who then sent the bishops to persuade her to yield. Cantacuzenus behaved with restraint and humanity in his hour of triumph. He was, as we recalled, a refined and cultivated noble, though his singular mingling of ambition and moral pretentiousness invests his conduct, and especially his words, with repellent hypocrisy. Anna refused the mediation of the clergy, but in the miserable night which followed, she saw the hopelessness of her position, called a council of her supporters, and decided to make peace. The prisoners were set free, and the gates of the palace thrown open. It is said that John, who was now a boy of 15, strongly pleaded for peace, and weakened the determination of his mother. When Cantacuzenus entered the palace, he found Anna and her son standing under a picture of the Virgin which adorned the hall. The Empress was sullen and defiant, and probably expected some vindictive action on the part of the victor. But this was never the way of the silken Cantacuzenus. He venerated the sacred picture, kissed the hand of the young emperor, and swore on the Virgin that he had not, and had never had, any intention of hurting the imperial family. A general amnesty was granted, and a proposal to wed John and Helena was renewed. It was agreed between them that Cantacuzenus should have sole control of the empire for 10 years, and should relinquish it to John on his 25th birthday. These conditions were singularly moderate, and Cantacuzenus assures us that some of the troops could hardly be persuaded to subscribe to the new oath when it was found to include the name of John. Anna and John, moreover, were left in possession of the best palace, that at Byzantium, and Cantacuzenus repaired one of the decaying palaces for himself and Irene, who was summoned from Adrianople, and graciously received at the gate by Anna. Thus, two royal families settled down once more to an unstable peace on the ruins of the once mighty empire. The coronation of Cantacuzenus and Irene, which followed on the 13th of May, served only to exhibit the poverty and decay of Constantinople. St. Sophia was partly in ruins from the great earthquake of the previous year, and there was no money to repair it. The ceremony had to be performed in the chapel at Byzantium, and in the banquet dishes of pewter and earthenware had to serve instead of the opulent gold and silver plate of earlier times. A week later, the royal children, John was 15 years old and Helena 13, were married, and a glittering group of 2 emperors and 3 empresses stood proudly on the balcony of the palace to receive the applause of the dwindling population. But it was commonly known that the stones which flashed from crown and mantle were almost all spurious, and that the apparent golden trappings were merely gilded leather. The treasury was empty. The nobility consisted not of the great lords of the land, but salaried officials, and the empire that had once spread under the Roman eagles to the deserts of Arabia and the waters of Euphrates was now restricted, on the Asiatic side, to so narrow a strip of the neighboring coast that you could almost see the ramparts of Constantinople, the victorious crescent gleaming in the sun. On the west there still remained the greater part of what we know now as Turkey and Greece, but they were exhausted by the unceasing ravages of Turk, Servian, and Bulgarian, and tens of thousands of Christian slaves passed yearly into the harems and workshops of the East. In the midst of this devastation, Cantacuzenus set up a court of cheap and showy and incompetent dignitaries. Irene's 2 brothers, John and Manuel, received the title Sebastocrator, and were added to the imposing processions and lists of pensionaries. Money was urgently needed, and Cantacuzenus summoned to his palace all the wealthier citizens and eloquently appealed to them to fill his treasury. They refused to make the least donation. Cantacuzenus would have us admire the restraint with which he declined to extort the money from them, but we know that, if he shrewdly avoided violence, he did not scruple to obtain money in other irregular ways. A few years afterwards, the Russian Church sent a large sum of money for the repairing of St. Sophia, and Gregoras tells us that the emperor appropriated it for the payment of his Turkish mercenaries. 2 years later, again, when another army of Turks had to be paid to defend his throne, he seized a great quantity of gold and silver vessels and jewels that remained in the churches and monasteries. We may assume that Anna watched without concern the troubles that now reigned upon the head of the impolitic emperor. In the year after his coronation, his son Michael was persuaded to rebel and set up a sovereignty over part of Thrace. Irene was sent to discuss the matter with him. Gregoras gives us a 6-page speech which is supposed to have made to him, and it ended in the father leaving his son in possession, though without the imperial title. Anna's supporters naturally suggested there had been collusion between Cantacuzenus and Michael, though that is not at all certain. When Irene returned from her mission, she was pained to learn that the plague had carried off her younger son during her absence. Even greater was her pain, however, the historian says, that her husband favored the Palamite heresy, Gregorius was one of the chief protagonists of the orthodoxy against the heretics, and it will give some idea of the superfluous confusion that was brought upon the affairs of the distracted empire if I simply observe that some 500 pages of the remainder of his chronicle are devoted to the controversy. To this heretical taint, Irene tearfully ascribed all the calamities which affected her husband's reign. He had hardly arranged matters in Thrace, and was still detained by illness at Didymoticus, when he learned that the Genoese of Galata had burned the fleet which he had laboriously collected money to build, and had attacked the capital. The Genoese for some time farmed the revenues, in plainer terms, pocketed 4/5 of the revenues of Constantinople, and the emperor had endeavored to lessen their profit. During his absence, they made a raid upon the shipping and the city, and Irene is said to have shown a great energy in directing the defense. For the next year or two, the Bulgarians and Servians ravaged his little empire, and the Turks whom he hired to meet them could only be paid out by permission to loot in their turn and carry off his subjects into slavery. In these circumstances, Cantacuzenus saw a tide of disaffection rising against him, and the young Emperor John began to dream of independence. Writing years afterwards in his quiet monastic home, Cantacuzenus says that Irene and he were weary of the unprofitable conflict, and were both disposed to abdicate and take the black robe, that only the recurrence of trouble in the West and the danger to the empire kept them in the world. This statement is easily refuted by his conduct. He built not a monastery, but a stout citadel, or a fortress near the Golden Gate, as if in expectation of the time when John would claim his empire, and hired a strong guard of Turkish and Spanish soldiers. Then, when the Servian outbreak in the west, of which he speaks, took place, he insisted that John should accompany him. Anna vehemently protested. The youth was too young to be left in Thessaly, she said, meaning that she distrusted the emperor. Cantacuzenus smoothly replied that it was necessary for her son's protection, that the Sultan, wrongly thinking to oblige him, had sent a eunuch to cut the youth's throat. Anna must have felt that the eunuch, if he existed, would have an easier task in Thessaly than in the Belashani palace, but Cantacuzenus refused to yield, and John set out with him. John was now a good-looking and popular, if a somewhat dissolute and entirely worthless, prince of 18, and it would be dangerous to leave him in Constantinople. The Genoese across the water were partisans of the Paleoci. In the following year, 1351, Cantacuzenus returned to attack the Genoese with the aid of their mortal enemies, the Venetians. As he seems to have intended from the beginning, he left John in Thessalonica with the young Empress Helena, but he was alarmed and surprised in the following year to hear that the young emperor was corresponding with the Kral of Servia. Gregorius says that, under pressure from the Kral, John engaged to divorce Helena and marry the Kral's sister. When Cantacuzenus heard this, he went with Anna into the venerable chapel of the Virgin at Belashani, and swore he would resign the crown to John if he would abandon the Kral and bring Helena to Constantinople. The oath was committed to writing, and Anna herself conveyed it to Thessalonica. It says something, for the singular character of Cantacuzenus, that they implicitly trusted his oath, and the young couple returned to the capital. After a few weeks, however, John distrusted his colleague, and returned to Thrace with Helena. Her father seems to have tried to detach her from John, but she protested. Gregorius says that she would rather die with John than live with her parents. In return, apparently, for this fidelity, John made a new compact with the Kral and received an army without abandoning his wife. He at once attacked Matthew, the emperor's son, in Adrianople, and let civil war loose once more upon the surviving province of the empire, if, indeed, one can call civil war a contest in which hardly a single Greek soldier was enlisted. For the sake of rival Byzantine ambitions, Turk fought Servian and Bulgarian on land, and Venetian fought Genoese at sea, and the decrepit empire sank into its last stage. In return, apparently, the Empress Irene once more endeavored to make peace with the combatants. she went to Thrace and laid before the young emperor a politic and admirable scheme. Admirable, at least, on the supposition that Cantacuzenus is lying when he declares that he and Irene were minded to enter a monastery, which would have been the best solution. On the other hand, John does not command our sympathy and respect. In 3 years' time, he would be 25, and might have laid claim to the throne with perfect right and more success. Irene proposed that John and Matthew should divide the western territory, and that Cantacuzenus should hold the remainder until his death. John refused the terms. Irene returned to court, and the Turks and Servians flew at each other. It is only necessary to say that in a comparatively short time, John and Helena were flying on ships to the island of Tanados, and Matthew was declared emperor. The unceasing pendulum of Byzantine court now had thrust the young Empress Helena into obscurity and brought her young rival into prominence and hope of succession. John and Helena were declared to have forfeited the imperial title. Matthew and Irene Palaeologina, granddaughter of the elder Andronicus, were crowned in 1354, but we have hardly time to glance at the new empress before the pendulum swims back, and Helena returns to the light and the throne. Cantacuzenus was now detested by all in Constantinople. His heresy, his broken oath, his feud with the Genoese, and the consistent record of disaster during his reign united almost every class against him. Urgent appeals were made to John to come and displace him, and it was not long before a few ships were placed at his disposal, and, during an absence of the emperor, he descended on the capital. But Irene again vigorously defended the cause of her husband, and after scaling the walls, firing a few harmless volleys of abuse at the partisans of the emperor who smiled on the walls, and spending a night with the Italians at Galata, John returned in dejection to his wife and child. Then a quaint type of wealthy adventurer chanced to touch at the port of Tanados and confer with John, and he returned to power by one of the most singular of adventures. One stormy night in December 1354, when the emperor slept peacefully in his palace, the soldiers who lived in the tower which guarded one of the gates by the port were awakened by a heavy crash and loud cries for help. They flung open the gate and descended the stairs, and faintly perceived a few large vessels rolling in the heavy sea. The sailors cried that one of their vessels, which were laden with jars of oil, had been dashed against the walls, and the soldiers went to the water edge to help them to moor the vessels. Scores of armed men then rushed from the holds, killed the guards, and occupied the tower, and before the citizens could grasp what was happening, the enterprising Genoese had lodged John in the tower, and were marching through the streets at the head of 2,000 men, crying, "Long live the Emperor John!" The citizens swarmed to the hippodrome in the fading morning light, repeating the cry, and Cantacuzenus was awakened to hear that his enemies was in the city with an army. It is worthwhile giving the explanation of this remarkable change in the fortunes of John and Helena. Their vigorous and resourceful ally was a Genoese noble of some wealth, who, with a small fleet, had sailed east in the hope of securing some fragments of the dismembered empire. John offered him the island of Lesbos, and the hand of his sister Maria, if he would help him gain the throne, and he consented. 2 large triremes, galleys with 2 banks of oars, and 16 uniremes, with 1 bank of oars, were not the kind of fleet one needed to carry Constantinople by storm. But Francesco Guttoluccio was a strategist. He emptied the oil from the vessels on one of his boats, crept up to the wall in the darkness, and bade the soldiers fling the great jars against the wall. This was the noise that awakened the warders of the tower by the quay, and the stratagem succeeded as happily as in a romance. I may add that John afterwards carried out his compact, and Guttoluccio became Prince of Lesbos and brother-in-law of the emperor. Cantacuzenus did not venture from his palace. He explains that he could have easily scattered the intruders, which is probably more true than he knew at the time, but he conferred with Irene, and they decided that the time had come to enter a monastery. Gregoras says that he was afraid to leave the palace, and, as he was isolated from his citadel by the Golden Gate, and would hardly know the strength of his opponent, one prefers this explanation. He was by no means anxious to enter a monastery. Drawing up his guards at the entrance to the palace, he entered into negotiations with John and succeeded in getting a promise that the imperial power would be divided. That solution, however, did not please the people, and for several days he was assailed with abuse and threats. He yielded to the voice of God, abdicated his dignity, and under the name of Josaph, retired to the monastic world to write his flowing and elegant and mendacious chronicle of his times. Irene was now forced to take the veil, and her robust personality was converted into the black-robed figure of the royal nun Eugenia. We do not know when she died, but some years later we find her in her monastery, guiding the education of her granddaughter Theodora. Theodora's parents, Matthew and Irene, continued the civil war for 2 or 3 years, but Matthew was then captured and was sent with his ex-empress to spend the remainder of their lives in the island to which they had driven John and Helena. Helena had followed her victorious husband, and, with warm and mutual embraces, joined him at the palace. We do not know how long she lived to enjoy her fortune. I find no further reference to her. Anna was not mentioned further in the Byzantine chronicles, but a little more may be gleaned about her from Italian writers. Ducange quotes the Franciscan historian Luke Wadding as saying that she died about the year 1350, and her body was transferred for burial to the shrine of St. Francis of Assisi, for whom she had had a great veneration. I do not find in Wadding the reference, at least, is wrong, but Wadding does in other pages at the years 1343 and 1349 refer to Anna. In 1343 she sent a Franciscan monk from the convent at Pera to confer with the Pope in regard to the union of Latin and Greek churches. It is clear she remained Latin at heart, and no doubt she had brought with her from the West a veneration for the gentle saint of Assisi. Then the civil war and the triumph of Cantacuzenus put an end for a time to the project of a union, but the correspondence was renewed in 1349. From a reference to her in one of the Pope's letters, we may deduce that she still lived in Constantinople in 1349, and it is the last reference. An Italian writer says she died in that year, but I am unable to find in Wadding's Annals the statement that she was buried at Assisi. End of section 28. Recording by Evere. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph Maccabee.
Section 29 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 19, Part 1. The Last Byzantine Empresses. 100 years of life still awaited the Eastern Empire, from the time when John IV returned to the throne, and half a dozen empresses were yet to play their varied parts on the imperial stage. Had any impartial and sagacious observer reflected on the condition of the empire at the time, as we have described it, he would have hardly promised it a new lease of 100 years' tenancy of its stricken domain. At Constantinople, of course, no one foresaw the end. It is usually in fairly robust, not in really dying civilizations, that we find an apprehension of impending ruin, as in France and England today. But the Byzantine Empire had shrunk to such proportions, the Turks were closing round its capital with such steady advance, and there was so little enlightenment in its mind, or real patriotism in its heart, that it seemed to be very near the end. No miracle was wrought in its favor, but it was saved for a time by one of the accidents of human history. The Tartars or Moguls attained the height of their power under the famous Timur, and the ambition of the Turk was distracted and enfeebled. There should be a peculiar interest in studying the features of the empresses who occupy the familiar palaces during this 100 years' grace of the doomed civilization. We are so accustomed to finding the character of a period reflected in the character of the empresses that the last representatives of the imperial line should afford us an instructive insight into the final life phase of a civilization. The idea has become somewhat popular that nations grow old as individuals do, and die of loss of vitality, and that in their last years they pass into singular convulsions or eccentricities. We shall, unfortunately, be impeded in this interesting study by the scantiness of the records. The ample chronicles of Cantacuzene and his theological rival, Close and 2 or 3 confused and ill-proportioned writers alone, preserve for us a fragmentary record of the last 100 years. As in all such meager records, the story of the women suffers most. Still, enough is said to give us an adequate idea of the remaining empresses and their times. And it may be said in a word that we find no convulsions or eccentricities or increasing debility of individuals, but the familiar and unfortunate Byzantine character pursuing its selfish ambitions and passions until the great broom of the Turk sweeps the degenerate successors of the Romans forever out of the East. John IV, now a young man of 25, occupies the throne for nearly 40 years out of the remaining century, but this reign is almost barren of interest for us, and must be treated only as an introduction of his children. Helena had brought with her from Tenedos a young boy named Andronicus, and 2 brothers, Manuel and Theodore, were added in the course of time to the family. That is all we find recorded of the Empress Helena. She may have died early in her husband's reign, though the fact that he does not marry again until old age suggests, in case of such a man, that she lived to witness his amours and his political ineptitude. The interest passes to her children. Andronicus, a pretty and spoiled boy, was betrothed in his 10th year to Maria, daughter of Alexander of Trebizond, who was about the same age when she became the empress-elect. However, the character of Andronicus was to defraud her of the promise of the crown. We do not know in what year they were married, but it must have been before 1369, when John went to Italy, leaving Constantinople in charge of Andronicus. The Turks were again advancing, and John could see no escape except with the assistance of the Latins. He first visited Venice and received a most flattering welcome, but no material help. Borrowing a sum of money from Venetian bankers, he went on to Rome and opened negotiations with the Vatican. It seemed to the Vatican an excellent opportunity to convince the Greeks that the Holy Ghost did proceed from both the Father and the Son, the chief dogmatical point at issue between the 2 churches, and John hurriedly embraced that dogma, and would have embraced any number of dogmas in the hope of being rewarded with an army. The reward was very meager, however, and after trying a few more princes with no more success, he returned to Venice to re-embark for the East. Then the Venetian moneylenders detained his imperial person as a common debtor, and he appealed to Andronicus to seize sufficient church treasure to pay his debt. Andronicus was enjoying his short spell of power over the shrunken treasury during his father's absence, and the demand was irksome. He sent word to Venice that the clergy declined to allow him to seize their chalices and reliquaries, and that, to his regret, he saw no way of delivering his father from the debtor's prison. He was a true Paleologus, a selfish voluptuary, eager only to have the sole right to the keys of the treasury. His younger brother, Manuel, however, professed indignation, zealously gathered funds to meet the debt, and hastened to Venice to release his father. He may have been prompted by a sincere piety, but the natural effect of his action was that when John returned dolefully to the city, Manuel began to wear purple boots, and the chances of Andronicus and Maria occupying the throne became slender. It appeared that the less the empire became, the fiercer was the struggle for it. The Turks had already reached and taken Adrianople, and Thessalonica was now the only large town in the possession of the empire besides the capital. A few years later, Thessalonica went. Manuel, who governed it, and was a youth of spirit and ambition, made a futile effort to break loose of the Turks. He was pardoned by the Sultan Murad, but he lost Thessalonica. After the return of John, the pressure of the Turks had been evaded by voluntary subjection, and the Emperor of Constantinople was now a vassal of the Sultan, holding under his sovereign lord, the Turk, the city itself and a few thousand square miles of poverty-stricken territory to the west of the capital. He was compelled to do homage and to supply 100 soldiers, captained by one of his sons, whenever the Sultan pleased. There was, however, still a fair revenue from such sources as trade and port duties, and John contrived to excite the envy of his elder son by the luxurious dinners, the choice wines, and the pretty dancing girls, which he could still afford to enjoy. It is enough to say that John IV, in his desolate little empire, contracted a very severe gout, and Andronicus was not unwilling to run the same risk. When, therefore, John was summoned to join the Sultan's army in Asia, and Andronicus was once more left in charge, the foolish and egoistical youth made another effort to secure his father's income. Sultan Murad had left his son Saouji in charge of his European possessions, and the two princes became close friends. In 1376 the news reached the Sultan that they had disowned their fathers and proclaimed themselves independent sovereigns. The unhappy John was at once suspected of collusion, though the Sultan came in time to realize that John was not at all willing to leave the palace to his son until he was compelled to do so. The conspiracy was soon settled. As the Sultan's troops approached, the two youths threw themselves in Didymoticus, but they were compelled to surrender. Murad put out the eyes of Saouji and sent Andronicus to his father with orders to inflict the same punishment on him, under pain of war. John directed that his sight should be destroyed by boiling vinegar, and Andronicus was confined in a tower near the Blacherne palace. His son, a boy of tender years, was punished in the same way, and Maria sadly joined them in the dreary tower. For 2 years Andronicus and Maria lamented their evil fortune in the tower of Anemas. In the course of time it had appeared that the blinding was not complete. Andronicus recovered the use of one eye, and his son was merely afflicted with a squint. The Sultan Murad, moreover, died, and Constantinople was not at all extravagantly devoted to the ruling monarch. Andronicus, therefore, found a means of communicating with the Genoese at Galata, and with their aid the family were stealthily delivered from the tower and taken across the water. During his brief rebellion, Andronicus had promised the island of Tenedos to the Genoese in return for their help, and they had, of course, no hope of getting it from John. From Galata, Andronicus made his way to the camp of the new Sultan, and promised him several £100 of gold a year, if he would lend him an army with which to attack his father. The Turk had, as we may see presently, a large and expensive establishment to maintain, and he accepted the bargain. Of moral or decent feelings there seemed to be a complete absence at the time in all parties. The troops were put under the command of the one-eyed fugitive, and he drew cautiously near the city. He had the good fortune to find John and Manuel quite unsuspicious of his approach in a suburban palace, and the two, together with a younger brother, Theodore, were promptly lodged in the tower of Anemas, from which Andronicus had escaped. The more thoroughgoing Sultan urged Andronicus to put them to death, but such conduct did not become a Christian monarch. They were entrusted to the care of a corps of Bulgarian guards, and Andronicus and Maria mounted the gilded thrones. But their tenure did not last more than 2 or 3 years, and we may close the series of petty revolutions in a few words. John and Manuel communicated with the Venetians and offered them the island of Tenedos, one of the few fragments of empire that a Byzantine ruler might still sell for a tawdry crown, if they would displace Andronicus. The plot was detected in time, and the Venetians were repulsed, though they consoled themselves with taking Tenedos. In the 3rd year of imprisonment, however, the Bulgarian guards were duped by a half-witted servant named Angel, or Devil Angel, and John and his sons escaped to Scutari, and opened in their turn a deal with the Sultan. They offered him twice the sum offered by Andronicus. He genially sent an officer to learn which monarch the people really did prefer and would defend, and was informed that Manuel was the favorite. Lest one should be disposed to think Manuel much better than the rest of the family, I may emphasize that Manuel had offered a vast sum of money out of the poor revenue of the city, and had promised to lead out 2,000 troops every spring in the service of the Turk, if the crown were conferred on him. It was a sordid squabble for the last coppers of the beggared city, and it ended in a compromise. John was to occupy the throne, Andronicus and his sons to be his heirs. A more or less royal residence was found for Andronicus and Maria at Selimbria, and on the revenues of that and a few other towns they contrived to maintain a tolerable state. As soon as Andronicus had gone, John crowned Manuel, in defiance of the treaty, and sought a fitting wife for him, and his search had the effect of bringing one more pathetic young empress upon the scene. John was now in his 6th decade of life, a prematurely aged and very gouty man, hardly able to stand erect, but his sensuous nature was not extinct. He sent to Trebizond to ask Manuel for the daughter of the Emperor Alexis, and Eudocia Comnena, the young widow of a Turkish noble, proved to be so beautiful that the veteran libertine decided to marry her himself. He was not an old man. Ducange puts the marriage, with some reason, about the year 1380, when John would be 51 years old. but he is described by the indignant chronicler as worn with debauch and tottering with gout, and we must think lightly of the lady who could accept his hand in order to share his crown, the crown of imitation diamonds. We have, however, no direct knowledge of Eudocia. She shared John's imperial poverty for 10 years, and disappeared at his death. We are disposed to suspect her influence when we find John, in his old age, beginning to restore the fortifications of the city in order to prepare for the last conflict with the Turk. Sultan Bayezid suddenly called on Manuel to appear at his court, and then ordered John to destroy the 2 marble towers he had built beside the Golden Gate, or he would put out the eyes of Manuel. The old emperor obeyed and wearily lay down to die. 1391. Andronicus had died before his father, and by the treaty of 1381, the crown should pass to his son John. But Manuel had been crowned in 1384, and he determined to seize the purple. He was still in the court of Bayezid when the news of his father's death came. The Turkish monarchs now had their capital at Brusa, originally Prusa, a town about 60 miles from Constantinople across the Sea of Marmara, which had been famed for some centuries as a pleasure and health resort on account of its warm springs. Here the latter sultans had gathered all the luxury which would in an earlier age have passed to Constantinople. No imitation stones flashed from the turban or the scimitar of the sultan and his nobles, for he had great stores of emeralds, rubies, and diamonds. A large park sheltered curious beasts and birds from all parts of the known world, and the quiet gardens and gorgeous halls were enlivened by the forced song of the most beautiful boys and women that Greece, Servia, Bulgaria, Hungary, and even more distant Christian countries could supply. On this Sybaritic paradise the dreaded Timur was to fall in a few years, but in 1391 the Tartars still lingered in the wilds, and the Turk dreamed of world dominion. Manuel was a mean vassal among a crowd, the captain of 100 feudal soldiers in this glittering court, and he decided to fly to Constantinople and shut himself behind its still formidable walls. They proved worthy of his trust, and for several years, though to the great suffering of the inhabitants, Manuel defied the Sultan. During the siege, apparently Manuel married, so that an empress shared the straits of the long and terrible siege. She was Irene, or Helene, the daughter of Constantine Dragasis, who governed a part of Macedonia. Irene is rarely mentioned in the scrappy and contradictory chronicles of the time, but she is one of the few of whom we have a pictorial representation. The miniature, found in a manuscript of the works of Denis, the so-called Areopagite, is a very quaint, though not very instructive, picture of Irene and Manuel, and their 2 sons, but he would be a bold physiognomist who would venture to make a text of the flat and conventional features of a Byzantine portrait. Her experience of Byzantine life was dreary. During nearly 7 or 8 years, including the brief respite, the Turks swarmed round the walls of Constantinople, and were only prevented by their lack of powerful rams and slings, to say nothing of that new implement called a cannon, which was just entering European warfare, from penetrating. The great areas of desolation within the walls became more desolate, and the scanty supplies of food sold at appalling prices. With the Sultan outside could be seen John, the son of Andronicus, whom Bayezid affected to consider the lawful emperor, and although Manuel was a brave and humane ruler, the weary citizens were ready to acclaim John. But Manuel received the aid of Marshal de Boucicault and 2,000 men, as well as a fleet of Venetians and Genoese, and held out stoutly until, at the close of 1399, the appearance of Timur the Tartar in the rear of the Sultan persuaded him to make peace. John was admitted as co-emperor, and an effort was made to restore the stricken city. Manuel was the finest of the later Paleologi, and although we cannot admire of the steps he took to attain power, he made an excellent effort to use it for the restoration of the empire. It seemed to him that his hope lay in enlisting the interest of the West against the infidel, and he set out at once with Irene and her 2 children. He left Irene in Greece, however, with his brother Theodore and Bartholomea, and thus no Byzantine empress was ever seen farther west than Greece. Manuel took ship to Italy, where very little was to be obtained, went to Paris, where he found Charles VI insane, and even crossed the sea to the little island, which had once sent so many Varangians to Constantinople. This visit to England induces one of the later Byzantine chroniclers, Chalco-Condylas, to tell his readers something of that country, and we are interested to learn that in the days of Henry IV, Englishmen shared their wives in common when they traveled, and held it their first duty to offer their wives to visitors. But he adds that London is already the greatest city of the West, though the strange island produces no wine, and its inhabitants speak a most peculiar language. Manuel obtained little money and a few volunteers, and was returning in dejection when he heard that Timur had routed the Turks. Only a few years before, Bayezid had received legates from Timur in his palace at Brusa. He had disdainfully shaved them and sent them back to their barbaric master. Then the Tartars had swept over Asia Minor, scattered all the pretty boys and ladies of the Brusa pleasance, and compelled John of Constantinople to transfer his alliance from Bayezid to himself. Manuel confirmed the vassalage on his return, but he sent John into exile and set about restoring his empire, while the giants were down each other's strength. But I pass over the next decade, during which the internal troubles of the Turks gave Manuel an opportunity to reform and reconstruct. Our historian Finlay speaks somewhat contemptuously of his work, and able and well-intentioned as Manuel was, it may be admitted that the work was too vast for him. In any case, we lose sight of Irene for several decades, after the return of Manuel in 1405, and will pass at once to the next, and, as far as we know, last Empress of Constantinople. End of section 29. Recording by Mike Botez.
Section 30 of the Empresses of Constantinople. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Midland, Oakland, California. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCabe, Chapter 19, Part 2, The Last Byzantine Empresses. The introduction of Maria of Trebizond is preceded by some romantic adventures in the private life of the court, of which the chroniclers give us a fairly ample account. Irene had 6 sons, of whom the eldest, John, married the daughter of the Grand Duke of Moscow in the year 1414. He was already 24 years old and of irregular life, but the hands of the princesses and princes of Byzantium were no longer sought in the courts of the world. Anna was a child of 11 years, and we may assume that John remained with his mistresses until, 3 years later, Anna was carried off by the plague. Again, there seems to have been some difficulty in finding a wife for the heir to the throne, but in or about the year 1420, legates were sent to Italy, and they returned with 2 eligible young ladies. Cleope, the beautiful and gifted daughter of Count Malatesta of Rimini, was married to Irene's second son, Theodore, and went to spend an unhappy life with that restless prince in Lacedaemonia. For John, the legates had brought Sophia, daughter of the Marquis of Montferrat, and she and her husband at once received the imperial title. The appearance of Sophia of Montferrat on the imperial stage was brief and eventful. She was a tall and very graceful young woman, with golden hair that fell to her feet, a beautiful neck and broad round shoulders, fine arms and hands and fingers like crystal, says the chronicler. But nature had spoiled these many perfections by misshaping her nose and giving a very careless finish to her eyes and eyebrows. John disliked her, keeping himself coldly aloof from her, and pressed his father to send her back to Montferrat. A more chatty chronicler, however, gives a more serious reason for John's dislike. Sophia had been as virtuous as she was beautiful until she came to Constantinople, but whether it was the taint in the atmosphere of the court — most of the Paleology have natural children — or the example of her husband, she quickly lapsed. There was a natural son of her husband about the court, and this youth she incited into a most unnatural relation. A maid of the court caught them in flagrant delicto and told her lover, and the lover informed John. By making a hole in the wall of the bedroom, John convinced himself of the truth of the story and was very indignant. It may be stated on behalf of Sophia that when John spoke of the indignity to one of the court jesters, he was reminded that he had himself some time before stolen his son's mistress. It is therefore not impossible that the seduction was on the side of the youth and had a vindictive character. Such was the kind of life witnessed in the last ruins of the Eastern Empire. John insisted that Sophia must go home. Manuel, possibly conscious of the difficulty of finding alliances, was reluctant to send her. Sophia found her position intolerable, however, and decided to run away with the aid of the Genoese of Galata. They moored a galley at the foot of the imperial gardens, and Sophia, pretending to go for a stroll in the garden with her Italian maids and young courtiers, walked to the quay and was shipped over the water to Pera before her flight became known. It was published in the city the next day, and there was much buckling of arms and preparing of boats to avenge this last outrage of the hated Genoese. Manuel was, however, now overshadowed by his son, and Sophia was permitted to depart quietly for her home. The chronicler adds that she was received with great honor and rejoicing at Montferrat, and ended her days in a nunnery. The date of Sophia's flight and of John's third marriage is difficult to determine. The plainest reading of the contradictory chronicles is that the trouble occurred in the last year of Manuel's reign, and the flight took place a month after his death, but this is inconsistent with the express declaration that the old emperor intervened in the dispute. Manuel died on the 25th of July, 1425. For some years, the ambition of the Turk, who had quickly recovered from the heavy blows dealt by Timur, had fully revived and had given him great anxiety. A young sultan, Murad II, had succeeded to the throne, and Manuel had imprudently recognized a pretender to the succession. When the young sultan vigorously took the field, hanged the pretender, and drew up under the walls of Constantinople, Manuel, now a feeble old man of 75, left the direction of affairs to John, and retired to pursue that ardent study of the Scriptures which absorbed him in his later years. John abjectly apologized, but the angry sultan ranged his machines against the walls and proceeded to batter them. He was drawn off for a time by the strategy of John, who had the sultan's brother conveyed to Brusa and set up as sultan. but Murad returned more angry than ever, and one of the last earthly sounds to catch the ear of the aged Manuel was the roar of the first cannons that seem to have appeared at Constantinople. The diffusion of knowledge at the time may be gathered from the fact that one of the most learned of the chroniclers, in discussing these bombards, observes that he does not think they are of very ancient origin. Before the end of the siege, Manuel was warned of an attack of apoplexy, that his death was near. He donned the black robes, became plain Brother Matthew, and died 2 days, not 2 years, as Finlay says, afterwards at the age of 77. Irene also then retired from the world and became the nun Hypomene, whom we shall later find endeavoring to settle the quarrels of her selfish children. She remained mistress despoini of the empire and watched its slow decay with concern. John was able, after the death of his father, to obtain peace from the Sultan at the price of a heavy annual subsidy, and the empire entered upon its last quarter of a century of melancholy decay. Long years of effort had taught the sultans that their siege engines were not powerful enough to crack the heavy shell in which earlier emperors had enclosed the city, and they were content to hold it in vassalage and draw a large tribute from its sinking revenue. The time had gone by for the last serious effort to save the empire. Its trade had passed to the Italians, and of the provinces from which it had so long extorted its rich supply of gold, there now remained only a few towns to the west of Constantinople, a part of the Peloponnesus and Thessalonica, which would soon be sold to Venice for 50,000 gold coins. The metropolis, therefore, continued to shrink within its 18-mile enclosure, and as a severe pestilence fell on the inhabitants for the last time in 1431, they were reduced to something like 100,000 instead of the 1,000,000 they had once been. It was over this dismal little empire that the last empress, Maria of Trebizond, was called to preside. Whether the flight of Sophia came before or after the death of Manuel, John V, who succeeded his father, soon found it necessary to seek a bride. He married, in 1427, the daughter of Alexis of Trebizond, a handsome woman of excellent character, and we are fortunate enough to have a short description from the pen of a French knight of Maria and her desolate surroundings. Bertrandon de la Brocquiere made a pilgrimage to the Holy Land and returned through Constantinople in the year 1432. The plague had ravaged it in the previous year, and Bertrandon sympathetically refers to the broad spaces of ruin that half filled the enclosure within the walls. He notes that the Greeks are still busy with their processions, religious and imperial, and that they still cherish in their churches such important relics as the pillar at which Christ was scourged, the board on which his body was laid out, the gridiron on which St. Lawrence had been martyred, and the stone on which Abraham had offered food to his angel visitors. Apparently, the credentials of these relics had not been imposing enough to convince Western purchasers, indulgent as they were. When the knight heard that the empress was about to proceed to St. Sophia and on to the Blachernae Palace, he went to the square to see the procession. We know what the spectacle would have been at an earlier date. First would come a corps of excubators or Varangians with shining axes and gold accoutrements, clearing a way for the crowd. Then a regiment of pale-faced eunuchs, their leaders dressed in white silk and glittering with jewels, would precede a large body of maids and dames, from foreign slaves to the greatest ladies of the empire, more superbly dressed than most of the queens of Europe. And lastly would come the gold-plated, gem-encrusted litter drawn by 4 white horses, possibly with one of the highest nobles in Europe at the reign of each, the empress sitting stiffly in her gold-cloth tunic, over which spread the mantle of purple silk with deep embroidered edges, and, if it were a solemn occasion, a massive, domed crown on her head, from which large diamonds and pearls fell in long chains to her shoulders. Very different was the spectacle witnessed by Bertrandon de la Brocquière. Maria's suite consisted of 2 ladies, 3 eunuchs, and 3 aged ministers. With this poor escort, she was to drive the several miles of road to the Blachernae Palace. She wore a high hat, probably a silk-covered mitre, with 3 golden plumes, and she had broad, flat rings set with a few jewels in her ears. She was young and fair. I should not, says the pilgrim, have had a fault to find with her had she not been painted, and assuredly she had not any need of it. The paint seems to have been the one surviving portion of the luxurious inheritance of the Empresses of Constantinople. Maria was a woman of tame and mediocre, if faultless, character, and as her husband was weak and incompetent, the miserable empire lay helplessly awaiting the end. Patriotism was an extinct virtue. The absence of truth, honor, and patriotism, says Finlay, among the Greek aristocracy during the last century of the Eastern Empire is almost without a parallel in history. The Western Empire had, even in its last years, had its Symmachus, its Praetextatus, and its Flavianus. Irene's sons could do no more than quarrel for their selfish interests in the ruins. Andronicus, who had charge of Thessalonica, which was restored to the Greeks for a time, sold it to Venice and went to enjoy his fortune in the Peloponnesus. In that last fragment of the empire, Theodore and Constantine were on the verge of civil war owing to the clash of their petty ambitions. There seemed to be no resource in the East, and John, leaving the city in charge of his wife and mother, went to make a last appeal to his fellow Christians of the West to stem the Mohammedan tide. It was now clear that the Greek Church would, as the price of assistance, have to surrender its independence to the papacy, and John took with him the patriarch and his bishops. It may be read in history how, at the councils of Ferrara, 1438, and Florence, 1439, the Greek bishops abandoned the positions they had fiercely maintained for so many centuries against the Western Church and, with one exception, signed the Roman claims. I will add from the Byzantine writers only that, whatever arguments were discussed in open council, and however pressing the need of the empire, it was a secret and generous payment of gold to the Byzantine bishops which finally convinced them. They bargained like Syrian peddlers for their signature. It may also be read in history how John returned in deep dejection to his mother. Instead of the promised fleet, the Pope had given him only 2 galleys and 300 men and a very moderate sum of money. His wife, Maria, had died during his absence. The Sultan was pressing for an explanation of this visit to Italy, and the people and lower clergy of Constantinople were infuriated at the surrender of their spiritual independence and were now treacherously joined by the corrupt bishops who had signed the decrees. John wearily sustained the attack, assuring the Sultan that he had visited Italy only in order to discuss certain details of the Christian faith, and secretly pressing the Pope and the Western monarchs to fulfill their promises. Hippomene, now an aged and venerable lady, sadly watched the struggle of her sons and endeavored to curb their selfish tempers. Demetrius, her youngest son, recollected that he, unlike John, had been born in the Porphyra and disputed the shaking throne of his brother. He gathered about him a ragged army of Turks and looted whatever was left of the suburbs beyond the walls until his force melted away on account of the poverty of the plunder, and he consented to be reconciled. Theodore, the second son, complained that he had not enough income to maintain his state in the town of Silembria, which he governed, and he demanded a share of John's. It was refused, and he in turn was about to lead troops against the capital when John, in his 58th year, was removed by a greater power on the 31st of October 1448 from the scene of his troubles. No one even now suspected that the next emperor would be the last, that in 5 years The crescent would glitter over the imperial palaces, and the struggle for the throne broke out afresh. Demetrius alone was in the city when John died, and he noisily renewed his claim to the purple, but his character was too well known for him to find serious adherents. His mother united with the citizens in preventing him from succeeding, and they sent legates to ask the Sultan to allow Constantine, the ablest of the brothers, to be crowned. He had lately been opposed to the Sultan, but permission was granted, and to his despotate at Sparta the legates were sent with the imperial ensigns. Constantinople did not even enjoy a last coronation, as the new emperor was crowned at Sparta on the 6th of January, 1449, and would not have the ceremony repeated. He favored the union of the churches. He reached Constantinople in March, and the royal brothers gathered in the presence of Hippomene and such nobles as Constantinople could still boast to swear resonant oaths of peace and loyalty. Constantine had been twice married and widowed when, in his early 40s, he ascended the throne. His first wife, Theodora, daughter of the Count of Tocco, had died in 1429. His second wife, Catherine, daughter of Notaris Palaeologus, had died in 1443, 2 years after her marriage. There were no children of either marriage, and Constantine made it one of his first duties to provide a third wife and an heir to the throne. The historian Francis was entrusted with this delicate mission, and he set out from Constantinople with an escort which, it was thought, would impress the king of Iberia and the emperor of Trebizond, to whom he was sent. It was, as he describes it, a weird mixture of monks, musicians, and medical men. Their baggage consisted mainly of musical instruments instead of the superb robes and plate that an earlier escort might have taken, and Francis says that they did impress and astonish the foreign courts. But they were unfortunately wrecked on the way to Iberia, a country between the Black Sea and the Caspian, and seem to have been detained for nearly 2 years by lack of funds. And they then discovered that the king of Iberia expected a gift for his daughter instead of presenting one with her, and returned unsuccessful to Constantinople. In the meantime, apparently on the 23rd of March, 1450, Hippomene had brought to a close her long and troubled life. With her death, the series of Empresses of Constantinople comes to an end, but their story cannot be intelligibly concluded without a glance at the great catastrophe which, 3 years later, swept away the tottering thrones and made an end of Christian Byzantium. The Sultan Murad II, who had so long looked with indulgent eye on the remnant of the Byzantine Empire, died in 1451. His son and successor, Muhammad II, was a young man of 21 years, a very able, highly cultivated, and extremely ambitious young prince. To him, the existence of this Christian island, the city of Constantinople, in the ocean of Mohammedan conquest, was an intolerable anomaly. The Turks had long since carried the crescent over what we now call Turkey in Europe, and it was only by sea that Constantinople could communicate directly with the other Christian powers. To put an end to this Christian avenue into the heart of his dominion and make the great city the capital of the Mohammedan world was the early ambition of Muhammad II. Probably every sultan for 100 years or more had desired this, but their siege machinery had hitherto proved incapable of shattering the stout old walls of that city. Constantine XI underrated the young sultan and very soon gave him a pretext for an attack. Muhammad had signed a truce with the Hungarians and gone to settle certain disturbances in his Asiatic dominions when he received a most insolent and offensive message from Constantinople. He must at once increase the pension of Prince Orkan, the nephew of Suleiman, then living in retirement at Constantinople, or else the Greeks will consider Orkan's claim to the Turkish throne. It was the last blunder of the Palaeology. Muhammad courteously heard and dismissed the legates and proceeded to pacify his Asiatic province. Constantine had grossly failed to appreciate the young sultan's character. After his coronation at Adrianople, his Christian vassals, The emperors of Trebizond and Constantinople, the Duke of Athens, etc., had hastened to do homage, and had seen only an accomplished, amiable, and, in private life, vicious young man from whom they had little to fear. Shortly afterwards, the court at Constantinople was alarmed to hear that a large army of Turkish workmen had arrived at a spot on the Asiatic coast only 5 miles from the city, and were, with great rapidity, building a powerful fort which would command the entrance to the Black Sea. Constantine sent a protest. Mohammed disdainfully replied that he would do as he liked in his own dominions. In time, the Turkish soldiers of the district fell to quarrels with Constantine's subjects, and the emperor, ordering the gates of the city to be closed, demanded some recompense. Mohammed at once declared war and went to Adrianople to concentrate his forces and gather a more powerful armament than his predecessors had used. The value of powder was now realized, and although they were crude objects of only moderate effectiveness, immense cannons, which could throw stone balls weighing more than 100 pounds, were associated with the old rams and slings and towers. Constantine quickly realized the gravity of his position and made every effort to patch the fortifications, enlist troops, and provision the town. An urgent appeal was sent to Italy, and hundreds of volunteers and adventurers were attracted, though the Pope was still mainly concerned about the recognition of his supremacy, and sent a cardinal who distracted the doomed city with fierce religious controversy. When the hour came, Constantine found that barely 6,000 Greeks could be induced to enlist in the last defense of their city, and these, with other 2,000 or 3,000 Italians, had to hold 15 miles of wall with many gates against 70,000 Turks and 300 vessels. On the 12th of December, 1452, the Church of St. Sophia rang with its last great Christian celebration, the solemn union of the Latin and Greek churches, the price of that secular aid which was destined never to arrive. 4 months later, the vanguard of the Turks was descried from the walls, and day by day the endless regiments and engines of attack and the monstrous cannons came from the line of the horizon and took up their stations. For a time, the spirits of the besieged were maintained by those little successes which so often precede a great catastrophe. 4 large Italian ships had fought their way through the Turkish fleet and brought provisions. Mohammed's biggest gun had burst. A general attack of the enemy had been repulsed. But the incessant rain of projectiles made at last a ghastly breach in the stout wall, and on the 29th of May, before dawn, the dreaded Janissaries flung themselves at the defenders. The last of the Paleologi died like a man. Later in the day, the victorious Turks swept over his body and the bodies of some thousands of his people, and the last remnant of the Byzantine Empire was swallowed up in the Mohammedan tide. And the relics of its culture passed westward, and, meeting and blending with the humanism of the later Middle Ages, begot the new man and new woman of the Renaissance, the heralds of modern times. This is the end of Section 30. Recording by Nancy Midland, Oakland, California. The Empresses of Constantinople by Joseph McCade.